A few minutes later, Yuna was strolling through Seirede at a leisurely pace while happily humming to herself. The conversation with Aizen had given her a pretty good chunk of information, so she naturally was in a good mood even if there were no nobles to bully. As she was walking through the city, her sense picked up a rather familiar sensation, causing her to smile lightly. As expected, they have one inside the city as well. Very good. Following her senses, Yuna quickly arrived at an inconspicuous-looking wall, causing her grin to widen. Yep, I can feel it, Tilda. As she said that, her hand lightly brushed along the wall while injecting spiritual power into it with a certain pattern. Moments later, the wall moved, revealing a set of stairs that went underground. Found it, Tilda. Good, think I memorize how Kasuke unlocks his underground training area. She swiftly stepped on the first step and went underground while the door behind her was hidden away automatically. After walking down for about a minute, she found what she was looking for, a colossal underground space that doubled down as a training area and a place to live. There even was a hot spring area. Meanwhile, at Ranjiku Matsumoto's residence, Ranjiku wore a somewhat conflicted expression. She actually slept with an intruder. She didn't know what kind of punishment something like that would warrant, but it couldn't be anything good. Shit, if someone asks, I'll just claim Yuna forced herself on me. Sure, I don't mind, Tilda. Hikia. Suddenly hearing someone talking behind her, Ranjiku yelled out in surprise, causing the owner of the other voice to chuckle in amusement. What the hell, Yuna? Why did you sneak up on me like this? Hearing her question, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders with a grin still clearly displayed on her face. Because I wanted to see your reaction. I have to admit, it was pretty cute, Tilda. Ranjiku's glare intensified, but moments later, her shoulders sagged as she sat down on a nearby chair. Why are you back already? Are you already done with your outrageous activities? Hearing her question, Yuna shook her head as she sat down opposite Ranjiku. Nah, I found something interesting and immediately thought of you. Currently, you can't exactly walk in the open, so I found a nice place for you to relax. Staying at your house is rather unsafe. Ranjiku smiled when she realized that Yuna had been worrying about her safety, but moments later, the smile vanished and was replaced with a frown. That's really nice of you, but how am I supposed to get there? As you said, I can't exactly walk around in the open. Yuna scoffed at Ranjiku's worries and wagged her finger at her. What are you talking about? Aren't I here? How could you possibly get detected when I'm the one leading you? Let's not forget that I managed to appear directly behind you without you noticing. Hearing Yuna's boisterous claim, Ranjiku's frown deepened, but after realizing just how easily Yuna had sneaked up on her, she could see where she was coming from with her claim. She pondered the situation a little longer, and after realizing that staying here at her house could truly be dangerous, she nodded her head at Yuna's offer. Fine, if you are that confident, then lie. What the hell? Before Ranjiku could fully agree, ropes shot out of Yuna's sleeves, binding Ranjiku in a tight turtle shell bondage. Well, if you tie you up, then even if we are discovered, there won't be any trouble for you. That's all very nice, but was it really necessary to tie me up with a bondage technique? That's ridiculous. How else am I supposed to tie you up? Oh, I get it, you prefer another rope technique. No worries, just make your request and I'll adjust the ropes. Ranjiku's face deadpanned as she looked at Yuna in disbelief. However, she couldn't see a sliver of mischief nor a teasing smirk, meaning that she probably was serious. So, there was only one thing she could do. Please add a crutch rope. She might as well run with Yuna's antics. Yuna, on the other hand, nodded in approval when she heard Ranjiku's request as more ropes shot out of her sleeves, modifying how Ranjiku was tied up. Nice, kinky. I like it. So, a few minutes later, a tied-up woman carried by another woman could be seen running through Seirede, and just as Yuna had promised, they arrived at the secret hideout without anyone spotting them. Why is there such a massive hidden underground space underneath Seirede? Who built this? Urahara Kasuke did. Ranjiku's eyes widened when she heard that name. Although it had been a long time, she had read that Urahara Kasuke was initially one of Seirede's captains but was exiled for some unknown reason. Okay, and how in the world did you find it? Easy, I have seen the same hideout in the world of the living, so sniffing this one out wasn't too hard. Seriously? Is that really how it works? Ma, I have sharp senses, so everything is fine. Ranjiku could only shake her head due to Yuna yet again doing something outrageous. Seriously, how abnormal can someone be? Oh well, I at least can't feel any malice against Tsurade in her, so things won't get too bad, right? So far, it seems that Yuna is more interested in pranking people than anything else, so I'm sure everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Yuna inspected Ranjiku's body with scrutiny. She had noticed it earlier during night activities, but Yuna noticed that something seemed to be wrong with her soul. Obviously, Ranjiku noticed Yuna looked at her from top to bottom and chuckled in amusement while lightly parting her clothes, revealing more of her cleavage. If you want another round, I don't mind. I have rested a little, but more than one is impossible. Yuna smirked a little as she shook her head in denial. Although I wouldn't mind going at it again, a single round couldn't even be considered a snack, so let's do something else. Earlier, I noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with your soul. It feels as if a part of it is missing. Ranjiku's eyes widened in shock after Yuna finished speaking, instinctively taking a step back while taking on a defensive stance. How do you know about that? Well, as I previously managed, I have sharp senses. So, would you like me to help you out with that? Fixing your soul should allow you to become more powerful, while there honestly is no drawback. Ranjiku's head snapped towards Yuna as her jaw hit the ground due to Yuna's seemingly impossible claim. You can fix it. I have never heard of anyone being able to fix a damaged soul. Even Retsu Inohana, Seirade's greatest healer, wasn't able to do so. Obviously, Ranjiku would be skeptical of Yuna after she made such a wild claim. However, Yuna wasn't bothered by Ranjiku's doubts in the slightest and only shrugged her shoulders. Well, I'm not just anyone. Just because others can't do it, it has nothing to do with me. I'm that great. Besides, fixing your soul isn't really the correct term. It would be better to say that I have a method to regrow the missing part. Although Ranjiku couldn't really believe Yuna's words, in the end, she still agreed to Yuna helping her. Worst case, nothing changes. Best case, her soul is restored, which might even allow her to learn her Bankai at one point in time. Okay, I still have some doubts, but please help me out. It's not anything dangerous, right? No, as long as you aren't acting with reckless abandon, there is no risk involved. Ranjiku's face became serious as she eagerly nodded her head. As long as there was no risk, then why not try it? Okay, please sit on the ground and close your eyes, Ranjiku. Ranjiku simply nodded her head and sat down, quickly followed by Yuna, who did the same behind her while putting her hand on Ranjiku's back. I want you to concentrate on the spiritual power I'll be injecting into your body. Don't worry, although that would usually be a dangerous act, there are a few tricks to mitigate the danger. Ranjiku simply nodded her head as she fully concentrated on the warm palm on her back, and a few seconds later, she could feel a minuscule mode of foreign spiritual power entering her body. Usually, something like that would be considered an attack, and hers and Yuna's spiritual power would clash, but surprisingly, none of that happened. Ranjiku quickly realized that the reason that there was no clash was that Yuna had tuned her spiritual power to Ranjiku's. How in the world does she do that? Just how much control does she have over her spiritual power? That's ridiculous. Focus. A jolt went through Ranjiku's body when she heard Yuna scolding her and quickly put her attention back on the sliver of foreign spiritual power coursing through her body. Initially, she had no idea what was going on, but the more it moved around her body, the more relaxed she became while her senses grew sharper. Clearly, Yuna was doing something to improve her body, which was currently in soul state, effectively fixing her soul. It took Ranjiku around an hour before she memorized the path the spiritual power was supposed to take, causing Yuna to remove her hand. See, isn't that easy? Hearing Yuna's casual question, Ranjiku could only look at her in bewilderment while uttering a single word. How? Seeing the bewildered Ranjiku, Yuna chuckled in amusement before leisurely letting her upper body rest on the ground. It's a method to circulate some spiritual power in your body to stimulate it, effectively making it grow stronger. It's called Cultiva. Kafa's supreme cultivation divine art, plundering the heaven and earth's resources. You really changed it this time, huh? Obviously, I need to take this chance and correct the blunder of my previous life. Meanwhile, Ranjiku's face deadpanned yet again as soon as Yuna named her technique. There is no way I'll say that out loud. Hee, that's a really good name, but I think I will just shorten it to Cult Eva. No, you won't. Before Ranjiku could finish speaking, Yuna interrupted her, and just as Ranjiku was about to start arguing with Yuna, a shiver went through her spine as her eyes met Yuna. Holy hell, that stare can probably kill a person. Oh well, I'll just comply. It's not like there will be many chances to actually utter the name. Ha ha ha, as I was saying, what a fascinating name. Supreme cultivation, divine art, plundering the heaven and earth's resources. How domineering. As soon as Ranjiku changed her mind, a happy smile returned to Yuna's face as she nodded in approval. Haha, it's got that you understand, Ranjiku. After all, it would be a great disservice to the technique's creator if its name was spoken incorrectly, don't you agree? Yes, very disrespectful. I'll make sure always to use the full name in the future. Hearing those words, Yuna nodded in satisfaction as she got up from the ground while picking Ranjiku up as well. This place has a hot spring. Interested? Ranjiku's eyes widened in shock when she heard Yuna's words before they started shining in excitement. A hot spring? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Seeing the excitement in Ranjiku's eyes, Yuna chuckled in amusement and carried her toward the hot spring for a relaxing bath. Another day passed, and Yuna was currently making her way to the 11th Division with a wide smile on her face. She had decided that today she would fight the supposedly immortal Zaraki Kenpachi, who had rumors surrounding him that he couldn't be cut. Cutting him up is going to be fun. I heard he's a battle junkie, so we should be able to have a lot of fun together. Who might you be? You look a lot like the reported intruder. Unfortunately, while drilling in anticipation of the soon-to-happen fight, Yuna let her focus slip a little. Frankly, it was rather surprising that someone found her despite that. So, Yuna turned around and looked at the person blocking her from having fun. It took her a while, but she realized the identity of the person rather quickly, as she was rather an important figure in Seirei. Retsu Unohana, huh? No offense, but I'm not too interested in fighting a healer. Unohana was somewhat taken aback at how leisurely Yuna acted despite a captain-level fighter appearing in front of her. However, Unohana was rather happy about Yuna's stance in regard to fighting her, as she didn't like fighting and would rather have everything resolved peacefully. Well, frankly, she loved fighting, but what she didn't love was fighting those that were too weak to put up a fight. In her opinion, only two people were qualified to fight her: the head captain and the real Zaraki Kenpachi. In conclusion, she had no interest in fighting some random intruder. However, just before they could walk away from each other, the two met eyes. Then, without any warning, the duo's eyes sharpened as incredibly dense spiritual pressure erupted out of the duo, suffocating every Shinigami nearby. Simultaneously, Unohana's hair was undone due to the powerful pressure, revealing a single deep scar in her chest area. The pressure kept going for a few seconds before Yuna was the first to speak with a face-splitting grin on her face. You are a healer. What a joke. Aren't you a killer? Unlike Yuna, there was no grin on Unohana's face. Instead of that, a creepy-looking smile had formed as her eyes turned lifeless with a hint of insanity. Indeed, I am a killer. However, what about you? Just how many have you killed yourself? When would you even have had time to do so? Aren't you supposed to be a human? Don't tell me, I don't care. If it's you, the feeling of joy might actually return to me. The joy of fighting and killing your opponent, I truly missed it. She was just about to attack Yuna when her movements halted. This is not good. This is the middle of Seirei. If she can actually make me go all out, nothing of Seirei will be left if we fight here. Maybe we should do it anyway. Who cares about Seirei? Seeing Unohana's conflicted expression, Yuna chuckled in amusement as she knew exactly what the problem was. If you want to follow me, I have a nice place where we can fight to our heart's content. Unohana's head immediately snapped towards Yuna, doubt clearly visible in her face. In her opinion, there was no way an invader would have a location within Seirei where she could unleash her Bankai. Everything would just melt away, no matter where she fought. However, her desire for a proper fight vastly overshadowed her sense of logic, so a few seconds later, Unohana decided to follow Yuna to whatever hideout she had. Maybe she will lure me into a trap. No, I highly doubt that. There is no way she would think that a simple trap could deal any significant damage to me. Maybe she really has a safe location. As impossible as that seemed to be, Unohana truly wished for it to be true. The first time she fought an opponent worthy of her, she disappointed her enemy, unconsciously forcing him to hold back. She could only hope that she wouldn't make the same mistake again, ruining another incredibly powerful being. A few minutes later, the duo arrived at the previously mentioned wall, and while Unohana clearly still had some doubts about his whole situation, Yuna injected her spiritual pressure into the wall, causing it to open and Unohana's jaw to drop to the ground. To think there really was a secret location like this. Who in the world built this? Thinking about the owner, a man wearing a stripped head briefly flashed through her memory, causing her to shake her head. That damn Urahara Kasuke, just how many things has he hidden away? Despite all her doubts, Unohana didn't say a word and silently followed Yuna, who by now had a happy skip in her step. She seems to truly like fighting and still has fun while fighting. How enviable. A few moments later, the duo reached the bottom of the stairs, giving Unohana another surprise. Although she had expected this to be some kind of secret base, she was not expecting it to be this humongous. The size is adequate, but can this facility really endure our clashes? Hearing Unohana's question, Yuna shook her head in denial. I don't know about you, but I would tear this place into shreds, so a few additional modifications need to be made before we can start. Unohana nodded her head in understanding before she noticed a third person being in here. Her gaze wandered to the source of the spiritual power she felt, and to her surprise, she found the so-called missing Lieutenant Matsumoto, who was currently relaxing inside a hot spring drinking sake. Unfortunately, Ranjiku was in her own world, so she didn't notice two people approaching until one of them spoke to her. You seem to enjoy your kidnapping, Lieutenant Matsumoto. Naturally, Matsumoto was startled due to someone suddenly talking to her, and as soon as she opened her eyes, her face paled. CC Captain Unohana, and nice meeting you here, he. Obviously, she was rather startled by a captain suddenly standing in front of her, so the only thing she could do was glare at Yuna in annoyance. What is the meaning of this? Do you want me to get punished, Yuna? Instead of answering, Yuna only chuckled in amusement as her gaze landed on Unohana. Since we are about to have a good fight, you won't care about Ranjiku being here, right? It didn't take Unohana long to think about Yuna's question before she answered. As long as I get a proper fight, I don't care about any of that. Ranjiku's mouth opened as her eyes bulged out and her chin hit the ground. Is that Captain Unohana letting a rule slip? I don't think that has ever happened in the history of Seirei. What the hell is going on here? However, Unohana completely ignored Ranjiku's shocked expression and turned her attention back to Yuna instead. Anyway, let us prepare for the fight. Show me if you are capable of awakening my desire for battle, because if you don't, you will die. Hearing Unohana's words, a grin split her face as she drew one of her swords. Yeah, let's have a lot of fun, Tilda. Yeah, let's have some fun, Tilda. As Yuna said that, she pulled out one of her swords and pointed it skyward. But first, let's prepare the location, freeze all of creation and consume it, Kurama. Ugga, really don't like everyone knowing my name. Want me to change it? It's not like I actually use your name. Tell me the alternative name first. Ten-tailed Divine Ice Kitsune. Yeah, let's stick with Kurama. Got it. As Yuna and Kurama were bantering, Yuna's Zanpakuto changed form, becoming much bigger, broader, and longer while turning ice-like and somewhat transparent. Simultaneously, the temperature in the room started dropping drastically, and moments later, Yuna stabbed her sword into the ground, causing it to freeze. Kurama. Wasn't it chaos? And what's with the ice? Hearing Ranjiku's outburst, Yuna simply chuckled in amusement and put her focus on the task at hand. Around a minute later, the whole underground cave was covered with a thin layer of ice that, surprisingly, no longer gave off a cold feeling. Well, let's seal this room up. As Yua said that, she twisted her Zanpakuto, resulting in quite a bit of spiritual power getting injected into the ice, resulting in a complex pattern of unknown symbols covering everything inside the cave. Meanwhile, Unohana inspected everything happening around her with clear fascination in her eyes, and as soon as Yuna was done, she started talking. Fascinating. I have never seen a barrier Kido getting deployed like this, nor have I ever seen the one you used. Hearing Unohana's words, Yuna shrugged her shoulders as if it was natural for Unohana to be surprised. That's only natural. After all, I'm the one who developed the Kido and the application technique. Unohana nodded her head, clearly impressed by Yuna's words, but moments later, her mood switched back, resulting in an eerie smile. Anyway, I hope you are ready. As she said that, she slowly pulled out her Zanpakuto and pointed at Yuna. Because if you aren't, you will die. With these words spoken, Unohana vanished from her position and reappeared in front of Yuna with her sword already swinging downward. The sound of two swords colliding echoed through the room as two incredibly powerful spiritual pressures collided, causing space to tremble as a powerful shockwave obliterated the ground they stood on. However, the duo wasn't bothered by that in the slightest as they drew back their blades for another clash. Again and again, the duo's swords clashed until Yuna overreached in one of her swings, resulting in a small opening Unohana could utilize. A glint passed through her eyes as she stabbed toward the opening, but just before she could injure Yuna, her instincts flared and she quickly put more spiritual power into her legs. This allowed her to vanish from her position just before multiple icicles stabbed into the space Unohana occupied not even a second ago. Are you sure you don't want to use your Shikai? Currently, I have a massive advantage due to my release. As Yuna said those words, the air above her rippled, resulting in dozens of icicles appearing above Yuna's head. Seeing this, Unohana could only shake her head. Unfortunately, my Shikai is not a combat type, so this will have to do. Unohana raised her sword and ran towards Yuna at high speed while Yuna's icicles started spinning and shot toward her. She easily dodged the first one by slightly shifting her body to the side and redirected the next one with a precise palm strike to the side while destroying the next one by cutting it in half. Ha ha ha, nice. What great combat skills. Yuna couldn't help but get excited when she saw how Unohana skillfully weaved through the rain of icicles while slowly approaching Yuna's position. Yuna truly wasn't expecting that she would find such a skilled swordmaster, seemingly by accident. How truly lucky I am. Pretty sure she is more skilled than anyone I have met in my second life if. Of course, that is if we are looking at skill alone and don't consider actually combat power. What about Hinata? Meh, I don't really consider her a swordsman, and I don't consider her assassin techniques to be swords techniques either. I see. Frankly, if it came to the pure skill with the sword, no one could match Yuna within Seirei, and there was actually a pretty good reason for that. Unlike other Shinigami, she had no middle ground. She either had to win with her Zanpakuto in a sealed state or go full nuclear and use her Bankai, which would obliterate everything around her. Anyway, while the duo was chatting, Unohana reached Yuna and swung her sword yet again, just for it to be blocked by Yuna's own. However, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face as she let go of her sword, causing Unohana's eyes to widen in surprise as a fist hit her stomach, sending her staggering backward. He got the first hit. Unohana couldn't help but frown due to Yuna's words. So what if she got the first hit? Now her sword is on the ground and she has to somehow pick it up while Unohana is close to her. Obviously, Yuna noticed Unohana's expression and chuckled in amusement. She grabbed the air in front of her and to Unohana's surprise, a hilt formed quickly, followed by a blade, reforming Yuna's weapon and causing Unohana to squint her eyes. Your Shikai turns your Zanpakuto into ice. Hearing Unohana's words, Yuna nodded in acknowledgement. Correct, there is little more natural for me than using a blade made out of ice. That is just how it is supposed to be. So then, can we finally kick it up a notch? This should be enough of a warm-up, right? Hearing Yuna's words, Ranjiku, who could only watch the whole fight in awe, almost had a heart attack. This is a warm-up. How monstrous are these two? I'm just happy that Yuna never was after Kira and my life, otherwise there would have been no way for us to survive the encounter with her. Unohana's spiritual pressure erupted like a volcano when she heard Yuna's words. So far, she was only probing around to see if Yuna was all bark and no bite and would melt the second Unohana used her Bankai. However, she was done with probing now as she no longer had any doubts about what she was capable of. Someone who was at the very least as skilled as her with a sword wouldn't die so easily, even if it was Unohana's Bankai. Very well, since you asked for it, you will get it. Be prepared. Bankai. Minazuki. As soon as Unohana finished speaking, her sword seemed to melt into a reddish liquid, and as soon as the first drop of it touched the ground, small sizzling sounds could be heard as the liquid corroded the ground. Seeing that, Yuna moved instantly as a small opening to the ice barrier temporarily opened, followed by an ice hand grabbing Ranjaku and throwing her out of the barrier. Yuna could tell that things would become top dangerous in here for her. However, feeling Unohana's intense spiritual pressure, Yuna couldn't help but smile as she flared her own, easily contesting with Unohana. Well, since you have already shown me your Bankai, it would be discourteous of me not to reveal mine. As soon as she finished speaking, she stabbed her sword into the ground and rested her hand on the tip of the hilt. Bankai. Spiritual pressure erupted out of Yuna like magma out of a volcano as the temperature in the room decreased at a rapid rate while the ground she had stabbed her sword into started freezing over. The moment the ice came into contact with the acid that was constantly dripping from Unohana's sword, loud sizzling sounds could be heard, and a moment later, the acid was frozen over, sealing it away. Moments later, Yuna's new form was revealed. Unlike other Bankai, her weapon didn't change at all and still looked exactly like it did during her Shikai form. After all, this was the weapon Yuna had spent an eternity with. Suddenly having to fight with something else would only reduce her skill level by a huge margin. Instead of her weapon, her clothes changed completely. She was now wearing a tight-fitting set of white armor that seemed to be made out of ice itself and was highly ornamented with interconnected snowflakes of all types and sizes. Additionally, she now wore a small crystal diadem that circled around a pair of blue fox ears on her head. Also, the eye color of her right eye changed from purple to pure white as white and blue markings appeared on her face. And finally, the biggest change, there were now 10 blue fox tails with white tips attached to where her spine ended above her butt. A few seconds later, Yuna's spiritual pressure settled and she raised her sword, which was still stabbed into the ground, and pointed it at Unohana. 10-tailed heavenly demon fox's shape, goddess of ice's divine regalia. Don't die on me, Unohana. Hearing Yuna's words, Unohana's grin twisted further as she raised her sword and slashed it down, causing a sea of acid to shoot toward Yuna. Ha ha ha. Do not die. These are my words. Don't die before I can experience the thrill of battle. Yuna's face split into a grin as she charged forward directly into the incoming acid wave. Just before she could reach it, she slashed down her sword, causing the sea to part while carving a frozen pathway into it. Ha ha ha. Very well. Come. Clang. The sound of two swords clashing echoed through the room, which was quickly replaced with a sizzling sound as Unohana's acid tried to melt Yuna's swords. However, as soon as the sizzling sound came, it vanished as Yuna's sword simply froze everything touching it. Again and again, the duo clashed as the barrier they were fighting in was filling up with more and more ice and acid, making the environment deadlier by the second. Despite that, the duo wore massive smiles as their swords were constantly clashing, and around a minute later, the fighting slowed down a little as Yuna and Unohana stood in front of each other, their blades pressing into the other while trying to overwhelm their opponent with strength alone. This is so much fun. This is the second most fun I have ever had. But I ruined the first occasion due to my weakness, so this might actually be number 1 . Hearing Unohana's words, Yuan could only shake her head in pity. This little fight is so high up the list. You must have to lead a dull life then. It couldn't be helped. Everyone I met, all of them, they were weak and couldn't give me what I carved. That's rather sad. How about you join my harem? I have plenty of people that match your strength and even surpass you following me around. Yuna's words momentarily managed to get Unohana out of her battle-crazed state, resulting in her looking at Yuna in disbelief. The harem matter aside, there is no way there are that many people as strong as you hanging around in the human world. Yuna hummed in acknowledgement before shrugging her shoulders. Well, what can I say? There obviously aren't, but things around me are a little more complex, and unless we form a meaningful connection, I'm not willing to reveal all my secrets to you yet. Unohana nodded in acknowledgement as she realized that there were indeed quite a few unusual things about Yuna. That's right, I didn't really pay attention since I was too engrossed in the battle, but the woman in front of me is an enigma. She should be a normal human around the age of 16 or 17, and yet she easily matches my skill with the sword. Considering how long I have been honing my skills, that's a time difference of multiple thousand years. No matter how much of a genius she is, that kind of bridge can't be crossed with talent alone. Clearly, she has quite a few secrets, which I find rather interesting. However, harem. I have no interest in carnal stuff like that. All I live for is for fighting strong opponents. I have not the slightest interest in sex or anything related to it. Yuna couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment when she heard Unohana's claim. No interest in sex. That means you tried it before, right? Yeah, I didn't see the point. Well, I know the point, but I don't see why people are so obsessed with it. Isn't it just an act to keep the family genes running? A glint passed through Yuna's eyes when she heard Unohana's words. She loved convincing people that sex was more than just an act to produce children. Hee, since you don't seem to care about it, you surely wouldn't mind doing it a few rounds after I've defeated you. Let's see, how about calling it a challenge where I convince you that there is more to sex than just making children? Hearing Yuna's suggestion, Unohana only shook her head in denial. Doing a few rounds after defeating me? What are you talking about? After you defeat me, I'll obviously lose my life, so what's the point of it? Yuna was a little dumbfounded due to Unohana's words, but she quickly managed to regain her bearing. Huh? Why would you lose your life after I defeat you? I want you to be part of my harem, so why would I kill you? That's just silly. This time, it was Unohana's turn to be dumbfounded. Here she was, giving it her all to kill her opponents, but her opponent apparently didn't show any signs of actually returning the favor. You don't fight to kill me. Hearing Unohana's question, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as the 10 tails on her back started moving. Well, let me answer your question with another question. Do you think these 10 tails are just for decoration? Unohana's eyes widened as Yuna's tails suddenly started moving, piercing towards her with ice-covered tips. She moved as fast as she could as she deflected a few tails with her sword while dodging a few more. Despite that, 3 of them managed to reach her, resulting in 3 bloody gashes appearing on Unohana's body. Well, ready to give up and have a few rounds underneath the sheets. Although Unohana heard Yuna's words, she didn't answer her and inspected the blood flowing down her body instead. She swiped some of it with her finger and looked at it with fascination. Just how long has it been since someone made me bleed tilde heart tilde? This is so exhilarating tilde. As soon as she finished speaking, spiritual power gathered around her hand, which she casually swiped above one of her wounds, healing it instantly. You know, there was only one reason for me to learn how to heal people with Kido. As she continued speaking, her hand resumed moving as well as it wandered from a wound to wound, healing them instantly as a deranged smile appeared on Unohana's face. I learned it to keep my opponent and me alive for as long as I can, to savior the fight as much as I can. Getting defeated, joining your harem, and whatever else there is, I don't care. Let's fight to our heart's content. As soon as she finished speaking, Unohana's spiritual pressure grew even further, and she attacked Yuna with a crazy smile on her face. Yuna's tails reacted instantly and stabbed towards her, but this time, she didn't retread, resulting in another set of bloody gashes appearing on her body. However, those gashes started closing the moment they appeared, showing how ridiculously proficient Unohana was at spiritual power control, and moments later, she was within striking distance of Yuna. As she slashed down her sword, Yuna moved her own to block it, but before the blades could collide, Unohana stopped holding her sword with 2 hands and used her left one to intercept Yuna's strike. This resulted in it moving out of the path of her own sword's trajectory, creating an opening while simultaneously reviving heavy damage to her own hand. Yuna couldn't help but be surprised by such a suicidal move, but nevertheless moved accordingly, tilting her upper body backward to dodge Unohana's attack. Despite that, she was a little too late to fully dodge the strike, resulting in Unohana actually managing to cut deep into Yuna's armor and leaving a gash behind. Obviously, Yuna wouldn't panic due to receiving such a simple wound and only swiped her finger over it, inspecting her own blood. Honestly, I'm not a fan of suicidal techniques like that, but considering how fast you heal, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. For you, this can't even be called a suicidal technique anymore. Hearing Yuna's words, Unohana couldn't help but smirk as the wound she had just received was already healing at a visible pace. She wanted to get in a word or two, but before she could do so, she froze in place as incomprehensible powerful spiritual pressure erupted out of Yuna. Unfortunately, two can play this game. Unohana's eyes widened as the wound Yuna had just received knit itself together like it wasn't a big deal while Yuna's spiritual pressure continued rising. I see, you think you still have a chance due to your incredible healing techniques, huh? Very well, I wanted to save this for later, but I guess I might as well reveal it right now. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, she raised her hand and put it in front of her forehead while making it look like a claw. Experience despair, ha ha ha. Before Unohana could realize what was going on, Yuna moved her hand downward, resulting in a fox-like mask appearing on her face. Additionally, as soon as the mask appeared, Yuna's spiritual pressure rose even further, almost causing Unohana to suffocate. Seeing Yuna standing in front of her with her 10 fox tails, ice armor, and hollow-like fox mask, only a single thought passed through Unohana's mind. Where did this monster come from? Loud explosions constantly echoed through the underground cave as two people clashed again, and while one of the two people was laughing like a maniac, the other one wore a crazed smile as her blood was splattered everywhere after every clash just for her wounds to close instantly. This is it. This is what I have been carving all my life. A fight. A real fight. This is the best moment of my life. Yet again, the duo clashed, resulting in one of Yuna's tails piercing into Unohana's shoulder and an icicle leaving a gash on her cheek. Nevertheless, Unohana continued the attack as she expertly weaved through Yuna's onslaught of projectiles, tail swipes, and deadly slashes. Ha ha ha, amazing. Your swordsmanship and movement techniques are honed beyond perfection. Fighting someone who uses pure skill is always so exhilarating. Hearing Yuna's crazed words, Unohana subconsciously nodded her head in agreement. The only other person who could make her feel this much joy was Zaraki Kenpachi. However, that man fought like a wild beast, recklessly swinging his sword around. Fighting someone like Yuna gave Unohana a totally different level of satisfaction. This is so great. Just like Kenpachi, Yuna is holding back, I can feel it, but this time it's different. She's allowing me to indulge in my desire. The duo's weapons clashed again, however, as soon as Unohana stopped sliding backward, her body started swaying left and right, resulting in her falling to her knees. Dan, I was having so much fun that I didn't even notice how exhausted I was. As she said that, she glanced over her own body, which was ridden with small wounds that no longer healed, causing her to frown. Yuna, seeing the Unohana was at the end of her road, walked towards her with leisurely steps while taking off her hollow mask and placing it at the side of her head. Phew, seems like you are out of steam, Unohana. How was it? Did you enjoy yourself? Hearing Yuna's question, the maniac grin on Unohana's face widened further as her madness-ridden eyes landed on Yuna. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. I don't think anyone but you could make me feel like this. A pity, I would have loved to indulge in fighting even more, but I guess this is the end for me. Yuna couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion when Unohana claimed that this was her end. You end? What are you talking about? Pretty sure your wounds are far from lethal. This time it was Unohana's time to look at Yuna in confusion as she resumed talking. What are you talking about? My wounds certainly aren't leather, but aren't you going to finish me off? Ha! Why would I do that? Didn't I ask you to join my harem? These words caused Unohana to pause as she remembered that Yuna had indeed made her an offer like that. Additionally, she remembered that Yuna claimed that there were more powerful people in her harem, meaning that there would be more chances to experience the thrill of battle. I honestly don't care about having sex, but it's not like it's disgusting for me or anything like that, it's just that I don't care for it. However, am I willing to join a harem and engage in sexual acts just to get my hands on more chances to fight like I just did? That's pretty much prostitution. If I get more chances to have a proper fight, I'm willing to do more than just a little prostitution. As long as I can meet more people that can grant me a thrilling fight, I'll join your harem. Hearing Unohana's words, Yuna smiled broadly as the surrounding ice barrier melted away. Excellent, in that case, let's take a long bath to get rid of the sweat and then jump straight under the sheets to have some fun. Instead of commenting, Unohana simply hummed in acknowledgement. She has been sweating quite a bit during her fight with Yuna, so a bath would certainly hit the spot right now. As for the fun under the sheets, she simply didn't mind it. Moments later, the ice barrier was entirely gone, revealing a dumbfounded Ranjiku, who was currently looking at the approaching duo with her chin on the ground. What in the world was that? MHH. What exactly do you mean? It was just a little fight between two people with a passion for fighting. No matter how I look at it, this whole fight was insane. I have seen my captain fight before, and that wasn't even close to this monstrous. Hearing Ranjiku's outburst, Unohana simply shook her head. Nothing against Captain Hitsugaya, but he is simply too young. I believe in a few thousand years, he will be able to fight at this intensity as well as long as he continues training properly. Okay, then what about Yuna? Isn't she like 17? Unohana nodded her head to Ranjiku's question and briefly glanced at Yuna before answering her. While Captain Hitsugaya is undoubtedly a genius, I just fought a monster. Although it is rare, sometimes people are born that are so abnormal that they can no longer be defined with reason. Don't bother too much about this, Lieutenant Matsumoto. Just explain her strength away with her being a monster and don't spend any more time thinking about it. Although Ranjiku still had a lot of doubts, in the end, she decided to obediently nod her head and has no further questions despite still having a few more. After all, why did Yuna have to Shikai and what was going on with that hollow mask? Anyway, let's put all that complicated stuff aside and get to the meat of the matter. Ranjiku, you want to join us in the bath and everything that follows. Ranjiku almost tripped as she looked at Yuna in disbelief. She already noticed that Yuna was pretty much shameless, but inviting one woman to have sex directly after doing so to another was beyond what Ranjiku had expected. Well, she did make it rather clear that she is making a harem, so I guess there is no surprise in her asking that kind of question. So, after thinking about Yuna's question for a few seconds, Ranjiku simply shrugged her shoulder. Oh well, why not? Since I'm stuck here for now, I might as well have a little fun. So, around a minute later, three women stood in front of a frozen hot spring with awkward expressions on their faces. Oops. Hearing Yuna's fake chuckle, Ranjiku and Unohana could only roll their eyes at Yuna. Luckily, warming up a frozen hot spring was no big deal with the help of Kido, so the trio could enjoy their bath together rather quickly. Several hours later, three naked women were lying next to each other on a comfortable bed. While one of them was already deeply asleep, another one was breathing heavily with her chest continuously going up and down, and the last one simply lay there, enjoying the comfortable feeling of two naked women lying next to you. Well, what do you think, Retsu? Instead of answering the question, Retsu Unohana took a few more deep breaths to regain her composure and only answered after she was done doing so. Honestly, that was significantly more fun than I had expected. Seems like your skills in combat aren't the only thing abnormal about you, Yuna. Hearing Retsu's answer, Yuna chuckled in amusement as she played with the passed-out Ranjiku's hair. Yeah, I consider myself to be rather skilled not only on the battlefield but in the bedroom as well. However, I'm curious about which one you enjoyed more. The battle or the bedroom battle? After Retsu heard Yuna's question, she didn't have to think too long about how to answer and did so after only a few seconds. Although I did the fight inside the bedroom at the end of the day, only a real battle can give me the thrill I need to truly enjoy myself to my heart's content. Yuna simply nodded her head at that. There were all kinds of people with all kinds of preferences, so she didn't mind that Retsu preferred combat over sex. I see, so it's like that. Oh well, let's sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day. Oh? What do you plan to do tomorrow? Yuna couldn't help but smirk when she heard Retsu's question. She was truly looking forward to what was about to happen tomorrow. I planned to go there today, but you intercepted me before I could reach them. I plan to go to the 11th Division to have some fun. To Yuna's surprise, a hint of guilt appeared on Retsu's face when Yuna mentioned the 11th Division, confusing her greatly. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the 11th Division? Retsu couldn't help but bite her lip when she heard Yuna's question, as the 11th Division was the source of her greatest sin. She considered whether she should tell Yuna about it or not, but considering her strength, Retsu considered that Yuna might actually be capable of removing the consequences of her sin. So, without delaying any further, Retsu told Yuna the story of how she met Zaraki Kenpachi for the first time. How that was the first fight Zaraki and Retsu had ever enjoyed, and about how she finally won the match due to Kenpachi holding back because she was too weak to match him. My greatest sin was being weak in front of the young boy I met that day. Because he didn't want to lose the feeling of savoring the fight, that young man lowered his strength subconsciously to match mine, allowing me to defeat him with my experience. From that day onward, he continuously did the same, lowering his strength further and further until he was just a hull of the powerhouse he once was. In his current state, if you were to face him seriously, you would kill him in one hit. Finishing her explanation, Retsu patiently waited for Yuna to digest everything she was just told, and a few seconds later, Yuna nodded her head in understanding. I see, so it's like that. That's a bit of a pity. Retsu nodded her head in agreement, and after thinking about the situation, some more determination appeared on her face. That being said, I think it is possible to get him out of that mindset. I think that by bringing him to a near-death state continuously, he should sooner or later stop holding back. Every near-death should allow him to unlock more of his real strength. Yuna pondered Retsu's words for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Although nothing was set in stone, she could certainly see that working out. I see, it might be interesting to help him get his full power back. Yet again, Retsu nodded her head as a hopeful expression appeared on her face. If possible, I would like to request from you that you help him regain his strength. Initially, I planned to do so myself one day, but you are even better suited for this than me, as you might even surpass him in his prime. He was the first person who truly allowed me to enjoy fighting, so I hope you can help him regain that feeling as well. Hearing Retsu's request, Yuna didn't think long about it and simply nodded her head in agreement. Sure, if you request it of me like this, I can hardly reject it, can I? At first, Retsu wasn't sure what Yuna meant by like this, but not even a second later, she realized that she was currently completely naked with her breasts showing, causing her to roll her eyes. No need to pretend, we both know that you will get something out of this as well. I bet you can't wait to fight him at his peak, can you? Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement when she heard Retsu's claim before simply shrugging her shoulder. Never claimed I didn't. However, if you hadn't requested it of me, I might not have bothered to go through all that hassle just to see his true strength. I think it will be a lot of work to actually push him to that point. At that assumption, Retsu could only nod her head in agreement. If it was time to unleash the true Kenpachi one day, she was prepared to kill him 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times before his full strength was finally restored. Although she was pretty sure Yuna could do so faster, it would still be a huge hassle to do so. Just like that, another night passed and Yuna left the underground cavern yet again with a clear goal in mind. As for Ranjaku and Retsu, they stayed behind and enjoyed a leisurely morning. Although there was not only a gap in age but one in rankers after yesterday's night activities, the two got along decently well, so Yuna had no trouble leaving them behind. Meanwhile, in another part of Seirede, a young woman with long black hair and almost white eyes left her compound. She had been lazying around for the last few days now and was finally ready to resume her duty. Obviously, she didn't report about her lazing around but instead claimed that she needed to seclude herself for a few days as she felt she was about to have a breakthrough with her sword. She probably would feel guilty about skipping work like that if it weren't for almost every other Shinigami frequently doing the same. Anyway, she was currently on her way to her division's 5th seat as that guy was always well informed to inquire whether anything of interest had happened in Seirede while she was in seclusion. However, just when she was about to reach where he was stationed, a shiver crawled down her spine as she got an incredibly awful feeling. "MHH, you look rather familiar. Do I know you?" Somehow, that voice seemed a little familiar to the young Shinigami, but she couldn't put her finger on who it actually belonged to. However, for some reason, hearing that somewhat playful voice sent shivers of absolute terror through her spine. Who the hell did just speak? I'm getting the creeps just from her tone of voice. As these thoughts passed through the woman's head, she slowly turned her head to look at the source of the voice, and as soon as she saw the owner, she almost fainted. It was someone who looked like someone she was decently familiar with in her past life and someone she would rather not meet ever again, her sensei, Yuna Uzumaki. "FCK me, you have to be joking." Hearing the woman's words, the Yuna lookalike chuckled in amusement as she disappeared and reappeared in front of the black-haired woman, putting her on guard. "Well, I don't mind FSking you, but that's beside the point for now. Are you by any chance called Hisoka, a student of Yuna Uzumaki?" Naturally, Hisoka almost started weeping when she heard Yuna's question. Why is she here as well? Haven't I suffered enough in my past life? Should I lie about being Hisoka? Yeah, right, that will surely work on Yuna-sensei. So, without trying any tricks, Hisoka's shoulders sagged as she looked at Yuna in defeat. Sigh, although I'm not sure what I did to deserve this, it's indeed me, Yuna-sensei. Having her guess confirmed, a broad smile appeared on Yuna's face as she patted Hisoka's shoulder. Ha ha ha, so it really was you, Hisoka. Isn't the multiverse small for us to meet like this? Looking at the hand patting her shoulder, Hisoka's face deadpanned. Really, sensei? Really? We have just met, and the first thing you do is sneak a pranking device onto me. Are you surprised? Honestly, I'm not. Yuna nodded in approval at Hisoka's rather peculiar state of mind but didn't comment any further on it. Anyway, fancy meeting you here. Do you have knowledge about this world from an anime as well? Ha ha ha. Although Yuna was initially laughing, thinking she had made a decent joke, she choked rather quickly when she realized Hisoka's awkward expression. Seriously? Well, it's been almost 100 years since I wanted the anime, so my knowledge is pretty scattered. However, yes, I saw the plot of this one as well. How fascinating. Yuna couldn't help but wonder how Hisoka came to two different worlds she had knowledge of. No, in fact, it was even weirder that there were worlds she had seen in anime. Is the world of her first life some kind of central hub connecting other worlds? Now I'm getting rather curious about what that world has to offer. Anyway, any immediate threats I need to be aware of, Hisoka? Hearing Yuna's question, she started awkwardly looking around, and before she could say anything, Yuna said a few more words. Don't worry, we are currently not being watched by anyone. Although Yuna's words caused Hisoka to smile with a mirthful expression, in the end, she simply started speaking. As expected of Yuna-sensei, you already figured out that some people in this city like to peek. I can give you the full story at a better location, but the current situation is more or less like this. Aizen Sosuke will betray Soul Society and will steal something that is currently hidden in Rukia's soul. As she was pondering Hisoka's words, Yuna repeatedly nodded her head as if she was confirming a few guesses she had made herself already before she resumed talking and dropped a bomb on Hisoka. I've already allied myself with Aizen. Hearing Yuna's claim, Hisoka choked a little before regaining her bearing while smoothly wiping away the trickle of blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Moments later, she started swaying to her sides as she was trying to comprehend what she had just heard, and in the end, she simply fell to her knees, a single tear flowing down her face. I'm sorry, Aizen. I always thought you were a pretty cool villain, but there is nothing I can do to preserve your dignity. Good luck, and again, I'm sorry. On the other hand, Yuna completely ignored Hisoka's antics and resumed talking. Anyway, let's go to a secure location so we can have a proper chat. Hearing Yuna's words, Hisoka simply nodded her head. She knew that there was no point resisting. A few minutes later, Hisoka couldn't help but get a little excited as she watched Yuna unsealing a secret passage. Is this Yoruichi and Urahara's secret hideout? I can't help but look forward to visiting such an iconic location. After all, this is where Ichigo got his Bankai. Well, considering Yuna-sensei is the one guiding me, there is quite a high chance that this is a different hideout. Maybe even one she made herself somehow. Anyway, after the secret passage was opened, the duo stepped through it and started walking down the stairs, and with every step, Hisoka grew more excited. The duo continued walking, and a few moments later, they reached their destination, causing Hisoka's jaw to drop. Instead of the rocky landscape she had expected, she was greeted by a landscape that was covered by a layer of snow as more snow was gently falling down the sky, creating a soft atmosphere. What the hell? How is it snowing inside an underground cave? Well, it's Yuna-sensei, after all, so I guess this is normal. Although Yuna heard Hisoka's murmuring, she decided to ignore it and guided her deeper into the cave, where Hisoka saw something that made her pause. A few dozen meters away from Yuna and Hisoka, a busty woman wearing thick winter clothes with long blonde hair has just finished building a 3-segment snowman by pushing a carrot into the snowman's lowest segment, causing her to giggle like a schoolgirl. Is that Renjiku Matsumoto? Why in the world is she down here? Hearing Hisoka's question, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders and started her explanation. Well, you know how it is, don't you? I saw her, she saw me, she has big breasts. So anyway, we FCKED. Hisoka couldn't help but facepalm as soon as Yuna finished her explanation. Right, that was a stupid question. What else could it have been but that? But damn, you sure work fast, sensei. This is like your third day here, and you have already picked up a woman. A pity it's Ranjiku, she was one of the people I considered as a possible wife candidate. Oh? You did? What about Tayuya? As far as I remember, you were completely loyal to her in your previous life. Hisoka could only smile wryly as soon as Yuna finished speaking. Naturally, she hasn't forgotten her previous life's wife, however, what is she even supposed to do about that? Well, I won't deny that I miss her, and if she were in this world, I would gladly marry her again, but I'm unwilling to stay single for all my life because of my marriage from my previous life. Personally, I don't think Tayuya would want me to do so either. Yuna nodded in approval at Hisoka's words as she asked her next question with a smirk on her face. So, you going for a harem this time? Cough WL_L. Let's just say I wouldn't be against making one. Pa, that sounds like something a quiet would say. If you don't even admit to it proudly with your chest held high, how could you possibly succeed? Hisoka could only shake her head with a wry smile when she heard Yuna's words. In her opinion, only a freak like Yuna could go around boldly picking up women left and right. Two at once already seems like an impossible hurdle, but somehow Yuna-sensei manages to boldly ignore any obstacles such a relationship might bring and happily add more and more women like it was nothing. If I didn't know better, I would think she has some kind of harem system cheat. While Hisoka was contemplating Yuna's harem powers, the duo reached Ranjiku, who was currently attaching 2 additional snowballs under the snowman's carrot and was forming those to her liking, creating a weirdly erotic scene. Not sure what I'm supposed to think about you fondling balls while I'm not with you, Ranjiku. Hearing someone suddenly speaking to her, Ranjiku flinched, causing her to crush the 2 snowballs she was holding, resulting in Hisoka uttering an uncomfortable whimper. Although it was a long time ago, she had been a man once, so what just happened made her a little uncomfortable. On the other hand, Ranjiku finally noticed Yuna, and after registering Yuna's words, she chuckled in amusement. Well, I can't slack off even after joining your harem. After all, who knows if it will work out with us, Yuna? Since I'll be mostly interacting with women, I need to find other ways to train my skills. Ma, no need to worry about that. There will be plenty of chances to improve your skills not only with balls but even with phallic objects. Hearing Yuna's answer, Ranjiku was slightly taken aback as she tilted her head in confusion. There will. I thought you only accept women. What's that about? Let's just say Kido has quite a lot of possibilities. Well, the spell isn't done yet, but it's in progress. At first, Ranjiku was rather confused by Yuna's words, but after a few seconds, her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Yuna in disbelief. Seriously? You are working on creating that kind of Kido? Yep, what do you think? Honestly, Yuna half expected Ranjiku to feel a little weirded out, but her reaction wasn't like that at all, as her eyes started shining with curiosity. Awesome. You definitely have to inform me about that kind of spell and teach it to me when it's done. I was always curious how men feel, so this is perfect, ha ha ha. Seeing Ranjiku getting excited, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Initially, Yuna was only drawn to Ranjiku because of her big breasts, looking for some casual fun, but Yuna had to admit that her open and carefree personality was rather fun to deal with. As expected of me, no one is better at picking up interesting women than me. Although I'm not denying your claim, considering how frequently you pick up unique women, I won't be giving you any credit for this one, as you only went after her due to her breasts. What was it again? Right. Luck is also a cultivator's skill, or something like that. Pa. Luck? You only went after someone with big breasts because Hinata's aren't fully grown yet. Say you know me so well, Kurama. Unfortunately, I now have to snitch to Hinata that you said she has small breasts. The hell? I didn't say that at all. I hope we can meet again in your next life. Oi, don't ignore me. Farewell, friend. Oi. While Yuna and Kurama were bickering, Ranjiku's eyes landed on Hisoka, causing her face to deadpan. Seriously, Yuna. Do you have to pick up a new woman every day? Isn't this a little too much? Hearing Ranjiku's words, Hisoka could only smile wryly as she resumed speaking. I'm not here to join Yuna-sensei's harem, Lieutenant Matsumoto. It's a little hard to explain, but I have known her for a while now and coincidentally met her again here in Soul Society. Hearing Hisoka's explanation, Ranjiku immediately came to the conclusion that Yuna was someone Hisoka knew from when she was still alive. Obviously, Ranjiku didn't know the background of every single Shinigami, so it was impossible for her to know that Hisoka was born here in Soul Society, and neither could she know that she had already spent dozens of years here, far surpassing Yuna's physical age. Oh, so it's like that. It's quite surprising that you met her again like this. Soul Society is huge, after all. Seems like you are quite lucky. Hisoka's eyes became a little empty as she answered Ranjiku with an even emotionless voice. Yeah. I'm so lucky. Seeing Hisoka's unusual facial expression, Ranjiku couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. Although she had to admit that Yuna could be a little weird sometime, she didn't see why Hisoka had such a weird reaction to her meeting Yuna again. Is something wrong? I somehow get the impression that you aren't entirely happy with meeting Yuna again. Is there something wrong with Yuna? Hearing Ranjiku's words, Hisoka's eyebrows started twitching as she opened her mouth just to close it again. Her hands started shaking, which she forcefully suppressed by grabbing her clothes as hard as she could, balling her hands into fists. However, after doing so for a few seconds, a glint of insanity passed through Hisoka's eyes and she opened her mouth to start speaking. She is a complete degenerate. She is uncontested when it comes to how perverted a human could possibly be. Her favorite jokes are sexual innuendos. She is a complete degenerate. Every time she fights someone strong, she goes on a rampage despite being able to win much more easily if she just fought normally. She is a complete degenerate. She freely switches through different personalities and moods just to trick as many people as possible. She is a complete degenerate. When she wants something from someone, her first thoughts always involve bribery or blackmail. She is a complete degenerate. She has not the slightest care for the sanity of the people around her and mercilessly crushes their minds, plunging them into madness. She is a complete degenerate. Finishing her rant, Hisoka was breathing heavily as she glared at Ranjiku, who was looking at her in bewilderment, with bloodshot eyes. Moments later, Hisoka realized what had just happened, and her face paled as cold sweat started flowing down her back. She mechanically moved her head to the side to look at Yuna, who simply was stroking a non-existing beard while deep in thought. That's it, I'm done for. What the hell is wrong with me? Why did I say stuff like that in front of Yuna-sensei? Do I have a death wish? Good game, me, this is it. Tayuya, if you are in this world somewhere, don't avenge me. Hell, what am I even saying? There is no way she would do something that stupid. While Hisoka had a panic attack and Ranjiku was looking at her in bewilderment, Yuna's thoughts kept wandering. Somehow, those words seemed rather familiar. Cough, I have no idea what you are talking about. MHH. Are you sure about that? Yep, no idea what you are talking about, Tilda. Sure, let's pretend I believe you. As Hisoka was sweating up a storm and Yuna was chatting with Kurama, Ranjiku couldn't help but be confused. Isn't she exaggerating things? I mean, yeah, Yuna is a little weird, but is it really that bad? Now that I think about it, she invaded Seirede by herself, defeated 2 lieutenants, made one of them her woman, defeated a captain, and then made that captain her woman as well. Okay, I wasn't really putting much attention on this, but she really is a weirdo, isn't she? As she came to that conclusion, she started pondering the situation some more, and after remembering everything she had experienced in the short time period after she met Yuna, she nodded her head with a satisfied smile on her face. Yep, no matter how I look at it, there is a lot of fun to be had as long as I'm with Yuna. I'm looking forward to it, Tilda. Meanwhile, Yuna finished her conversation with Kurama and simply shrugged her shoulders. Well, what can I say? Bribing people is simply the best way to get what I want. As for that stuff about turning people insane, thanks for the praise, I do what I can to get rid of the illness called sanity. Pretty sure I'm at the front lines of fighting that illness, just as I am at the front lines in fighting this annoying quirk called common sense. I know it won't be easy to eradicate these useless things, but I'm doing my best. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, an awkward silence reigned over the little group of 3. While Ranjiku couldn't help but be confused that that was the only point Yuna argued about, basically meaning that she fully accepted the remaining ones, Hisoka could only sigh in relief. Right, I briefly forgot what kind of character Yuna-sensei was. Obviously, she was proud of being a pervert and never shied away from her perverted antics or from her ridiculous behavior. Honestly, now that I think about it some more, I would probably be weirder if she reacted negatively to what I had just called her. Most of those things were traits Yuna-sensei was proud of, after all. Seeing that she wasn't in trouble, Hisoka sighed in relief before continuing to speak to Ranjiku. Well, those are my thoughts about Yuna-sensei. Considering her reaction, I guess you could make a good guess about the kind of person she really is. So, what do you think? Obviously, Hisoka didn't want to separate Ranjiku from Yuna with those words. She didn't have a death wish, however, she couldn't help but be curious to see how Ranjiku would react after hearing Hisoka's rant and seeing how indifferent Yuna was to pretty much all the accusations piled up on her. Hearing Hisoka's question, Ranjiku briefly turned quiet as she observed Yuna, who clearly wasn't bothered in the slightest by all the insults Hisoka had piled up upon her. And, a few seconds of pondering later, Ranjiku gave her answer. Well, seems like I'm in for a fun ride. I'm looking forwards to what is about to happen, Tilda. As soon as Hisoka heard Ranjiku's answer, her chin crashed on the floor while her eyes opened wide in utter bewilderment. Is she serious? What the hell is wrong with her? How can someone enjoy being together with such a chaotic individual? Although Hisoka didn't comment any further, she could easily read what Hisoka was thinking, causing her to chuckle in amusement. You were wondering how I am fine with this, right? Honestly, it's because it sounds fun. Tilda Seirede is way too stiff for my taste, and from what I have heard and seen so far, I'm sure Yuna will be able to bring some color to this druid place. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it, Tilda. Hearing Ranjiku's answer, a shiver went through Hisoka's spine as she realized what was going on. She doesn't get it. She doesn't understand the amount of chaos Yuna-sensei can conjure. She hasn't seen anything yet, thus, she cannot fathom the amounts of minds Yuna-sensei will shatter with her mere presence. Hisoka was just about to continue arguing when a calm, motherly voice spoke to the trio. "Aoa Tilda, you are already back, Yuna. Did you find anything interesting?" A shiver went through Hisoka's spine as she heard a somewhat familiar voice, and moments later, a mature woman with her hair woven together in front of her chest appeared. Just like Ranjiku, she wore thick winter clothes as she held a cup of steaming brown liquid in her bare hands, clearly enjoying the heat emitting from it. Her face was adorned with a kind, motherly smile, completely different from the insanity-ridden grin she had previously displayed. Naturally, this woman was Retsu Unohana. "I made some cocoa. Would you like to have some as well, Yuna?" Ranjiku, unknown additional guest. "Oh, please add in a good amount of rum for me, Retsu. I'll take one with some cream, please." "Thanks, Retsu." Unlike Yuna and Ranjiku, who answered Retsu's question instantly, Hisoka was frozen in place as soon as she saw Retsu Unohana. Retsu Unohana was on her list of captains to absolutely avoid. Although she was the lowest ranking on that list, Hisoka still would rather not have anything to do with her. Obviously, Moyui Kurosuchu was on the top of that list as he had no qualms about haphazardly planting bombs on random Shinigami, while Aizen was the close second due to his crazy schemes, which Hisoka would rather stay out of. The final candidate, placing third place above Retsu Unohana and below Aizen Sosuke, was Kenpachi, who was somewhat similar to Unohana but with less control over himself. However, Retsu couldn't care less about Hisoka's reluctance to interact with her and simply stared at her, waiting for Hisoka to answer whether she wanted some cocoa or not. Frankly, one of Seirege's greatest killers, looking at her, patiently waiting for her to say whether she wanted to drink some cocoa, gave Hisoka the chills, but in the end, she managed to push through her bewilderment and stated her desire. Hisoka was aware that Unohana was not someone who randomly started killing people. Well, at least her current self wouldn't do that. Hisoka wasn't entirely sure about her past self. Anyway, Hisoka was reasonably confident that as long as she acted politely toward Unohana, nothing bad would happen to her. "Could I have a cocoa with a little bit of rum, please?" Hearing Hisoka's request, Unohana's motherly smile that had slowly started vanishing after Hisoka didn't answer her made a return as she nodded her head in agreement, causing Hisoka to sigh in relief. As soon as Unohana was gone, Hisoka's head snapped towards Yuna as question marks appeared above her head. What in the world is that about? Why is Captain Unohana down here? Hearing Hisoka's question, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders as she walked after Unohana towards a set of chairs and a small table. Well, you know how it is, don't you? I saw her, she saw me, we are both battle junkies, so we fought and then FCKED. Hisoka could feel her eyebrows twitch due to that explanation. Although she really wanted to argue that that was utterly absurd, she had a pretty good grasp of how Yuna operated by now, so she wasn't even that surprised due to what she had heard. As expected of Yuna-sensei, she has only been here for a few days, and her degeneracy has already seeped this deeply into the city. Honestly, is Aizen fine? Is he already transformed into a woman? Is he afraid of cake by now? What about old man Yamamoto? Please, for the love of God, don't have him become a woman. Wait a moment. What about Kenpachi? Considering Yuna-sensei's personality, there is no way she wouldn't go out of her way to meet him. Gulp, has he already been turned into a woman and joined Yuna-sensei's harem? Ugh, I should have requested more rum in my cocoa. Cold sweat was slowly trickling down Hisoka's back as she was frantically looking for a method to get rid of the current awkward atmosphere in the room. No, strictly speaking, the only one feeling awkward was Hisoka, as Unohana was patiently sipping her drink with a kind smile on her face, while Yuna and Ranjaku were happily chatting with each other while occasionally giggling and bumping shoulders. Uwa tilde, what am I even supposed to do? If I were to barge into Yuna-sensei and Ranjaku's conversation, I think I would feel like a third wheel, and I honestly have no idea what topics I could speak about with Captain Unohana. Luckily for her, Unohana decided to break the silence as her eyes met Hisoka's. Pardon me for asking, but is there a problem with your eyes? When I first noticed that they are pure white, I assumed you to be blind, but I don't think that is the case, right? Naturally, if you don't want to answer that, it's no big deal. Hisoka sighed in relief that the awkward atmosphere was finally gone and was just about to answer when Yuna started speaking first. Right, I totally forgot to ask about that, but considering the way your eyes look, do you still have that? Considering how Yuna framed her sentence, Ranjaku couldn't help but get slightly interested as well, thinking that Hisoka had some kind of special ability when she was still alive. So, with everyone's eyes on her, Hisoka could only awkwardly scratch her head as she answered Yuna and Unohana's questions. You are correct, Captain Unohana, I'm not blind and can see without a problem. In fact, I actually have especially good eyesight compared to most other Shinigami. I guess my eyes look like this because of the way my Shikai works. And considering Yuna-sensei's question, I might as well show what I mean by that. As Hisoka finished speaking, she drew her Zanpakuto and held it horizontally in front of her eyes. Revealed by a Kyugen. As soon as she finished speaking, veins appeared around Hisoka's eyes as her gaze grew sharper. Seeing that, Yuna couldn't help but be a little surprised. Oh. You actually kept your Byakugan, huh? I wonder if Hinata will be jealous if I tell her about that tilde. MHH. Hinata is here as well. Yep, so is Naruto. Ugh, shit. Although Hisoka was a little surprised that Hinata was here as well, she didn't show much of a reaction in the end. However, as soon as Hisoka heard about Naruto being here, she couldn't help but get annoyed. Shit, now I have to deal with two harem protagonists at the same time. Will there even be any women left for me after these two get unleashed on Soul Society? While Hisoka was lamenting her fate, Unohana couldn't help but be a little surprised by Hisoka's Shikai release. She had seen a lot in her long life, but as far as she remembered, she had never seen a Shikai that didn't change the form of the sword itself but a body part of the wielder instead. How interesting. If it isn't inconvenient, could you tell me the ability of your eyes? Hearing Unohana's question, Hisoka simply shrugged her shoulders as she resheathed her blade, deactivating her Shikai in the process. It grants me 360 degrees vision, allows me to see through things, and makes it possible for me to zoom in on things kilometers away from me. In conclusion, it allows her to better peek at people tilde. As soon as Hisoka finished her explanation, Yuna decided to go for a nice little backstab, causing a shiver to go down Hisoka's spine. Although Ranjaku gave her an accusing look, that didn't affect Hisoka much. No, the problem was Unohana, who was still smiling kindly. In fact, her smile seemed to have widened a little when Yuna mentioned that Hisoka could easily peek at people, but despite that, the invisible pressure oozing out of her caused Hisoka to tremble in fear. Why Yuna-sensei, please don't say nonsense. I swear I have never peeked on anyone with my eyes. Instead of answering, Yuna only chuckled in amusement as the dangerous atmosphere surrounding Unohana started slowly receding, causing Hisoka to sigh in relief. However, Yuna's next words sent another shiver down her spine as Yuna started grinning widely. Hee, now that you have shown Sensei your Shikai, isn't it time to reveal your Bankai as well, Hisoka? Haha, what are you saying, Yuna-sensei? I'm just a fourth seat, there is no way I can use Bankai. To Hisoka's credit, she showed no outward reaction to Yuna's words. Whether that was due to her becoming very proficient at lying or because she had expected Yuna's words. Unfortunately, as soon as Yuna made her request, Hisoka's heartbeat started getting a little faster, which Yuna noticed. Hi tilde so tilde ka tilde. Hearing Yuna calling her name in a sing-song voice caused Hisoka goosebumps as she immediately got up while drawing her blade, barely blocking Yuna's instantaneous sword strike. However, that wasn't even the worst part, as Unohana, seeing how fast Hisoka moved and drew her blade, started to have some interest in Hisoka as her smile slowly became more deranged. He tilde I wonder if she is one of the people Yuna talked about tilde I guess I'll challenge her to a little fight later on. Meanwhile, Ranjiku saw Unohana's slowly deteriorating smile and could only shake her head in pity. Seeing like someone is about to have a bad time tilde. As she said that, she was just about to take another sip from her cup before pausing a moment. After a short pause, she shrugged her shoulders, grabbed a small metal bottle standing on the desk she was sitting on, and poured a little of its content into her cup. Oh well, might as well get a little buzz going tilde. As Ranjiku took a sip from her cup, her face immediately flushed crimson as her eyes widened in surprise. Strong. Just how strong is that alcohol? Previously, Ranjiku had seen Yuna pour some of the small bottle's content into her drink, so Ranjiku assumed it to be normal rum or something similar, but now she realized that whatever Ranjiku just poured into her drink was far from normal alcohol. Oh well, it's delicious, so it's fine tilde besides that, wasn't Yuna already at her second cup? Seems like she has quite the high alcohol resistance as well. Meanwhile, shit, fuck, damn, god fucking damn it. Hisoka was cursing up a storm as she was frantically dodging ice projectiles that Yuna shot towards her with a wide grin on her face. Ha, a lady shouldn't curse like that, you know tilde do you need the Taiyuya treatment? Yuna's words caused Hisoka's mouth to snap shut instantly, before she immediately retorted Yuna's words. Shit, spare me the you know, will you? I really have had enough of that. Hearing Hisoka's words, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle as she sent another barrage of iced projectiles toward Hisoka. As she was doing so, Ranjiku and Unohana offhandedly noticed that Yuna was doing so while not even having her sword released, confusing them a little. Anyway, seeing the wall of deadly iced projectiles flying at her, Hisoka couldn't help but curse as she took the same pose she used when unleashing her Shikai. Fuck it, it's not like there is any way around revealing this with Yuna-sensei being here. Bankai. Powerful spiritual pressure erupted out of Hisoka, causing Yuna to smirk, while Unohana's smile became dangerous and Ranjiku's chin landed on the ground. No way, she actually had a Bankai. Wait a moment, I'm the weakest one in the room, aren't I? What the hell? As these thoughts passed through Ranjiku's mind, a gigantic hand entirely made out of earth grew out of the ground in front of Hisoka and blocked Yuna's attacks while filling the air surrounding Hisoka with dust and snow powder. Moments later, a pair of white eyes with blue pupils filled with overlapping white flower patterns shone through the dust, and after another burst of spiritual pressure, Hisoka revealed herself, showing of her changed eyes. Tensegan. Seeing Hisoka's new pair of eyes, Yuna couldn't help but smile as she pointed her sword at Hisoka. Unleash pandemonium on this world, chaos. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuna's sword changed, changing to a black and white color pattern as the blade itself took on a bend and twisted form, making it look like its creator didn't bother putting any thought into the sword's final look. How interesting. To think you would get the Tensegan tilde Hyanta's Shikai and Bankai have absolutely nothing to do with her eyes, so I'm really curious about what's going on. Hearing Yuna's words, Hisoka simply shrugged her shoulders as a dense cloak of spiritual pressure covered her body while 9 pitch-black orbs appeared floating behind her back. Sorry to disappoint you, Yuna-sensei, but I have no clue why I kept this power either. Yuna hummed an acknowledgement as she got ready for battle. Well, if I had to make a guess, it's because she was more focused on her water-based power rather than her eyes, but oh well. For now, let's see what you can do. As Yuna and Hisoka were talking, a frown appeared on Unohana's face as she inspected Yuna's sword. What is that? Her Shikai looked totally different when she used it against me. Hearing Unohana's words, Ranjiku nodded her head in agreement as she refilled her cup while adding another shot from the small metal bottle on the desk with slightly swaying arms. Yeah, Tilda, I was really surprised as well when Yuna suddenly started using ice against you. Retsu Tilda, the first time I fought her, she was using the Shikai as well, so her suddenly having a different Shikai while fighting you was really weird, Tilda. Although Unohana slightly raised her eyebrows at how casually Ranjiku was calling her, but considering what they had done together, she decided not to bother about it. Especially since Ranjiku was clearly a little drunk. I see, I was wondering why she was carrying two swords, but it seems she actually has two different Shikai. I wonder if that translates to two different Bankai as well. Or maybe she can even activate two Bankai at once. As soon as Unohana finished speaking, she couldn't help but lick her lips in anticipation. If Yuan was that strong, didn't that mean that she could grow much stronger as well? For Unohana, there was nothing more enjoyable than fighting and getting stronger, so the more powerful Yuna was, the more excited she grew. Hearing Unohana's words, Ranjiku simply shook her head while taking another sip. I'm not sure about that double Bankai stuff, but Yuna offhandedly mentioned that her sword spirit was too young to perform Bankai. Unohana deflated a little when she heard Ranjiku's words, but in the end, she still couldn't help but smile. In that case, it's just a question of time, isn't it? Frankly, if it were a day ago, Unohana would have probably been pretty shocked by someone having two different sword spirits, but due to the intense exposure to Yuna in the last 24 hours, weird stuff like that didn't even manage to make Unohana flinch. Anyway, a loud explosion occurred as the black orbs floating around Hisoka smashed the frozen projectiles Yuna was continuously throwing at Hisoka. Additionally, two gigantic earth golems had emerged from the ground and were steadily advancing toward Yuna, barely bothered by the small projectiles constantly smashing into them. Initially, Yuna frowned due to the golem's presence, but moments later, a smirk appeared on her face as she vanished from her position. Well, them's like it's my lucky day, Tilda. As these thoughts passed through her mind, she appeared above the first golem, slashing her sword through it 2 times before appearing next to the second one and doing the same after seemingly randomly slashing the air twice. Seeing that, Hisoka couldn't help but frown as Yuna's 2 attacks only left 2 insignificant gashes in the golem's body that would heal within seconds. She swiftly commanded the golems to continue advancing, but to her surprise, neither of them was moving. Sorry, I just increased their weight by 100-fold, Tilda. A shiver went through Hisoka's spine as she suddenly heard Yuna's voice next to her. She quickly raised her blade, barely blocking Yuna's surprise attack, but as soon as her blade came into contact with Yuna's, a deep frown appeared on Hisoka's face as her weapon suddenly felt significantly heavier. The hell? Does her weapon have the same ability as Kira's? However, the weight increase isn't simply 2 times the initial weight, this is much more. Is it a set modifier instead of a multiplication of the current weight? Although Hisoka wasn't happy about it, she needed more information, so she decided to clash with Yuna again. However, as soon as the 2 swords touched, a weird expression appeared on Hisoka's face. What the hell, why does my Zanpakuto suddenly feel uncomfortably hot? What is going on? Despite the uncomfortable feeling, Hisoka didn't let go of her sword as the black floating balls returned to her and attacked Yuna, who simply deflected them by slashing at them with her sword. The first 2 she reflected didn't show any changes, but Hisoka could swear that the temperature around them had increased, while the next one, deflected by Yuna, suddenly became hard to control. Hisoka quickly realized that this ball up and down was reversed somehow, forcing her to put more concentration into controlling it. However, from there on, things became even more ridiculous as one of the balls straight up refused to listen to Hisoka after Yuna touched it with her blade and instead started drawing phallic objects into the ground, while others had their controls reversed, became heavier or lighter, and one of them even started glowing, seemingly without any additional effects. What the hell kind of Shikai is this? Naturally, Hisoka couldn't help but get slightly depressed by the weirdness happening in front of her. As far as she had seen, Shikai tends to be a rather simple power-up, with Aizen being one of the exceptions. However, Yuna's Shikai turned all of that around as it seemingly had endless amounts of different abilities. Seeing the utter confusion on Hisoka's face, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Hee hee, my little chaos sure has grown up. Tilda getting stronger. Guess her first real fight must have allowed her to grow up quite a bit, huh? Yeah, that's my guess as well. However, I really wonder where that penis drawing enhancement came from. Any explanation, Chaos? Chaos, random, Tilda not Chaos fault. Sure, we believe you. While Hisoka's eyes became bloodshot due to her trying to keep up with which of her black orbs was affiliated with what status effect and the Yuna, Kurama, and Chaos trio chatting, Unohana couldn't help but look at what was happening in front of her with curiosity. Another incredible unusual chic eye. There are so many diverse effects, but I don't see any order or rhythm of how they are applied. It's almost as if they are applied. Hic randomly tilde. Before Unohana could finish speaking, Ranjiku finished her sentence with a slur in her voice. Hee hee, Yuna's Shikai fits her sword's name rather well, Chaos. Hearing Ranjiku's words, Unohana briefly pondered on what she had witnessed so far before her eyes opened in realization. No way, her sword's abilities are random. Ranjiku nodded in acknowledgement when she heard Unohana's question as she took another sip from her cup, sighing in satisfaction. Hard tilde delicious tilde yep, the effect Yuna's blade has upon collision is random. However, whatever effects are applied to what she has cut are applied to her own sword as well. Meaning after slashing those two golems, the weight of her sword supposedly increased by 10,000 times, but considering the two random slashes she made after attacking the first one, there must have been a random weight loss modification that she applied to, I guess, multiple snowflakes and her sword. In conclusion, she got a really lucky sequence, hee hee tilde. A deep frown appeared on Unohana's face as she digested Ranjiku's words. If it came to experience in swordsmanship, few could hope to match her, so after analyzing what Ranjiku had said, she quickly realized another thing influencing Yuna's combat style. Does she know what kind of ability her sword will have beforehand? Hearing Unohana's question, Ranjiku couldn't help but giggle as she took another sip from her cup, allowing the warm liquid to heat her up from the inside. She claims that she knows randomly what abilities her sword will have for the next 1 to 10 seconds. What a monster, right, ha ha ha. Unohana couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement to Ranjiku's words. Frankly, she was considered Soul Society's greatest swordmaster, and she honestly couldn't help but feel that she wasn't capable of managing such a complicated gimmick. No, that wasn't entirely correct. She had no doubt about being capable of managing an ability like that. The problem was that while doing so, Yuna's swordsmanship still seemed incredibly fluid, like no matter what kind of weird gimmick awaited her, she could deal with it. Others might be discouraged after discovering someone being significantly more skilled in something they had dedicated a large part of their life to, but Unohana was not that kind of person, as her mouth twisted into a deranged smile. Just how many things is she hiding? How strong is she truly? And most importantly, how much stronger can I become by her side tilde? Dense spiritual pressure oozed out of Unohana as her eyes were glued to Yuna, who was currently toying with Hisoka, while Ranjiku could only shake her head. Frankly, if she weren't slightly drunk while having spent the last night with Unohana, she would probably be rather intimidated by Unohana's spiritual pressure. However, in her current state, she could only chuckle in amusement while taking another sip. Well, I guess I need to up my game as well, huh? I don't think I can reach the same level as these two monsters, but after Yuna showed me how to resolve the problem with my soul, I should, at the very least, gun for my Bankai. I don't mind someone stronger protecting me, but there is a limit to that as well. I might not be a prideful person, but I refuse to be a damsel. As those thoughts passed through Ranjiku's head, she took another sip from her cup, just to realize that it was empty. Oh well, time for another drink tilde. Around half an hour later, Hisoka could be seen lying on the ground, breathing heavily while covered in sweat. Yuna, who was standing close by with her sword casually resting on her shoulders, simply shrugged her shoulders while overlooking Hisoka's current state. Oh well, I'll give you a pass, Hisoka. Heart tilde thank God heart tilde I was about to die heart tilde. No need to thank me. Hearing Yuna's shameless words, Hisoka could only roll her eyes while not commenting any further. Well, now that we have worked up a nice little sweat, how about another dip in the hot spring, girls? Hearing Yuna's words, Retsu simply nodded her head as she drank what remained in her cup. I wouldn't mind soaking some more. The healing capabilities of that hot spring are rather enjoyable, after all. Ranjiku eagerly nodded her head as she copied Retsu and emptied her cup, the third one. Hikihi, let's soak tilde, everybody get naked tilde. Seeing the somewhat drunken Ranjiku eagerly undressing herself, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle a little as her gaze fell on Hisoka, waiting for her answer. Yeah, I'm coming as well. Oh, I expected you to be at least a little embarrassed. Yet again, Hisoka could only roll her eyes as she shakily got up from the ground. Sensei, I'm soaked in sweat while lying in the snow. It's either the hot spring or death for me. A smirk appeared on Yuna's face as she wiggled her fingers in front of Hisoka while laughing like a creepy old man. Geihii, since we'll be naked anyway, surely you wouldn't mind going a few rounds. Seeing the perverted grin on Yuna's face, Hisoka could only shake her head with a wry smile on her face. Although Yuna acted like a perverted old man, Hisoka knew that she had at least never forced herself on someone. Well, someone who didn't want Yuna to force herself on them. Anyway, a few minutes later, 4 naked women could be seen relaxing in a steaming hot spring surrounded by snow. Ha tilde, this hits the spot tilde. Hearing Hisoka sigh in satisfaction, Yuna simply nodded her head as she leaned back and comfortably rested her arm on Ranjiku's shoulder. Ranjiku, on the other hand, barely noticed Yuna's arm as she was currently poking her finger at her breasts, which were currently floating in the water. Hee, floating tilde. Seeing that, Yuna nodded in approval as she quickly decided to copy Ranjiku's actions and started poking Ranjiku's breasts as well, causing her to giggle. Hee, you're a pervert, Yuna tilde. Yup tilde. Observing the spectacle in front of her, Hisoka's cheeks reddened as she averted her eyes, while Retsu only shook her head as she picked up a bottle of sake that was floating on a small wooden boat and took a sip. ARA tilde, youth nowadays sure are energetic, aren't they? Hisoka almost caught out some blood when she heard Retsu's words. After all, Yuna was anything but a youth despite her behavior. Youth my ass. As a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki in her past life, she should have easily reached the age of 300 or even more. As for someone killing her, I don't believe that can be done. Additionally, I still firmly believe that she had another life before her last one, even though I never really could confirm it. By the way, from what I remember, you are only the 4th seat in your division. How come you can use your Bankai? Or rather, why did you hide that you could use Bankai? A chill went through Hisoka's spine as Retsu's gaze became fiercer while asking those questions. Hisoka really didn't want to get on her bad side. Frankly, I hid it away because I didn't want to draw too much attention. I prefer a calm, peaceful life over the glory of becoming a captain. I plan to work my way up all the way toward becoming a lieutenant, but now ha tilde. Retsu tilted her head in confusion as she saw Hisoka sighing deeply with regret clearly visible in her eyes. MHH, since you were forced to show your Bankai in front of me, you probably assume that I will reveal it to at least the head captain, but as long as you, hiding your strength, doesn't negatively influence Seoul society, I don't mind hiding it. A bitter smile appeared on Hisoka's face as she shrugged her shoulders and continued speaking. That's very kind of you, but that isn't the problem. I hid my strength to lead a quiet life, but now that I know Yuna-sensei is here, that goal is already impossible to achieve. So, since a quiet life is already impossible, I might as well become a captain, so I have more freedom over my own actions. Although Retsu nodded in understanding, there was still another matter she found rather weird, so she continued speaking. You seem to respect Yuna a lot, but it somehow feels like you don't like her at all. Retsu could easily tell that Hisoka held a lot of respect for Yuna, but considering how often she spoke somewhat negatively about Yuna, there was clearly more to their dynamic. Hisoka could only smile wryly when she heard Retsu's words and quickly explained her position. I do respect Yuna-sensei a lot. Or rather, I respect her strength and overall abilities. However, her antics make her incredibly annoying to deal with, and the fact that she loves creating chaos doesn't make it any better. I respect her strength, but not her personality. Retsu simply nodded her head in understanding as she briefly glanced at Yuna, who was currently flirting with Ranjiku. I see, so it's like that. I guess I am at least in a somewhat similar position. I admire her strength while not being too interested in her personality. I see where you are coming from, but are you sure you want to say something like that in front of the person herself? Hearing Retsu's words, Hisoka chuckled in amusement. After all, unlike Hisoka, who had known Yuna for a long time now, Retsu only just got to know her. So, Hisoka directed her gaze at Yuna with a smirk on her face and started talking. "Hey, sensei, you a perverted degenerate with a horribly twisted personality." Retsu and Ranjiku immediately frowned when they heard Hisoka insulting Yuna. Neither of them felt good about Yuna being insulted. However, Yuna wasn't someone who needed others to defend her, so both of them kept quiet. Yuna, on the other hand, tilted her head left and right, seemingly pondering Hisoka's intentions for saying what she had just said. After a few seconds of thinking, her eyes widened as she raised her left hand and hit her palm with the underside of her right fist. "Ah, so it's like that. You finally decided to become part of my harem, huh? Very good. How did you come to that conclusion?" Hisoka only wanted to make a point that Yuna didn't care about others describing her personality negatively, so she had no idea how that suddenly turned into her joining the harem. "Well, I mean, for you to praise me like that, you obviously want something. So, I considered all the things I have that you might want and know about and quickly singled out the most likely one, my body, which was blessed with unparalleled beauty." Hisoka could only facepalm as she heard Yuna's narcissistic words while Retsu and Ranjiku looked at Yuna in bewilderment. This was the second time Yuna had a weird reaction after someone clearly cursed at her. Neither of them could understand how Yuna somehow managed to interpret Hisoka's insults as praise. Naturally, Hisoka noticed their reactions and chuckled in amusement. Yuna-sensei is fully aware of what kind of personality she has and has embraced her own insanity a long time ago. Why would she think someone is insulting her by calling her a degenerate when she herself considers herself to be one? Yuna nodded in approval at Hisoka's words as the arm resting on Ranjiku's shoulders started moving, slowly moving her hand towards Ranjiku's breasts. "That's right, I'm a perverted degenerate. So what? I'm someone that will surpass the pinnacle of the strength of what people thought was possible, so how could I possibly not acknowledge who I am? The first step towards true power is acknowledging who you truly are." Hearing Yuna's words, Retsu and Ranjiku became slightly dazed, while Hisoka only rolled her eyes at Yuna, while yet again thinking that Yuna definitely had a life before the one in the Naruto world. Meanwhile, Yuna looked at the state of the three people in front of her and nodded her head. 2 out of 3, as expected of old ancestor speech. "I swear, if those two somehow power up after this, I will find a way to kill myself." Tilda Big Brother said. "Ugh. That. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, Chaos. This is just a little game Kurama, and I like to play. Game. Chaos wants to play, too. Tilda. I have a bad feeling about this. Hee, it's a little too early for you, Chaos. But don't worry, you'll surely participate in our little game soon. Looking forward. Tilda. Shit, I have a really bad feeling about this. I just wonder which side you will be on, Tilda. Tilda's side. Yep, the feeling is getting even worse. By the way, there is something I always wanted to ask you, Yuna-sensei." Hearing Hisoka's words, Retsu and Ranjiku came out of their daze while Yuna stopped the conversation with those living inside her body rent-free. "Yes? I always wondered about this, but do you remember the life you had prior to your last one? I always knew that you were some kind of anomaly in that world, and considering the way you occasionally acted, I always felt you must have had a past life." While Retsu and Ranjiku's eyes bulged, hearing that Yuna apparently not only had memories of her past life but maybe even memories of the one before that, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders. In her previous life, she hid her memories from her close ones for quite a long time due to not being strong enough to defend herself in case someone found out about her past life, but by now, she had already reached a level where she was confident of defending herself, so she didn't mind Hisoka revealing her secret. Not to mention that Yuna usually only told people about her past life after sleeping with them, so both Retsu and Ranjiku fit that criteria, and the only reason she hasn't told them about that was because there was honestly little point in doing so. Unlike her previous life, where some of her partners were only 16 during their first time, both Retsu and Ranjiku were way over 100 years old, making age a rather irrelevant factor. Yeah, I have memories of my past 2 lives and not just the last one. Honestly, if you had just asked me in my last one, I would have told you as the only reason I didn't do so was that I don't see a point in telling people my backstory randomly. I have better things to do. Hearing Yuna's words, Hisoka simply nodded in understanding while sighing in relief. If someone as abnormal as Yuna was somehow born from an empty slate without any memories to support her personality, Hisoka would have to seriously doubt everything she knew about. Since Yuna revealed that she had a past life before her past life, Hisoka could at least conclude that she went through a lot of crazy incidents that formed her personality instead of actually being like that from the start. Retsu and Ranjiku, on the other hand, were still staring at Yuna with wide-open mouths, causing her to chuckle in amusement. Yep, you got that right. I have not only memories from my past life but even memories from the life before that. You don't honestly think that a 16-year-old little girl could have that kind of skill in combat, did you? Hearing Yuna's question, Retsu and Ranjiku both averted their gazes from Yuna as slight blush appeared on their faces. Frankly, they didn't really believe it, but considering what Yuna did, what else were they supposed to think that it was true? Having memories from their past life wasn't exactly something a sane person would assume to be the case, after all. Although the duo was still somewhat stunned, Ranjiku was the first to recover, which probably can be partially credited to the alcohol coursing through her veins. That's so interesting. Hey, how old are you really? I mean mentally. It felt a little odd sleeping with someone as young as you, but since you are mentally older, I think I would stop caring about that, Tilda. Hearing Ranjiku's question, Yuna paused for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. Honestly, I have no clue. Tilda, why not? Come on, tell me. I'm curious, Tilda. Feeling Ranjiku push her breasts into Yuna, she could only smile wryly as she shrugged her shoulders. As I said, I have no clue. Frankly, most people stop counting after reaching the 5th digit. Although I kept counting until the 6th one, considering I'm pretty sure I have reached the 7th or even 8th by now, that doesn't really mean much, Tilda. Silence covered the group as everyone was looking at Yuna like she had just grown a second head. Only after around a minute of oppressive silence did Hisoka finally manage to open her mouth. E8th. We are still talking about years, right, Yuna-sensei? MHH. Well, the term years is rather hard to define, considering we were likely from different worlds, but what I consider 1 year loosely matches 350 day and night circles in the human world. Another shock went through Hisoka's body as she looked at Yuna in bewilderment, while Retsu and Ranjiku still couldn't fully fathom what they had just heard. The oldest living Shinigami was the head captain, and although no one knew how old he actually was, people believed that he was around 2,000 to 3,000 years old. Although most people perceived that to be truly ancient, comparing that to the age Yuna just mentioned, he might as well be a toddler. 2,000 years. That wasn't even 1% of what Yuna had just mentioned her age to be. In more relatable terms, that was like the difference between a 1-year-old and someone who was 100 years old. Although all of them were shocked by that revelation, Hisoka was the first one to snap out of her daze yet again. Honestly, that was only natural as she was the one who had been exposed to Yuna for the longest time in this group. Wait a moment. You are an old ancestor type. Finally, everything clicked into place for Hisoka. She had noticed a long time ago that Yuna liked to spout profound-sounding nonsense that somehow managed to inspire the people she said it to occasionally. However, so far, Hisoka had never connected that with Yuna actually being one of those cultivation stories' old ancestors, as it was simply too absurd for her to think that Yuna had lived that long and somehow kept that kind of personality. But now that Yuna had admitted to it by herself, Hisoka had no choice but accepted the truth. However, hearing Hisoka's surprised yell, utter disdain appeared on Yuna's face as she raised her head high, pride and arrogance radiating out of her body as her presence turned into something ancient and timeless. Old ancestor type. Don't be ridiculous, brat. I'm not the old ancestor type, I am the old ancestor. This venerable one is just that kind of revered character. Retsu, Ranjiku, and Hisoka had chills going down their spines as Yuna's presence grew into something seemingly more ancient than time itself. Unlike Ranjiku and Hisoka, Retsu had seen quite a few ancient monsters, but compared to the presence Yuna was currently emitting, all of them were nothing but a side note. Tilda, this is bad. I'm getting excited, Tilda. As those words passed her mind, she licked her lips in excitement while briefly glancing at her Zanpakuto, not lying too far away from her current position. I want to go a few more rounds. This is bad. If I'm already this excited due to a few words, I don't think I will ever be able to forget or discard my fights with Yuna after a few more rounds. Damn it, I'm already addicted. Naturally, Yuna saw Retsu's condition and chuckled in amusement. Well, I don't mind going a few more rounds with you, Retsu, but I know that you haven't fully recovered yet. We both know that that is not the fight you wish to have, so let's postpone our next battle some more. Hearing Yuna's words, Retsu managed to calm down and took a few calming breaths. Indeed, she wanted to fight Yuna again, but obviously, she didn't want to do so as she wasn't at her peak. She had already got to know that Yuna was stronger than her, making it impossible for her to truly enjoy the fight, but if Retsu were to fight Yuna, she at least wanted to be in her top condition, so she could at least stimulate Yuna to some degree. Seeing Retsu calming down, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face as she stood up while picking up Ranjaku and throwing her over her shoulder. That being said, I know about another fun activity we can do to bridge the time until you are fully healed, Retsu. As she said that, she gave Ranjaku's but a crisp smack, causing her to giggle in amusement while Retsu rolled her eyes. Well, see you later, Hisoka. It's time to show off the techniques this old lady has cultivated over her long life. While Hisoka only rolled her eyes as Yuna called herself an old lady, Retsu couldn't help but chuckle a little while Ranjaku moaned in pleasure as Yuna massaged her butt. Well, she might be ancient, but considering her rather childish personality, I guess I don't really mind. As these thoughts passed through Retsu's mind, she gave Hisoka a slight nod as she followed Yuna out of the hot spring and into a small hut. Oh well, I will partake as well, so enjoy your alone time in the hot spring, Hisoka. Seeing Retsu happily getting out of the hot spring and following Yuna to what would undoubtedly end in a small orgy, Hisoka could only shake her head with a wry smile on her face. What am I even supposed to say about this? I guess something along the lines of as expected of Yuna-sense would fit the situation. Seriously, what the hell? How is she doing this? How can she slip away from our surveillance so easily? No matter how often you ask that question, you will always get the same answer from me, I don't know. Damn it, this is so annoying. Hopefully, His Majesty won't blame us for this. I don't think he will. The other teams that lost her got away scot-free as well. True, I guess His Majesty simply doesn't care enough about that woman to be interested in her actions. Deeply hidden in the shadows of Seirede, such a conversation is being held. Those living in Seirede aren't aware of this, but there has been a foreign force watching them from the city shadows for a long time now, only waiting for the right moment to strike. Obviously, not every single Shinigami could be observed all the time, but at least those of significance had people watching them. So, when an intruder suddenly entered the city, some people became curious and started observing the intruder. However, she was like a ghost, constantly evading surveillance just for her to pop up somewhere else a while later. At first, no one was too bothered by that. After all, those observing her were only doing so due to mild curiosity and weren't putting much effort in. However, their boss heard about the mysterious intruder and ordered people to watch her, but despite that, she still managed to slip away every time. Damn it, not only has she somehow spirited away a lieutenant, she even got her hands on a captain somehow. How does she do it? Again, I have no idea either. Just like that, the conversation continued. On a side note, the disappearance of Hisoka wasn't noticed since her rank isn't high enough for her to be a target of observation. Meanwhile, another day passed and a huge man with spiky black hair wearing an eye patch was currently running through the street of Seirede at high speed. Ha ha ha, turn right, Ken-chan. Are you sure you felt the intruder this time? Hee hee, yes, I'm sure. Surprisingly, a small child was clinging to the man's back, occasionally directing the man in a random direction while laughing loudly. This man was Araki Kenpachi, while the child on his back was Yachiro Kusajisha, his lieutenant. When he first heard a report about an intruder defeating not one but two lieutenants, he immediately became excited, hoping he found someone worth fighting. So, as soon as he heard the report, he started randomly running through the city, looking for that supposed intruder. Then, things became even more confusing as Captain Unohana went missing as well. However, unlike with the two lieutenants, the chance that the intruder was responsible for that was rather low. Even if she were a normal captain, no one believed that an intruder could fight and defeat a captain in the middle of the city without alarming others. Moments later, Kenpachi came to a halt as he reached a dead end, causing his eyebrows to twitch in irritation. Although he had taken breaks over the course of the last 3 days, he was still rather irritated that he hadn't found anyone yet. Oops, seems like I was mistaken. However, now I'm sure that the intruder is over there. What? Really? Very well. Without questioning her for a second, Kenpachi immediately set off in the direction Yachiro was pointing at while childish giggles were constantly escaping her mouth. Meanwhile, a pair of purple eyes were following the Jew with a hint of amusement in them. That guy is an idiot, isn't he? Yep, there is no doubt about that. He is even worse at controlling his spiritual power than Ichigo. Ga tilde idiot, gahahaha tilde. Oh well, let's see if Retsu's words are true and he is worth fighting. Minutes later, Kenpachi yet again stood in front of a wall as he reached another dead end. Damn, wrong again. Ken-chan, this time, I really know where to go tilde. Before Kenpachi could answer her, he felt the weight on his back vanish, making him frown. Ha ha ha, I got your loli tilde. Kenpachi's frown deepened as he turned around and spotted a young woman with red and blue hair and purple eyes holding Yachiro up like a trophy. Wah, Ken-chan, I got kidnapped tilde. Hearing Yachiro's carefree tone, Yuna couldn't only chuckle in amusement. Despite being captured, there was no tension in Yachiro's voice as she happily waved her arms at Kenpachi like something incredible fun had just happened. Despite her carefree attitude, Kenpachi wasn't happy with the current situation, causing his frown to deepen. You are the intruder, right? What was your name again? Yuna. Leave Yachiro alone and fight me. Sure, but only after you catch me, ha ha ha. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, she turned around and ran away from Kenpachi while still holding onto Yachiro, causing her to laugh as well. Come Ken-chan, save me tilde. Seeing Yuna running away, Kenpachi clicked his tongue in annoyance and quickly ran after her while his mood soured. Does she want to lure me into a trap? How boring. Guess I can't expect much from this fight if she has to rely on traps. As Yuna was running, she let go of Yachiro's hips and simply placed her on her shoulder, where she happily sat down while occasionally cheering on Kenpachi, telling him to run faster. Ha ha ha, this feels different from riding Ken-chan. Hearing the little girl's words, Yuna almost tripped while running but managed to catch herself before that could happen. Honestly. Hey, humans usually don't talk about riding other humans. It's only natural for the unspeakable to briefly pass through my mind when hearing stuff like that. Sure, tell that to the police. Besides, that little girl might look young, but she is easily over 100 years old. I can already hear the sirens. Ga tilde Yuna, prison. Don't worry, Chaos, they will never catch me. I'll snitch you the first chance I get. Snitches get turned into women and are forced to join my harem. Pretty sure that saying goes differently. Snitches get stitches, ga tilde. That's right, Chaos. However, in my case, the stitches won't be done with a knife, tilde. As the trio was talking, Yuna reached her destination, an unsuspicious wall that looked exactly like the ones beside it. However, as soon as Yuna had put some of her spiritual power into it, it opened up, revealing a familiar secret passage. Naturally, this was the entrance to Kasuke's secret training ground. Whoa tilde so awesome. Yachiro became excited as soon as the passage opened as stars appeared in her eyes. Ken-chan, it's a secret passage. That's so cool. Quickly come here and take a look. Meanwhile, Kenpachi couldn't help but frown when he heard Yachiro talking about a secret passage. He, as a captain, didn't know anything about any secret passages within the city, so he really wondered where it came from. After thinking about it for a short moment, he came to the conclusion that he must have simply not paid attention when it was mentioned, which, considering he never paid much attention during the gathering of the other captains, was very likely. So, without any further delays, Kenpachi charged into the passage right after Yuna while already expecting a plethora of traps ahead of him. However, he easily crossed through the passage without any trouble and reached a vast snow-covered cave a few seconds later. This must be where she has prepared her traps. However, how is it snowing in here? Aren't we underground? Kenpachi quickly dismissed these thoughts as his gaze wandered through the cave, and as soon as he saw a certain individual, his face split into a massive grin. Underneath a small pavilion that seemed to be entirely made out of ice, a mature woman was comfortably resting on a recliner, blankets covering her, while a steaming cup was placed in her hands. Yachiro Unohana. Retsu Unohana, or as she previously called herself, Yachiro Unohana, was the person Kenpachi respected the most. She was the first person he had ever felt fear towards and the only one who had ever truly fought with him to the limit. Seeing her being one of the captains, Kenpachi wanted to challenge her numerous times, but due to some rules or whatever, his request was always denied. Kenpachi couldn't give a shit about rules and regulations, but Unohana herself was apparently rather vehement about fighting Kenpachi, so there was nothing he could do but wait patiently. He didn't really get what was going on, but considering he had just entered a secret passage and Unohana suddenly appeared in front of him, how could he not assume that it was finally time for him to battle her again? However, as he was lost in thought, a snowball hit the side of his face, causing him to frown. He looked at the source of the snowball and saw Yachiro pouting at him. "Ken-chan, I'm still kidnapped. Why aren't you trying to save me?" Hearing Yachiro's words, Kenpachi's eyebrow twitched a little as he looked at the kidnapped Yachiro. She was currently wearing thick clothes while comfortably sitting on Yuna's shoulder, as a woman he didn't know handed her another snowball, while another woman, whom he identified as the missing lieutenant, was approaching that group with a tray filled with steaming cups. Dodging the second snowball thrown at him, Kenpachi's frown deepened as his gaze landed on Retsu, who he assumed to be the preparator. "What is going on here? I do want to fight you again, but what is with all the extras?" Hearing Kenpachi's words, Retsu chuckled in amusement as she calmly took another sip from her drink, sighing in satisfaction. "Although I wouldn't mind fighting you to the death, today you won't be fighting me, but Yuna instead." Hearing Retsu's words, Kenpachi couldn't help but be dissatisfied as he dodged the third snowball thrown by Yachiro. "I don't mind fighting the intruder, but the one I truly want to fight is you." Retsu nodded in understanding as she leisurely closed her eyes and answered Kenpachi. "In that case, how about this? If you can defeat her, I'm willing to fight you after that. Naturally, if you are weakened after fighting Yuna, I'll even give you as much time as you need to get back to your peak strength." A massive grin appeared on Kenpachi's face as he eagerly nodded his head. Finally, he could get another chance to fight Retsu. He had waited centuries for this. And all he had to do was defeat a single intruder. Although Kenpachi had no doubts that Yuna was strong due to defeating two lieutenants, in the end, he didn't believe that she could match the power of a captain. He might not have a Bankai himself, but he was fully aware of the massive gap between Shikai and Bankai, so even if it was a lieutenant, as long as they had no Bankai, he didn't care about them. So I just have to defeat her to finally have my fight with you. Very well, let's do it." As Kenpachi became excited, he focused back on Yuna, who still had Yachiro sitting on her shoulder. By now, she had stopped throwing snowballs at Kenpachi and was instead happily drinking from a cup that clearly had something warm inside it. Frankly, Kenpachi had not the slightest clue what was going on here, but he couldn't care less. Yachiro clearly was safe, and there was a potential good fight, followed by his dream fight in front of him. Why would he bother thinking too deeply about this? It was the time to fight, not to think. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his spiritual pressure erupted out of him, covering the whole cave instantly. To Kenpachi's delight, Yuna didn't even flinch when his spiritual pressure washed over her, and to his surprise, the unknown woman didn't flinch either. "Oh? This might be more interesting than I thought. Who is that unknown woman? Maybe I should fight her as well. MHH, a 2vs1. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yuna picked up Yachiro and placed her on the unknown woman's shoulder, and moments later, Yuna mimicked Kenpachi's action, unleashing her spiritual pressure, easily contesting with Kenpachi's. Feeling the powerful force pressing down on him, Kenpachi could help it as a massive smile appeared on his face as the thought of a 2vs1 battle evaporated instantly. He felt that Yuna was someone worthy of fighting, and a 2vs1 would just elude the experience. Nice spiritual pressure, Tilda. As those words left his mouth, his grin took on a pinch of insanity as he opened his Shirkusho further, revealing more of his chest. Very good. This might actually be fun. Come. I'll give you a freebie. Cut me any way you want. As soon as those words left Kenpachi's mouth, a chill went through Hisoka's spine, causing Yachiro, who was sitting on her shoulder, to tilt her head in confusion. Is something wrong, Weird Eyes Girl? Hisoka smiled wryly at that sudden nickname but decided not to bother about it as her eyes were fixated on Yuna. There are a few things that should never be done in this world, and one of these things is looking down on Yuna-sensei. Despite her carefree attitude, there is one thing that no one is allowed to make fun of: her strength. As soon as Hisoka finished speaking, Yuna's spiritual pressure erupted like a volcano, instantly turning everything around her into ice as the mild snowfall in the cave intensified and turned into an actual blizzard. Moments later, Yuna's words echoed through the cave. Although they seemed to be spoken quietly, barely louder than a whisper, everyone could clearly hear them. "Are you looking down on me? Who do you think this venerable one is? A smelly little brat like you dares to talk to me like that? You are courting death." Yuna's spiritual pressure increased even further, causing the ground around her to crack as space itself seemed to tremble. While Hisoka and Ranjiku did their best not to fall to their knees, while Hisoka was shielding Yachiru to some degree, Retsu's face twisted into an insane grin as she looked at Yuna with nothing but pure lust. Whether that lust was sexual or a desire for battle was rather hard to discern, as Retsu seemed to derive the greatest pleasures from battles rather than sexual activities. On the other hand, Kenpachi couldn't help but be dumbfounded as incomprehensible amounts of spiritual pressure crashed into him. The only time he had ever felt this much pressure was when he was facing Retsu all these years ago. Or at least, that is how he perceived it. What the hell is this? What's with this pressure? It's amazing. To think that there was someone else who would put this kind of pressure on me. I just can't help it. Feeling this kind of heavy spiritual pressure, I can't help but get excited. Ha 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 ha, what nice spiritual pressure. I'm getting excited. However, hearing Kenpachi's words, Yuan couldn't care less. He had insulted her strength, and he needed to pay for that. So, without anyone in the room realizing what was going on, Yuna vanished from her position and appeared in front of Kenpachi, who was still spreading his shihakusho widely, expecting an attack. Before Kenpachi could understand what was going on, a fist smashed into his stomach, instantly causing him to cough out some blood, while his body was flung away, crashing into the cave's wall with a loud boom. A few seconds later, the dust settled, revealing an unconscious Kenpachi who had blood flowing out of his mouth. Pathetic. Yuna said a single word, yet it seemed to cast an oppressive silence onto everyone present, causing them to lower their heads. No way, Kenchan lost instantly. That can't be right. Hearing Yachiru's words, Yuna chuckled in amusement as she shrugged her shoulders. It's only natural for him to lose instantly. After all, he is subconsciously holding back to a frankly ridiculous degree. Retsu, can I count on you for this? While Retsu went to work to heal Kenpachi up to his peak, Hisoka couldn't help but sigh in relief. Clearly, Yuna didn't take Kenpachi's words too seriously, otherwise she would have definitely killed Kenpachi instantly. After all, the current Kenpachi lost against Ichigo, who couldn't even use his Bakai. Hisoka was fully aware that that kind of power level was insignificant to Yuna. So Kenchan was holding back. I see, so it's like that. I really hope that Kenchan will be able to have a good fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun at all. Hearing Yachiru's words, Yuna chuckled in amusement as she observed Retsu healing Kenpachi back to his peak within a short moment. Well, it will take a while, but I'm sure that he will sooner or later get the fight he carves for so heavily. For now, let's continue killing him tilde. As those words left her mouth, Ranjiku, Hisoka, and as a result of Hisoka moving, Yachiru instantly took some distance from Yuna as the pressure oozing out of her increased even further. Retsu, on the other hand, smiled wildly as her face was twisted in pure insanity. This is bad tilde, I'm getting too excited tilde, if she continues being like that, I might actually jump her tilde. Meanwhile, Kenpachi abruptly opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was his sword clashing with Yuna's, confusing him greatly. What is going on? I felt like I was knocked out just now. No, it's impossible for me to get knocked out with a single attack. I see, I must have just been hallucinating. Right, I was just enjoying fighting Yuna, there is no point in getting distracted by random illusions. All I have to do, for now, is enjoy the fight. As those thoughts passed Kenpachi's mind, he regained his focus as he withdrew his blade from the clash with Yuna's and slashed at her again. Seeing Kenpachi's actions, Yuna simply shook her head, easily dodging Kenpachi's strike and slicing her blade upwards, cutting his neck and dealing a fatal injury. What is going on? Currently, Kenpachi was rather confused as he swung down his blade, just for Yuna to casually push away the blade with her left hand while slicing her sword upward, leaving a deep wound on Kenpachi's body. Moments later, Kenpachi felt his consciousness fade away while his eyes slowly closed. Suddenly, his eyes reopened while his blade clashed with Yuna's. Why am I blacking out during the fight? Kenpachi slashed at Yuna horizontally, but she simply ducked under the sword strike while stabbing her sword at Kenpachi, stabbing him through the heart. Yet again, Kenpachi was about to lose consciousness before he abruptly woke up while clashing with Yuna. This has never happened before. This is so weird. While Kenpachi was deep in thought, Yuna yet again deflected his blade before giving another devastating wound to Kenpachi just for Retsu to heal him to full health again. Yuna was pretty sure that Kenpachi hadn't even noticed that their surroundings had changed due to Retsu using her Bankai, which allowed her to heal Kenpachi more easily. As Yuna was killing Kenpachi again and again, Retsu couldn't help but look weirdly at Yuna. She didn't fight me like that at all. When we fought, she was much more rampant and less methodical. I wonder what the reason is. Hearing Retsu's question, Hisoka nodded her head as she continued watching Kenpachi getting killed repeatedly. It's because she has no interest in the current Zaraki Kenpachi. He's simply too weak. While Retsu simply nodded her head, Ranjiku couldn't help but look at Hisoka weirdly. When she fought me, she wasn't fighting like that either, and I'm much weaker than Captain Kenpachi. Hisoka briefly rolled her eyes when she heard Ranjiku's words before her gaze landed on Ranjiku's face and moments later moved downward. Moments later, Hisoka could only sigh deeply while shaking her head. Well, there are two very big reasons for that. Ranjiku tilted her head in confusion and patiently waited for Hisoka to continue speaking. However, Hisoka seemed to be done talking as her gaze returned to the fighting duo. A few seconds later, Ranjiku thought about Hisoka's words, and after remembering how she briefly glanced at her breasts, Ranjiku understood the situation. Ah, that makes sense. Meanwhile, Yachiru was only spectating the fight with a small smile on her face. I don't think Kenshin currently has much fun, but I'm sure this will end up as a fun fight soon. I wonder if he will be able to hear my voice soon. Meanwhile, the momentum of the fight had slightly shifted as Yuna was now frequently blocking Kenpachi's attacks due to getting significantly faster, causing a smile to slowly form on his face as he started to enjoy the fight. Is this pointless little dance really fun to you, Kenpachi? Hearing Yuna's words, Kenpachi frowned and glanced at her, and to his surprise, there was nothing but boredom visible on Yuna's face. Boring? How can fighting be boring? Don't you love fighting as well? I do love fighting, but can this even be called a fight? I'm just bullying a weakling here. As Yuna said that, she moved from her position for the first time in this fight and instantly appeared in front of Kenpachi, slashing her sword at Kenpachi's head. Especially if that weakling is holding back. As she said those words, Kenpachi instinctively leaned his head back, resulting in Yuna barely missing him. However, as her sword passed his right eye, it tore apart Kenpachi's eye patch. The moment the eye patch was removed, enormous amounts of spiritual pressure erupted out of Kenpachi, immediately flooding the whole cave. Suddenly feeling power coursing through his body, Kenpachi slashed at Yuna far faster than before without even noticing that his eye patch had been removed. Due to Kenpachi suddenly being much faster, Yuna was late to react. However, just before Kenpachi's sword could reach her, a wall of ice blocked his sword, confusing Kenpachi. So you made me use my ice, huh? Say anyway, my guess that eye patch sealed away a part of your power was correct. You actually insisted on fighting me with your power sealed. Kenpachi, right now, I'm a little angry. As Yuna finished speaking, the cave rumbled as the snowfall intensified, and Yuna's own spiritual power engulfed the cave. She slashed her sword once, resulting in it instantly turning bigger as it gained a transparent white color, activating her Shikai without saying a word. A moment later, she stabbed her sword into the ground while resting her hands on the top of the hilt. Very well, you are someone that matches your opponent's power to relish the fight. However, who do you think you are facing right now? Know your fucking place. And since you don't seem to know it, I'll teach you. Ban Kai. Yuna's spiritual pressure erupted as the world around her turned white as Yuna simply stood still within the raging storm. Now, she wore a tight-fitting ice armor as 10 tails leisurely swayed behind. Seeing her new form, Hisoka couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. That form? Is Kurama with her, and why is it 10 tails instead of 9? Wait a moment, her Shikai looks completely different from the one she used against me. The hell? Ranjiku heard Hisoka murmuring these questions and briefly glanced at her before she started speaking. Kurama? That's the name of her sword. And since you are wondering why her Shikai look differently, she has 2 sword spirits for some unknown reason. Hisoka's eyes widened in surprise as she realized what was going on. Or at least assumed to know what was going on. I see, so Kurama came with her, huh? That Tsundere Fox really hasn't an easy life. Tsundere Fox? Yeah, he always acts like he hates everything around him, but he's actually a big softie. Ranjiku couldn't help but look at Hisoka weirdly after she finished describing Kurama's personality. How in the world did you get to know Yuna's sword spirit? To that question, Hisoka could only shrug her shoulders as she pointed at Yuna. As I've previously mentioned, I knew Yuna-sensei in my past life, and Kurama was with her as well. Or, more strictly speaking, their relationship started with Kurama getting forcefully sealed inside Sensei because someone else was controlling him to rampage in our village. In my previous life, Kurama was a powerful energy construct with sentience, so I'm not really sure why he suddenly turned into a sword spirit. After Hisoka finished her explanation, Ranjiku nodded her head in understanding as her gaze returned to Yuna. That might be the reason why she has 2 sword spirits. This time it was Hisoka's turn to nod in agreement. That has been her assumption as well. Meanwhile, back to Yuna and Kenpachi's fight, Kenpachi was looking at Yuna's new form in a daze as her powerful spiritual pressure crashed into him. Moments later, his was twisted in ecstasy as he roared like a wild beast and attacked Yuna like a madman. However, Yuna was unmoving as 10 tendrils of ice shot out of the ground and attacked Kenpachi, who slashed down his sword, thinking he could easily slice through a bit of ice. Unfortunately for him, the moment his sword made contact with Yuna's ice, only a loud clang could be heard as Kenpachi had to step due to the recoil. Not only did he not cut it, but he also didn't even leave a scratch on it, briefly dumbfounding him just for another ice tendril to smash into his stomach, sending him flying away. What are you doing, Kenpachi? Call out your sword's name. Hearing Yuna's words, Kenpachi scoffed as he wiped away the blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. My sword has no name. It's just a bland sword with no other forms. Yuna scoffed in disdain as soon as Kenpachi stopped speaking and resumed speaking, disdain filling her voice. Nonsense, every Zanpakuto has a name after it shared enough time with its wielder. I wonder why you can't hear its voice. I see, it's because you don't want to cooperate with it. Yet again, Kenpachi scoffed in disdain as he looked at his sword in indifference. Cooperate? What nonsense. This is my fight, and I'll fight it alone. I have no need to fight side by side with my Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto are just tools for war. Cooperating with your Zanpakuto is something only a coward that is afraid to fight by themselves would say. It's not some strong like you, and I should say. As soon as Kenpachi finished speaking, his spiritual pressure grew even fiercer as he yet again attacked Yuna with his sword. Seeing that and hearing his words, Yuna sighed deeply as she raised her blade. Strong. You? Please don't make me laugh. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished from her position and appeared in front of Kenpachi and sliced her weapon downward. Although Kenpachi was shocked by Yuna suddenly appearing in front of him, he still managed to raise his sword to block the attack. However, weak. Yuna's blade cut through Kenpachi's like it was made out of tofu, leaving a massive wound on his chest as Kenpachi fell to his knees. So what now? Your tool for war got broken. Kenpachi could feel his consciousness fading away as he looked at his broken sword, wondering what had gone wrong for him to lose so easily. Shit. As that single word left his mouth, his consciousness faded away. However, moments later, he quickly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. I blacked out again. However, moments later, he looked down at his sword and widened his eyes in shock as it was still broken. That wasn't a dream. What happened to my wound? Hearing Kenpachi's words, Yuna scoffed in disdain as she leisurely pointed at Retsu. She's been healing you every time I killed you. From the very start of this fight, you never were fighting alone. What? Kenpachi looked at Yuna in bewilderment and quickly realized that every time he passed out, Retsu had likely healed him back to his top condition, causing him to clench his fist in anger. However, before he could say anything else, Yuna continued speaking. You are having a misunderstanding from the start here. Zanpakuto spirits are not some outside entity. They are a part of their wielder. You are not fighting me alone, you are fighting me with a part of you missing. I'm not a part of you. I refuse. Well, you are kinda inside me, but your circumstances are very clearly different. Ugh, I really wished you formulated that differently, but at least you agreed with me. Well, it is what it is. After all, you weren't born inside me. Gah, chaos born. Inside Yuna. Hee, that's right, chaos. After all, what could represent me better than chaos? Gah ha ha ha. While Yuna was mentally chatting with those inside her, Kenpachi was looking at her in a daze. He had never seen it from that perspective and couldn't help but be somewhat bewildered due to what he had just heard. A part of me? Is that really true? Wouldn't that mean I have been fighting all this time half-heartedly? As those thoughts passed through his mind, he gritted his teeth in anger. He loves fighting to the degree that he would even seal his power to enjoy the fight longer. However, he quickly remembered what had happened so far, making him realize that he had pretty much bored his opponent the whole time. So far, he had assumed that everything was a dream due to him repeatedly passing out just after receiving a deadly wound, but now that he realized what really happened, he couldn't help but get angry. I bored my opponent during a fight, not because I'm too weak, but because I was holding myself back. Unacceptable. Kenpachi quickly calmed down as he glanced at his broken sword. Is it true? Are you really a part of me? If it's true, you must love fighting as well, right? In that case, let's savor this together. You must feel disgusted, right? We bored our opponent because I wasn't using everything I had. Don't you find this unacceptable? Kenpachi's frowning face quickly twisted into a grin as he suddenly heard a faint whispering in his mind. It was very quiet at first, but the more Kenpachi heard, the more he accepted that his Zanpakuto was part of him. The reason for that was rather simple. His Zanpakuto spirit was clearly furious, not at Kenpachi for ignoring it for so long, but he was angry at him because he was boring his opponent. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's unacceptable. Swallow, no Zarasha. Yet again, Kenpachi's spiritual pressure erupted, increasing far beyond what he previously could output, as a maddened smile appeared on Yuna's face. Moments later, Kenpachi revealed himself, carrying a colossal butcher knife far bigger than himself that looked more like an axe than a sword, resulting in Yuna's smile becoming even more deranged. Yes. That's more like it, Kenpachi. Let's party. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, she yet again vanished from her position and appeared in front of Kenpachi, slashing down her sword as Kenpachi slashed upwards with his own, resulting in the two swords clashing with an enormous shockwave that ruptured the earth. Meanwhile, Retsu was moving her hands around in a strange manner. Moments later, a Kido barrier appeared between the spectators and the two people fighting, shielding them from the overwhelming spiritual pressure that was constantly clashing in front of them. Tilda, when I first fought him, he didn't even use his Shikai. Saya really let him down all those years ago. Hearing Retsu's words, Hisoka shook her head with a wry smile on her face and started talking as well. There's nothing you have to feel bad about, Captain Unohana. Only a monster can fight a monster. No matter how talented normal people like us are, we will never be able to beat true monsters like them. Hearing Hisoka's words, Retsu's shoulders sagged a little, but she nevertheless nodded in agreement. After all, when she first met Kenpachi, he was just a mere child, while she was the strongest captain of the Gotei 13, and despite that, she still was weaker than him. Something like that was not something that could be explained away by simply calling the other party more talented. Clearly, Kenpachi was a monster, and so was Yuna. However, before she could say anything else, Hisoka continued speaking. However, Yuna-sensei surpasses even that. Hearing Hisoka's words, a chill passed through Retsu's spine as her gaze returned to the two people fighting, causing her eyes to widen. Despite Kenpachi having activated his Shikai, he was entirely suppressed by Yuna, barely able to defend himself from her relentless sword strikes. Despite Kenpachi stopping to hold back, she is still cornering him. I want to fight her again. No, I don't want to just fight her, I want to fight her as an equal. I want her to exhaust herself fighting me. Even if I'm defeated in the end, I want to give her at least a good fight. I will become stronger, no matter the cost. As Retsu was spectating the fight in front of her, the fires of ambition reignited in her heart. Up until now, she had always seen her ending as the stepping stone for Kenpachi to finally regain his true strength, but now things were different. There was someone in front of her who even surpassed Kenpachi. Someone that told her that other strong foes were out there, and someone that claimed she could make her even stronger. Thinking about all of this, Unohana couldn't help but lick her lips in excitement. Seems like things are about to get rather interesting. I'm looking forwards to it. As these thoughts passed her mind, Ranjiku looked around in confusion. While she was spectating the fight, she wanted to ask Yachiru if she would like to have another cocoa, but somehow, she was no longer there. After wondering where she had gone for a while, Ranjiku simply shrugged her shoulders and ignored this matter. After all, despite looking like a young child, Yachiru was a lieutenant and had the power to back up that position, so Ranjiku wasn't really worried about her. Meanwhile, Yuna and Kenpachi clashed again and again, destroying everything around them as their weapons continuously met while producing powerful shockwaves. Ha ha ha. What is this? This is so much fun. I enjoy every fight I have, but this is different. This isn't just fighting, this is a true battle. Hearing Kenpachi's maddened laugh, Yuna increased the pressure on him as she started moving even faster as the ice tendrils attacking Kenpachi increased even further. Ha ha ha, true battle. Not yet, Kenpachi. You have still more to show me. Come. Use it. Show me your Bankai. Only by using your full strength can this truly be called a true battle. Again and again, the duo clashed as Kenpachi was constantly getting pushed back, occasionally receiving a small wound. Despite that, his face was still twisted into a maniac grin as he ignored all his injuries. Frankly, calling him a beast rather than a human would be rather fitting, as he seemed to not even realize what was going on around him as he was totally lost in battle. However, no matter how battle-crazed he was, there was a point where his body could no longer keep up with his desires, so after around an hour of constant high-intensity fighting, Kenpachi simply keeled over, falling on his back. Moments later, Yuna approached his unmoving body and looked at him with a disappointed expression. That's it. That was, at best, a warm-up. How disappointing. Hearing Yuna's words, Kenpachi gritted his teeth in anger. He was doing so not because of Yuna's seemingly mocking words but because he was weak. He was utterly exhausted, yet his opponent still stood tall, seemingly not even winded from all the fighting they did. However, before he could do anything else, the world around him seemed to slow down, and before Kenpachi realized what was going on, Yachiru stood in front of him. What are you doing, Ken-chan? Naturally, Kenpachi was confused due to Yachiru suddenly appearing in front of him in the middle of the battle. What are you doing here, Yachiru? However, Yachiru completely ignored his words and simply resumed speaking. Why are you napping on the floor, Ken-chan? There is still a lot more fun to be had. Look, despite fighting that hard, Yuna is still bored. You can't just end it like this. You should at least give her a proper fight before you go to sleep. Yachiru, what are you talking about? However, Yachiru yet again completely ignored his question as she continued talking. Come on, we are just getting started. Silly goose, if you would just use me properly, we wouldn't have bored our opponent like this. As those words left Yachiru's mouth, she touched Kenpachi's hand, causing a lot of power to enter his body, confusing him greatly. What did you just do? Silly Ken-chan, this is the power everyone around you has been using. It's the power everyone has been calling. Before she finished speaking, Yachiru's childlike expression turned ferocious as the aura of an incredibly sharp blade erupted out of her body while her eyes reflected the blade Kenpachi was holding, despite not even looking at it. Bankai. Hearing Yachiru's words, Kenpachi went into a momentary daze before his face twisted in madness as he realized what was happening. Ugh. A feral roar left Kenpachi's mouth as a ridiculously powerful wave of spiritual pressure erupted out of his body, toppling over nearby stone pillars and crashing into Retsu's Kido barrier, making it wobble. What incredible power! The spiritual pressure alone is already this oppressive, clashing blades with him must be amazing. Ranjiku and Hisoka nodded at the first part of Retsu's sentence while totally ignoring the second part and her insane facial expression. So this is Captain Araki's Bankai. Truly worthy of the title Kenpachi. No offense, Captain Unohana. No offense taken, however, I'm surprised that you know of my past title, Hisoka. Hearing Retsu's words, Hisoka simply shrugged her shoulders as she resumed talking. I'm someone who likes to know what's going on around me, and I'm pretty good at gathering information. After all, if I didn't do so, I might end up under Captain Kurosucha, and the next thing I know is being experimented on by him due to my unusual shikai. Or I could end up in Captain Kenpachi's squad, where I would have to spend my time surrounded by battle-hungry gangsters. As Hisoka finished speaking, Retsu simply nodded her head while a wry smile appeared on her face. The Gotei 13 really has some bad apple, doesn't it? Well, considering my past as Seireide's most infamous criminal, I'm not exactly one to speak, but whatever. As Retsu started thinking about her past with a fond smile, Hisoka started murmuring to herself, catching her attention. MHH, Kenpachi Uzumaki. MHH, not bad. Maybe Yuna Kenpachi Uzumaki. Kenpachi Yuna Uzumaki. No, that sounds weird. Maybe she won't bother with the title. Naturally, Retsu realized what Hisoka was implying, causing her and Ranjiku to look at Hisoka in bewilderment. Do you really think Yuna can win against that? Hearing Ranjiku's question, Hisoka smiled wryly as she nudged her chin towards Yuna, motioning Retsu and Ranjiku to look her way, causing shivers to go down their spines. Despite the powerful pressure Kenpachi was oozing, Yuna stood still, her arms resting on the hilt of her sword while her hair was swaying in the wind. At first glance, she looked calm and collected, but a single look at her face pointed to a different picture. A massive insane grin almost split her face into two halves as her eyes radiated joy, madness, and an unquenchable thirst for battle. Despite feeling Captain Araki's oppressive presence, there is not a hint of doubt or worry on her face, I cannot help but be excited to see these two clash. Yet again, Ranjiku and Hisoka simply nodded their heads, agreeing with Retsu's words as another feral roar echoed through the cave, revealing Kenpachi's Bankai form as soon as the dust and snow around him were blown away. Currently, he looked more like a demon than a human as his skin had turned red, while black markings were now visible on his face that was twisted into an inhumanely large smile. Ha ha ha, so you can do it, Kenpachi. This is what I'm talking about. While everyone was admiring Kenpachi's new form, Yuna started laughing like a madwoman as she raised her blade and shot at Kenpachi with incredible speed. Yet again, Kenpachi roared like a beast while raising his blade and crashing it into Yuna's. Surprisingly, Yuna was blasted away upon impact and crashed into a nearby wall, raising a dust cloud. Ha ha ha, yes. That's it. That's how it's supposed to be. Moments later, Yuna walked out of the hole she had just created as a trickle of blood slowly dripped down from her forehead. Seeing the blood on her forehead, combined with Yuna's current facial expression, caused Hisoka to shiver in fear as she immediately drew out her blade. Bankai. Tensegan. As soon as Hisoka activated her Bankai, Retsu and Ranjiku looked at her weirdly as her truth-seeking orbs started hovering protectively in front of the trio. What are you doing, Hisoka? Sensei's switch got flipped. Things are about to get dangerous. If you have any additional defense methods, I recommend activating them. You are about to witness what it means for two monsters to truly clash. As soon as Hisoka finished speaking, she removed all the snow on the ground with the power of her eyes while a barrier of spiritual power surrounded the trio. Prepare, it's about to get cold. As soon as Hisoka finished speaking, Yuna moved her hand in front of her face and pulled it down, resulting in a fox-like hollow mask appearing on her face, immediately causing Hisoka to curse. Fuck. Holification. Shit, of course, she can do that, it's sensei, after all. Although Retsu really would like to know how Hisoka knew that turn, she had better things to do as Yuna was currently pointing her sword at Kenpachi while the tip of it started glowing. Moments later, a red beam of light shot at Kenpachi with a deep-sounding hum, resulting in him raising his sword and swinging it at the incoming energy beam, which everyone present quickly identified as a hollow Sero, cutting it in half. The two halves of Yuna's attack barely passed by Kenpachi and crashed into a wall, causing a massive explosion that caused the whole of Seireide to shake. Ha ha ha, as expected of an attack with such a short name, useless. As she finished speaking, she raised her blade, clashing with Kenpachi, who had appeared in front of her instantly. As soon as the swords clashed, a shockwave devastated everything around the duo just for them to clash again and again, destroying everything around them. As the duo pressed their blades against each other, trying to push the other party away, their eyes met, and suddenly, ha 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 ha. Both of them started laughing like crazy as they disengaged just for them to swing at each other again and again. Kenpachi might be in a berserk state and barely aware of his surroundings, but one thing would hold true no matter in what state he was in: Zaraki Kenpachi loves fighting. Meanwhile, Retsu and Ranjiku watched the spectacle in front of them with a mix of awe and terror on their faces. What a terrifying yet fascinating spectacle. Hearing Retsu's words, Ranjiku simply nodded her head as Hisoka's truth-seeking balls moved, forming a shield that blocked the shockwave of yet another clash between Yuna and Kenpachi. Captain Anohana, aren't you forgetting something here? At first, Retsu only tilted her head after hearing Hisoka's question, but moments later, her eyes opened in terror. Yuna has yet to use her ice. Yes, Sensei has yet to use her ice, her specialty. Moments later, the clash between the duo came to a lull as they were simply standing away from each other, cautiously eyeing the other. Ha ha ha, just how long has it been, Tilda? Suddenly, Yuna started speaking, thick nostalgia lacing her voice. Pretty sure the last time was Madara, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a fun dance, although the ending was a little dissatisfactory. Got Tilda Madara? Ah, you don't know him, Chaos. I'll tell you about it later. Okay. Got Tilda. As Yuna finished the conversation, the air around her started trembling as the temperature in the whole cave dropped instantly. Noticing this, Hisoka's eyes sharpened as she read it herself for what was about to come. It's starting. Ice style. The space around Yuna trembled as a ferocious blizzard rampaged through the massive cave, while it even started snowing outside of the hidden cave, bewildering the inhabitants of Serete. Domain creation, goddess of Ice's divine realm of gluttonous frost. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, the temperature in the whole cave instantly dropped to something that would kill an average human almost instantly, forcing Retsu to use Kido to conjure flames around the spectating trio. However, to her bewilderment, those flames slowly encroached by Yuna's ice, and only a few moments later, they were completely frozen, bewildering Retsu beyond comprehension. She froze the Kido. That's impossible. Yes, but that doesn't matter right now. Keep creating flames, optimally ones that stay in the air and don't touch Sensei's ice. Everything her ice touches will be frozen sooner or later. Although Retsu couldn't really believe Hisoka's words, another glance at the frozen flames she had just conjured made her realize that Hisoka clearly knew better what was going on than her. So, moments later, extremely hot blue flames started hovering around the trio, pushing back against the cold, at least to some degree. Meanwhile, Kenpachi frowned as he felt ice creep up his feet, nailing him to the ground. However, moments later, his spiritual pressure rose even further, pushing against the ice and preventing it from covering him. Seeing this, Yuna laughed in utter madness as she shot toward Kenpachi while thousands of ice tendrils erupted out of the ground, piercing toward Kenpachi, whose smile only widened as his spiritual pressure seemed to grow endlessly. As soon as the first tendril touched him, it shattered like it was made out of glass, with the other ones quickly following the same pattern. However, as each ice tendril briefly touched him, Kenpachi noticed that minuscule patches of ice were left behind on his skin, causing him to frown while raising his blade, blocking one of Yuna's strikes. Ha ha ha, welcome in the belly of the beast, Kenpachi. Let's dance. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole cave came alive and started attacking Kenpachi. Thousands of ice tendrils, gigantic masses of ice, and delicate needles designed to hit vulnerable points started being flung at Kenpachi, who only roared like a wild beast, resulting in his spiritual pressure increasing even further, expelling the ice that was clinging to his body temporarily. As his spiritual pressure was increasing seemingly endlessly, he heard a small voice whispering into his ears, barely allowing him to regain a sliver of sentience. This is bad, Ken-chan. If I give you too much power, your body won't be able to stand it and will rip itself apart. If you continue like this fight will have a disappointing end. As these words passed through his mind, Kenpachi's stance slightly changed as he lightly moved his feet, and before Yuna realized what he was doing, he was in front of her, forcing her to tilt her head to the side. Despite that, a bloody gash appeared on her cheek, resulting in her crazy smile becoming even more pronounced. Yes. You regained a semblance of your consciousness. More. show me more techniques. Let me overcome all of them. As Yuna finished speaking, the wound on her cheek instantly knit itself together, not even leaving a scar behind, as Kenpachi and Yuna herself made the same foot movements again, resulting in both of them vanishing from their position. As soon as they reappeared, Kenpachi had a gash on his face, while Yuna didn't. Ha ha ha, I successfully stole that one. More. I want more. Come, show me the good stuff. Gartilda Yuna is a pervert. Don't bother, Chaos. She is too far gone for her to hear us talking. Not even a second later, the fight continued, and while for unskilled people it looked like two madmen constantly smashing their swords at each other, those more skilled would see a terrifying display of techniques, as Yuna would not only steal Kenpachi's techniques but Kenpachi would do the same with Yuna's, resulting in him getting more and more skilled after every clash. Obviously, the skill gap between those two was massive, as Yuna has lived far longer than Kenpachi if you were to combine all of her lives together. However, the current Kenpachi had lived far longer in this currently live, making his body far stronger than Yuna's current one, which was still immature, thus putting the fighting duo at a stalemate. While Yuna was more skilled, Kenpachi was physically stronger and faster. However, there was one aspect that bridged that stalemate. Unlike Kenpachi, Yuna knew about cultivation and had actively practiced it over the course of her short life. Cultivation resources might be scarce in the world of the living, but it was still better than nothing, allowing Yuna to gain a slight advantage over Kenpachi. Despite that, the duo was constantly clashing as Kenpachi sliced through Yuna's ice like it was made out of tofu. The only ice he couldn't cut through was her sword. Yuna had formed the image of her sword for eons and eons, so it was obviously not something that could be cut easily, especially if Yuna held it in her hand and actively supplied it with spiritual power. For hours, the only thing that could be heard in the cave was the clashing of two swords and the maddened laughter of two people who completely lost themselves in the joy of battle, not even realizing that there was another group of three people frantically blocking all the stray bullets being hurled their way. As Retsu's hands moved in a complex manner, conjuring yet another barrier that would probably be broken sooner rather than later, she realized what Hisoka meant when she mentioned that a fight between two monsters was completely different from what she knew. Frankly, it depressed her a little when she realized that in this kind of fight, even just being a spectator was already risky to someone like her. However, Hisoka noticed that Retsu's mood was somewhat down, so she decided to do Yuna a little favor and cheer her up. Hell, this might even reduce the intensity of the headache Yuna will inevitably cause her. After all, Yuna always pays back the favors given to her. You think that you will never reach that kind of level, aren't you, Captain Anohana? I'll put this bluntly, but you are partially correct. Sensei is a monster that no one can compare to. However, in Mai and Sensei's past lives, the women close to her always reached a ridiculous degree of power. You might never be able to defeat her in a one-on-one battle that can't be helped. However, there were multiple women that were, at best, slightly above average who broke through their limits and reached a level that could almost match Sensei. Apparently, Hinata is here as well. You will see what I'm talking about the moment you see her. Those that associate with Sensei will inevitably close in on her level of power. Staying with Sensei means that you can no longer be ordinary. Although it annoyed Retsu a little that a youngster like Hisoka was cheering her up, in the end, she was still happy about her words. Frankly, her level of strength has been stagnant for centuries. Training no longer improved her strength, while the only two people who could match her, the head captain and Kenpachi, wouldn't fight her or weren't allowed to do so. So, having someone like Yuna around actually excited her quite a bit. Additionally, hearing that Yuna was apparently very skilled at teaching people how to get stronger, Retsu became even more excited. Frankly, this was a dream coming true for her. Finally, she could grow even further. Fight even stronger opponents and win even more challenging battles. Additionally to all of this, she was looking forward to fighting Yuna again. She couldn't wait to reach a level where Yuna had to give it her all to fight her. A few more hours passed, and there was finally an end in sight of the battle between Yuna and Kenpachi, as Kenpachi was currently breathing heavily with blood flowing down all over his whole body while Yuna was in a somewhat similar situation. Despite that, neither of them seemed to be willing to back down as fierce determination burned in both of their eyes, almost causing sparks to fly as their gazes met. Hee, this is it, isn't it? Our final clash. Come, Kenpachi, let's finish this. Although Kenpachi was barely sentient right now, he seemed to automatically grasp what Yuna meant as he raised his colossal blade above his head with both ends, ready to deliver the final blow. Another primal roar escaped Kenpachi's mouth as he poured all the spiritual power he had left into his blade and slashed at Yuna far faster than he had ever done before. Ha ha ha, yes. This how a final clash should be. As she finished speaking, she lowered her sword and swung it upward to meet Kenpachi's downward strike. However, as her sword was moving, a thin layer of ice started covering its blade as Yuna's spiritual pressure was concentrated on it. Ice sword combination style, heaven and earth splitting frozen slash. The two strikes collided, instantly obliterating everything in the surroundings as the blizzard rampaging in the cave grew even more fierce while the temperature decreased even further. As the clash continued, both Yuna and Kenpachi started laughing yet again, fully engulfed in the joy of battle as they poured everything they had into this last clash. The duo held that position for quite a while. However, after a few moments, Yuna's ice finally managed to corrode Kenpachi's blade, reaching his hands and causing him to falter for a split second, which Yuna instantly abused to send his blade flying, before delivering a devastating blow to his body, leaving a huge diagonal slash on his torso. Seeing the blood spraying out of his body, Kenpachi didn't despair and looked at Yuna's face instead, and seeing a massive, insanity-ridden grin on her face, Kenpachi smiled as well. Was it as fun for you as it was for me? Yes, it was one of the most fun battles I have ever had. I acknowledge your strength, Zaraki Kenpachi. So far, Yuna had always used the moniker of Kenpachi with at least a hint of ridicule in it, but Kenpachi immediately realized that this time it was different, causing him to smile. Ha tilde, that was the most fun I ever had in my life. To think a true battle would be like this. I'm truly a satisfied tilde. As he finished speaking, his consciousness slowly drifted away as his body collapsed on the ground with a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing Kenpachi fainting, Yuna nodded her head in approval as she completely ignored him and walked towards Retsu, Ranjiku, and Hisoka, who all sighed in relief when they realized the battle was over. Without even bothering to speak much, Yuna threw Retsu and Ranjiku over her shoulders and walked away. Why, Yuna, what are you doing? Although Ranjiku didn't mind Yuna carrying away like that, she still wanted to know what was going on, while Retsu already had a good idea of what Yuna's intentions were. I had a long, intense battle, so I'm horny as fuck. In conclusion, it's sexy time. Oh, and Hisoka, take care of Kenpachi for me, would you? Instead of answering, Hisoka only rolled her eyes at Yuna while walking towards Kenpachi anyway, deciding to toss him into the nearby hot spring. If she remembered correctly, that thing should have quite the excellent healing properties. Ranjiku, on the other hand, heard Yuna's explanation and looked at her in bewilderment. Does fighting strong enemies really make you horny? Yep, tilde. Ranjiku could only smile wryly as she got Yuna's one-word answer. However, in the end, she honestly didn't mind. Being constantly bombarded by Yuna and Kenpachi's spiritual pressure caused her quite a bit of stress, so having a bit of fun would be perfect for unwinding her stressed nerves. Retsu, on the other hand, had already half expected for this to happen, as she had realized rather quickly that Yuna was someone who followed her desires. She clearly was already horny after her fight with Retsu herself, so fighting someone like Kenpachi, which was an even more intense fight, obviously would garner an ever heavier reaction from Yuna. And truth be told, Retsu didn't mind in the slightest, as she needed something to reduce her excitement as well. Seeing two incredibly powerful people clash for such a long time while indirectly being promised that she might reach a similar level one day got her incredibly excited. Since Yuna was already exhausted from fighting Kenpachi for a long time, relocating the battle to satisfy her desires to the bedroom was the perfect solution for Retsu. As such, she happily agreed to what Yuna was doing. A loud groan escaped Kenpachi's mouth as he slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion while slowly raising his upper body from the ground. Ugh, where am I? Pretty much the same place where your fight with Yuna-sensei ended, but now inside a small house. Hearing someone talking to him, Kenpachi looked at the source of the voice and found a woman with long black hair and white eyes with her upper body sprawled on a table, looking at him with a neutral expression. Kenpachi briefly scanned her with her eyes before he realized who he was looking at. You were one of the people spectating the fight. I'm honestly impressed you remembered me. The name is Hisoka, by the way. Kenpachi simply nodded his head, not really caring about Hisoka, as his eyes continued wandering through the room. Where is Yachiro? Which one? The little girl or Captain Unohana? The little girl. Hisoka chuckled in amusement as she pointed her finger at the Zanpakuto leaning against the wall next to Kenpachi. Shouldn't you know that best? At first, Kenpachi was confused about what Hisoka was talking about, but after realizing what was going on and remembering the battle he had just experienced, a massive smile appeared on his face. Right, it was like that. To think she was my Zanpakuto spirit all these years. Hisoka nodded her head in agreement with Kenpachi's reminiscent words. However, she was somewhat surprised when a glint of sadness briefly passed through his face, confusing her for a short moment before a wry smile appeared on her face. Since you can use your Bankai, you can call her at any time. A glint of realization passed through Kenpachi's eyes. Moments later, an excited little girl appeared in the middle of the room. Ken-chan. Did you have fun? You did, didn't you? Hee, that was the best battle ever. Ah, I didn't have a chance to thank BIS sis Yuna yet. Gotta go. As soon as she appeared, she immediately started babbling away and was just about to leave the room to find Yuna when Hisoka grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and raised her up like a kitten. Sensei is currently busy. You can thank her later. Yeah. No fair. I wanna go now. Hearing Yachiru's stubborn words, Hisoka simply shook her head and tossed her at Kenpachi, who quickly caught her. Sensei is currently busy doing adult activities with Captain Unohana and Ranjaku. At first, Kenpachi tilted his head in confusion, but moments later, he realized what was going on, causing his eyebrows to rise in question. He wasn't expecting that Retsu had an interest in that kind of stuff. He always assumed she to be like him, only interested in fighting. However, moments later, he simply shrugged his shoulder, no longer caring about this matter. Be obedient, Yachiru, you can thank her later. A pout appeared on Yachiru's face, but she nevertheless nodded her head before climbing onto Kenpachi's body like he was a tree before sitting down on his shoulder. Fine, but I demand more cocoa. A warm smile too appeared on Hisoka's face as she nodded her head and got up from her sitting position. How long was I out? She was just about to leave to get more drinks when Kenpachi asked another question, which Hisoka answered with a shrug of her shoulders. I'm not entirely sure, as there are no clocks here, but I would guess around 3 hours. Kenpachi hummed in acknowledgement before he noticed something else that was rather weird. Now that I think about it, how come you aren't afraid of me? I don't really care what other people think about me, but people under the lieutenant level are usually afraid of me, so I'm rather curious why you aren't. Hearing yet another question from Kenpachi, Hisoka briefly wondered whether he had always been this talkative, but she quickly concluded that the likely cause was his extraordinarily good mood after fighting Yuna. So, with a shrug of her shoulders, she answered Kenpachi's question. It's because I have nothing to fear from you. Kenpachi's eyebrows rose as his aura grew a bit sharper. Who? And why is that? Because I'm much weaker than you. As soon as Kenpachi heard Hisoka's answer, his rising aura collapsed as his shoulders sagged, almost causing Yachiru to fall off. Right, he wouldn't bother cutting down weaker people that didn't oppose him. If he were to do so, he might as well start attacking insects, random wildlife, and stones. So, without further interruptions, Hisoka left the room to satisfy Yachiru's demands, leaving Kenpachi and her to themselves. Seeing Hisoka leaving the room, Kenpachi took his sword and inspected it. Tilda, I want to fight her again, Tilda. You can't, Ken-chan. You are still hurt. Kenpachi could only smile wryly while nodding his head when he heard Yachiru's words. Indeed, his whole body was currently hurting, undoubtedly the after effect of using his Bankai. Yes, it's too early to fight her again. Besides, he raised his sword higher as his eyes filled with determination and a twisted grin split his face. Before I fight her again, I need to get stronger. Much stronger. Meanwhile, above the underground cave, utter chaos had broken loose within Seirei. First, it only started snowing softly over around an area of a few square kilometers, which was a weird phenomenon, especially considering it was far from winter, but considering there was a captain that could control ice, people weren't too surprised. However, when a raging blizzard suddenly engulfed all of Seirei, people started panicking, resulting in the head captain giving out a command to find Captain Hitsugaya, the one who could control ice, and either stop him from whatever he was doing or, in case he wasn't doing anything, to stop whatever was going on. The result? Captain Hitsugaya was easily found within his division's compound, looking at the falling snow in a daze. Only after shaking him seriously did he manage to get out of his stupor, and as soon as he heard the captain commander's order, he activated his bankai and flew in the air. Unfortunately, he couldn't control what was going on in the slightest. He could neither influence the weather nor could he handle the falling snow, which bewildered him greatly. So, he started communicating with his Zanpakuto only to receive an answer laced with fear that clearly stated that it was unwilling even to try seizing control of a single snowflake, confusing Captain Hitsugaya even more. Wasn't my Zanpakuto supposed to be the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto? What is going on? What kind of phenomenon is this? However, before that question could be answered, the blizzard calmed down and returned to its initial form, a small patch of land with snow gently falling from the sky. Seeing that everything had calmed down, Captain Hitsugaya was confident that he could remove the last patches of the snowstorm, but yet again, his ability failed, not working in the slightest. What the hell is this? Despite yelling out that question, no one answered him as everyone looked at the constant snowfall in bewilderment. Just like that, another 2 days passed as Yuna indulged herself in other activities. As soon as Kenpachi was healed, he left the underground cave, Yuna not really caring about that due to his shitty sense of direction and general thirst for another battle. She was certain Kenpachi wouldn't disclose her hiding spot. Closely following Kenpachi, Hisoka left as well, as she could no longer stand the constant noise generated by Yuna's activities. Yet again, Yuna didn't care about her leaving, as she knew that Hisoka wouldn't be stupid enough to betray her. Luckily, Hisoka wasn't important enough for someone to notice her absence in the first place, while Kenpachi wasn't gone long enough for people to notice his absence. Everyone just assumed he spent the whole time randomly running around the city, trying to find his target. Retsu and Ranjiku, on the other hand, decided to stay inside the hideout for now. Both of them were already confirmed to have gotten kidnapped, so they decided to spend some time in the hideout, relaxing their bodies and minds. After having some fun with Retsu and Ranjiku, Yuna decided to yet again cause some mischief inside Seirede, causing its inhabitants to shiver without knowing the cause. And around an hour later, Yuna found her target, the Omida clan. Or, to be more precise, Marakio Omida. Apparently, the Omida clan was one of Seirede's noble clans, making them a decent target in the first place, but Marakio was a little bit of a special case. Somehow, he managed to make it to the position of lieutenant of the 2nd Division, which specializes in stealth, while being heavily overweight. So, Yuna smelled foul play, thinking that he got the position through his family. Obviously, that wasn't certain, so Yuna decided to test him a little and see if he had adequate skills for that position, and if not, well, there were a few Kido spells and techniques Yuna would like to test out. So, after stealthily looking around the compound for a few more minutes, Yuna found the person she was looking for. Unfortunately, he was accompanied by a petite woman with black hair and grey eyes wearing a captain's robe. Captain Soifun, huh? Not sure what I should do about her. From what I have heard, she has a strict no-nonsense attitude, which isn't really my type. Oh well, in the current situation, I can't do anything about her anyway. She is neither as free-spirited as Ranjiku nor can I lure her with battles like Retsu. Oh well, guess I'll test out the big boy and leave. As she finished those thoughts, she appeared behind Marakio at a speed she was confident Ranjiku would notice and threw a punch at his face. Since both of them were lieutenants, Marekio should at least be able to detect an approach at that level. Just before Yuna's fist could reach his face, it was intercepted by a hand. However, that hand, unfortunately, didn't belong to Marakio, but Soifun instead, causing Yuna to shake her head. To think the intruder would dare to sneak attack someone in my presence. You are either confident, stupid, or insane. I'll take confident and insane. You can give a stupid to your lieutenant. Seriously, I half expected it, but he really bought himself into his position, didn't he? Naturally, Marakio was outraged hearing Yuna's claim and angrily pointed his finger at her while she disengaged Soifun. What? Nonsense, I got this position fair and square. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuna snorted in disdain while shaking her head. You didn't even notice such a mediocre stealth attack. No matter how I look at it, someone that unaware of his surrounding has no place in a stealth force. Hearing Yuna's words, Soifun had some doubts bubbling inside as she glanced at Marakio. Or rather, she glanced at his bulging belly. When he got promoted, he certainly had what it took to get the position, but is that still the case? Hasn't that belly been getting bigger? A shiver went through Marikyo's spine as Soifon glared at his belly. Oi, Captain, you aren't actually taking this intruder's words to heart, are you? Not really, but she certainly is making a good point. But why do I have to block a sneak attack directed at you? Did I suddenly turn from your captain into your babysitter? After we capture this woman, you can look forward to some very intense training sessions. Marikyo's eyes widened in horror as soon as Soifon informed him about the additional training before he glared at Yuna angrily. Damn it, this is all because of you. As he finished speaking, he unsheathed his blade and held it in front of him as it started glowing. Crush them, Gagetsuburi. As soon as he finished speaking, his Zanpakuto turned into a giant metal ball with spikes attached to it, dumbfounding Yuna. What the hell is that supposed to do? Does he throw it? Or maybe he uses it like a fancy rook in close combat. Both sound pretty stupid. That thing must have some kind of unique ability. Right, everything else doesn't make sense. While Yuna was chatting with Kurama, Marikyo bent his knees, and moments later, he vanished and reappeared behind Yuna using a flash step, his Zanpakuto held high above his head, ready to smash it down. You are actually using it like a fancy rock. You idiot, stop. Unfortunately, Yuna and Soifon yelled at the same time, preventing Marikyo from hearing what his captain said. Although Yuna was genuinely shocked by the silly method Marikyo fought, in the end, he simply wasn't her opponent. So, she merely raised her hand, careful not to hit one of the spikes on Marikyo's weapon, and easily caught it. Simultaneously, she moved her other and smacked the hilt of her sword into his side, making him faint. Seeing her lieutenant getting one-shot, Soifon clicked her tongue in annoyance. That damn fatso. What is he thinking attacking an enemy that is willing to attack a captain by himself? Well, Soifon, at least he has proven himself to be capable of a pretty decent flash step, reducing the punishment I planned for him. Soifon couldn't help but scowl at how casually Yuna addressed her and briefly wondered how she knew the name flash step, but hearing the word punishment, she shelved those things away for now. Punishment? What are you talking about? I don't you have any business punishing anyone, intruder. Well, if I want to punish someone, I do it. As if anyone could stop me. Besides that, it's not like it is any harsh punishments. Just a few little Kido prank spells I came up with. Soifon's eyebrows rose when she heard the term Kido prank spells, as she didn't believe that a random intruder could come up with new Kido spells, and even if they could, she couldn't fathom why they would bother developing pranks instead of something worthwhile. What are you even talking about? Whatever, it doesn't really matter, as I will capture you anyway. Tell me, do you know what happens when the Corps Commander of the Executive Militia Corps draws their blade? As she finished speaking, she grabbed the handle of the blade she wore horizontally on her back while a vicious grin appeared on her face. What am I talking about? Well, you know, stuff like forcing him to fart randomly in public, accommodated by a bunch of confetti. Or him occasionally getting a cake in the face. Stuff like that. As for that blade thingy, I have no idea. Soifon was just about to draw her blade when she heard Yuna's answer, causing her face to become deadpan. Seriously? Farts and cake? That's really immature. Yuna's eyes widened in shock as she pointed a heavy shaking finger at Soifon. Why you didn't just say that? Take that back immediately, or you will no longer have a spot in my harem. Who the hell wants a spot in your harem? As Soifon yelled at her, a smug smile appeared on Yuna's face while proudly puffing out her chest. Isn't that obvious? Everyone, whether young or old, men or women, everyone wants in, but alas, I, unfortunately, have high standards and can only take in a selected few. Meaning, hot women. Hey, that's just not true. Appearance isn't really important. Rather than that, they need to be fun to be around. And you surely aren't saying that because appearance can be fixed with cultivation techniques, right? Hee. Tilda ga Yuna hypocrite, ga ha ha ha. You sure know some hard words, chaos. Chaos, smart, ga tilda. Meanwhile, Soifon was looking at Yuna in utter bewilderment. You are delusional. I prefer the term insane. Anyway, what about that sword thing? Hearing Yuna's question, Soifon managed to get out of her bewilderment as her vicious smile returned. That's right, as soon as my blade is drawn. Soifon unsheathed her blade, causing dozens of people in black clothing to appear around Yuna using flash step. The execution begins. Meanwhile, Yuna looked around the people who had just appeared and nodded in approval. Those were some pretty good at flash steps. I'm a little impressed. Soifon couldn't help but get a little angry at how nonchalant Yuna talked despite being surrounded by her squad. She was just about to start talking when the atmosphere around Yuna shifted, turning much more dangerous. In that case, do you know what happens when this Yuna Uzumaki draws her blade? Yuna flared her spiritual pressure, causing Soifon to frown and a few weaker members of her squad to take a step back. This will be harder than I thought. Hopefully, I can overwhelm her with my speed. While Soifon was thinking about her next step, Yuna slowly pulled out one of her blades, and as soon as it was fully drawn, a smirk appeared on her face. Cake happens. Splat. Dozens of cakes appeared out of nowhere and smacked every single person surrounding Yuna, including Soifon and Marikyo, into the face. Soifon instantly wiped the cake out of her face and glared at Yuna angrily. However, the person she tried to glare at was no longer there, and the only thing that was left was an ice statue of Yuna that was smirking at her in an insufferable manner, almost causing one of her blood vessels to burst in anger. If it was just that, Soifon might have been still fine, but on top of that insufferable smirk, the statue looked like it was languidly stretching its body, perfectly revealing its curves while almost showing the stuff that shouldn't be shown. Fuck. Why are you standing around in a daze? Search her and bring me her head. Now. As she finished speaking, everyone around her scattered to look for Yuna while Soifon used flash step to approach Yuna's statue and swung her blade at its neck. Clang. The sound of metal hitting something incredibly hard echoed through the courtyard, dumbfounding Soifon as her blade didn't even leave a scratch on the statue. What the hell? This looks like normal ice, how isn't it breaking? Again and again, she slashed at the statue's neck, and the more she slashed, the angrier she became. Even the thought of using her Bankai briefly flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed that thought. So, after hacking at Yuna's statue for a few more minutes, she decided to simply give up and leave with the thought that it at least didn't stand at her home. As Soifon was leaving, a pair of purple eyes looked at her in amusement and followed closely behind her. She didn't know it yet, but as soon as that purple pair of eyes found out where she lived, there would be a new addition to Soifon's home. Divine Eye Style, Heavenly Statue Creation Substitution Art. Is stalking a woman and erecting a statue of oneself in her home the newest method to pick up women? Erect. Erect, gahahaha. Sigh, I'll take that as a yes. A few more days passed, and deep in the headquarters of Seireide's 8th Division, a middle-aged man wearing a woman's kimono was sitting on the ground in front of a small table and leisurely sipping from a sei cup. This is how life should be. As those words left his mouth, he looked skyward at the snow that was gently falling all around him, causing him to smile leisurely. Coincidentally, part of the 8th Division's buildings was close enough to be hit by Yuna's snowstorm. Although things got rather nasty while the blizzard rampaged, the middle-aged man enjoyed the gentle snowfall. However, the quiet atmosphere vanished rather quickly as a stern-looking woman with glasses approached him with a serious expression. "Oh no-no-chan, come over here and give me a kiss, Tilda." Instead of a kiss, the woman smacked a block of paper in his face, which he quickly grabbed before it could fall to the ground. Captain Kairaku, here are more reports about people getting hit by cakes. Ignoring the screech of terror in the background, Shunsui chuckled in amusement as he took another sip of sake. "Oh well, it is how it is, Naneo." However, Naneo ignored her captain's disinterested words as she adjusted her glasses and continued speaking. "These ones are within Seireide, not in the world of the living." "PFFFU what?" Shunsui performed a splendid spit take, forcing Naneo to dodge to the side while glaring at her captain. "Are you certain?" "The culprit is here, in Seireide." Naneo simply nodded her head as she resumed her explanation. "Yes. It appears that the different division initially kept the incidents to themselves, probably for the same reason we didn't report anything about it, but since things kept escalating more and more, the lower-ranked Shinigami started talking with other divisions and it became very clear that the scale of incidents is far beyond what we had expected." Naturally, Shunsui was dumbfounded by what he had just heard. What he found especially weird was that he had not gotten any reports about this earlier. As if she could read his mind, a scowl appeared on Nanao's face as she continued her report. So far, none of our division's Shinigami have been hit within Seirei. I assume the culprit did that, so we only find out about this later on. Hearing Nanao's assumption, Shunsui gritted his teeth in anger while nodding his head. Damn it, because every division is prideful, none admitted to being pranked. I bet quite a few of the individual Shinigami didn't report that they were hit either, which would mean things are actually worse than we expected. However, with so many incidents, we surely have their face now, right? Hearing Shuansui's question, Nanao sadly lowered her head and answered him. Unfortunately, we don't. Shunsui sighed deeply when Nanao denied his question as he raised his cup, taking another sip. So we might actually have the same problem we have with the number of incidents. Someone might have seen the culprit's face, but they were pranked as well, resulting in their pride stopping them from reporting the incident. Nanao's eyes widened as she frantically started shaking her head, not believing that someone would not report the intruder's appearance just for the sake of their pride. That was completely different from reporting that you were pranked. Would someone really do that? Isn't that almost treason? Well, lower-ranked Shinigami probably would report the incident, but what if a captain got pranked? For example, do you think that Captain Kurosuchi would be willing to report that he got humiliated? Nanao gritted her teeth after hearing Shuansui's question, and after only a few seconds of thinking about it, she shook her head. She didn't believe he would make a report like that. Seeing Nanao shake her head, Shunsui sighed deeply as he leisurely leaned back, allowing his back to touch the snow-filled ground. So this is such a hassle. Worst of all, captains are the most likely to see the intruder but are also the ones least likely to report what had happened in case the intruder got away. Especially if the intruder had managed to prank them. Do you really think the intruder could trick a captain? Wouldn't that mean they are at least as strong as one? Nanao, they have been rampaging through Seirei for around a week now, and we still don't even know how they look. It would be more surprising if they didn't have captain-level strength, and I'm talking about one of the stronger ones. Nanao couldn't help but grit her teeth as soon as Shunsui stopped talking. Indeed, she didn't want it to be true, but no matter how she looked at it, the intruder was at captain level. And, worse of all, if they were truly the ones responsible for Captain Unohana's disappearance, then Seirei was in deep shit. Nanao might not know about who Captain Unohana really is, but she at least knew that she was one of the older Shinigami in the city. So can't things just return to being peaceful? Nanao was just about to leave Shunsui alone when another Shinigami hastily ran towards them, causing the duo to glance at each other briefly. More trouble. CC Captain Kairaku. SS something outrageous happened. Hearing the Shinigami's words, Shunsui could only sigh deeply while holding his head. He could already feel a headache coming. Out with it already. That well. Cough at hee. Seeing the Shinigami fumbling around, Shuansui's eyebrows twitched in irritation. Stop stalling. Out with it. Well. A giant penis made out of ice appeared inside the Kuchiki clan compound. The atmosphere stiffened while the man who had just made that report awkwardly looked away from Shunsui and Nanao. He really didn't want to be the one to make that kind of report, but unfortunately, his rank was pretty low, so his superiors one-sidedly made him do that report. As the Shinigami was sweating a little, Shunsui and Nanao mechanically turned their head toward where the Kuchiki clan compound was, and indeed, there it was, a massive dick growing out of the middle of Seirei. Seeing that, Shunsui sighed deeply as he raised his cup to take another sip, but before he could do so, Nanao snatched it away. Shunsui was about to complain to her that right now wasn't the right moment to stop him from drinking during work hours when his chin hit the ground due to Nanao taking a dick gulp herself. He had never seen her drink any alcohol. Times sure are chaotic, aren't they? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a young woman with long black hair was going on a rampage as she hacked away at an ice statue like it had killed her parents. Why did this thing appear in my home? Obviously, that young woman was Soifon, while the statue depicted Yuna. Frankly, Soifon went from being pissed off due to it to being somewhat terrified. Its absurd durability aside, it had actually changed poses a few times while Soifon wasn't looking, dumbfounding her greatly. She cursed the statue some more while hacking away at it before leaving the room to get herself something to drink. However, as soon as she returned to the room, she paused while the water glass she was holding fell to the ground. Soifon didn't even notice her feet getting wet due to the spilled water while her eyes were transfixed on the ice statue, which had changed poses yet again. However, this time the change was quite dramatic, as it usually only slightly changed its pose. Now, it was sprawled on the ground, its head and breasts pressed onto the ground, while its butt was high in the air. Additionally, the Shinigami garb it was initially wearing had vanished and was instead replaced with a snug-fitting bikini, revealing all the curves that could be revealed, briefly causing Soifon to lick her lips before managing to get out of her stupor. Fuck. I briefly thought that this shitty statue looked beautiful. I have had enough of this. As she finished her thoughts, a glint of insanity passed through her eyes as she drew her sword. Bankai. A few seconds later, a colossal explosion occurred within Seirei, while the small figure of Soifon could be seen getting flung away from it due to the recoil and the power of the explosion. Luckily, Soifon lived in a huge mansion with no other residences close by, resulting in no human casualties. However, due to the explosion, the only thing that remained intact from Soifon's mansion was a fully clothed ice statue that had its left hand resting on her hip while the other one was making a thumbs-up pose while squinting its left eye close. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, outside of Seirei, a decently sized group of people was looking at the new attractions in bewilderment. They were just about to look for a good way to infiltrate the city when a massive explosion occurred within the city. Well, seems like we need to hurry. If we don't get Nasan out of that city, nothing will be left of it. Wasn't the mission rescuing Rukia? Hearing Tatsuki's question, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders as he leisurely answered her. Yes, that was initially the goal, but now that the city had to endure a full week of unsupervised Nasan, it should be pretty close to collapsing. While everyone was looking at Naruto with a mixture of doubt, disbelief, and bewilderment, Hinata gritted her teeth as she angrily stared at Seirei. Naruto saw that and could only smile wryly as he started speaking to her. How many, Hinata? Hearing Naruto's question, Hinata stopped glaring at Seirei and looked at Naruto instead. 2. What? Nasan picked up 2 additional women for her harem in 7 days. Hearing Naruto's outburst, everyone looked at him and Hinata in shock, wondering how that kind of information was acquired while wondering if it actually was true. However, Naruto's following words almost caused everyone else to trip and faceplant to the ground. Only 2? Is Nasan getting rusty, or does Seirei have no good women? Hinata glared at Naruto, causing him to awkwardly scratch his head, but she didn't comment or deny his words. Frankly, she was a little surprised that it turned out to be only 2 in the end. It could have gotten much worse. TSK whatever, I'm going in, see you later. Who knows what will happen if Yuna continues acting unsupervised? Obviously, Yoruichi wanted to stop her from acting recklessly, but before she could even get a word out, Hinata's presence had vanished, leaving everyone else dumbfounded, while Naruto chuckled in amusement. Well, just let her be. If it is stealth, then only very, very few could hope to match her. Frankly, as long as she doesn't actively try to attack me, I can't find her either. Yoruichi wanted to claim that Naruto was talking nonsense and that Hinata was acting recklessly, but considering she couldn't notice her move either, there was no basis for doing so. While everyone was dumbfounded, Tatsuki asked a question that was actually on everyone's minds. How did Hinata find out about Yuna increasing her harem size? Hearing his girlfriend's question, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head while a mild chuckle escaped his lips. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Anko always called it Hinata's first wife sense, but I have no idea how that actually works. The only thing I know is that it's pretty accurate. Anko? Who is that? Oh? That's just one of Nasan's women. Huh? Seriously? Why have I never seen her before? Well, that's a little complicated. How about I tell you about it when this mess is over? A frown appeared on Tatsuki's face when she noticed Naruto didn't want to talk about it, but she still nodded in satisfaction when he offered to tell her later. Considering there were currently quite a few people around them, she simply assumed that Naruto didn't want other people to hear the story. Anyway, Yuna and Hinata's weirdness aside, we should get moving. That explosion is a nice distraction for us to get into the city. Hearing Yoruichi's words, everyone simply nodded their head as they prepared themselves to enter the city through the massive hole Yuna had left in the wall previously. Usually, a lot of Shinigami would mingle around it, preventing outsiders from entering while doing repair work, but now, all of them were going towards the previous explosion with their curiosity overpowering their sense of duty. While Naruto's group was walking towards the damaged wall, Hinata was rushing through the city at high speed. She had long passed the wall and was currently using Flash Step to travel through Seirede at maximum speed toward the place she assumed Yuna to be at in the middle of the snowstorm. Usually, that was a pretty good first step when trying to find Yuna. So, she quickly arrived at the relevant location but couldn't help but frown when she ended up at a dead end. She meticulously scanned the wall, and after doing so for a few minutes, her eyes shone in understanding. She might not be as good with Kido as Yuna, but that didn't mean she could find a hidden door as long as she knew where she was supposed to look for it. So, a few minutes later, the entrance to the hidden cave opened yet again, allowing Hinata to pass through it. After walking down a set of stairs for a few minutes, she arrived at a vast underground space that had snow gently falling from the ceiling, resulting in her head nodding in acknowledgement. Well, I don't know if Yuna is here, but it is rather certain that she at least had been here before. Realizing that, she was eagerly walking toward the middle of the cave, but before she could reach it, someone appeared behind her, pressing a blade to her neck. "Who are you?" However, to the surprise of the attacker, Hinata melted away, only leaving a puddle of water behind. What the H? Before the attacker could figure out what just happened, their instinct flared as they dodged to the side, resulting in a thin blade leaving a gash on her hip, which they healed by simply swiping their finger over it. The attacker looked around, but to their surprise, they couldn't see Hinata nor detect her presence. Instead of being afraid of the unknown enemy that, without a doubt, was hiding her presence, an insanity-ridden small smile appeared on the attacker's face. Who? To think someone could reach such a high level of stealth. I'm impressed. No sound could be heard in the underground cave as the attacker was slowly looking around, sword in hand and ready to strike, when a deep sigh echoed through the cave, causing the attacker to frown as Hinata appeared a few meters away from her. You are one of Yuna's women, aren't you? The name's Hinata, I'm one of Yuna's wives. Hearing Hinata's words, her attacker briefly paused, thinking whether they should continue attacking anyway or not, before smiling and sheathing their blade. There was no need to be hasty, they could fight any time they wished, but now it was time for introductions. Retsu Unohana, captain of the 4th Division and, as you have mentioned, one of Yuna's women. Hearing Unohana's name, Hinata could only smile wryly. Although she had already suspected her identity, considering Retsu was supposed to be a healer, Hinata had some doubts about her identity. Meanwhile, Retsu couldn't help but smile happily while thinking about her small exchange with Hinata. Yuna told me that there are more people that could match me by her side. Honestly, I didn't fully believe her for quite a while, but now, briefly fighting you, I know her words were true. Hinata simply shrugged her shoulders as she walked toward Retsu at a leisurely pace. So you are one of those that love battle, huh? No wonder Yuna got interested in you. Personally, I don't mind fighting you a few rounds, but as you have undoubtedly noticed, I'm more of an assassin type, so fighting me might not fight your taste. Well, I can fight head-on as well, but it's not my specialty. Retsu couldn't help but smile as Hinata claimed she wouldn't mind fighting her. Obviously, she noticed Hinata's preferred combat style being stealth-based and didn't mind in the slightest. She loved fighting, no matter in what form. As for more or less forcing Hinata into a fighting style, she didn't prefer to make fighting more fun. Retsu was a little conflicted. That's fine, I love fighting. No need to fight in a way you are not comfortable with. Hinata smiled lightly as she passed Retsu, resulting in her turning around as well as the duo moving side by side towards the middle of the room, where Hinata could already feel more presences. I wouldn't say that I'm not comfortable with it, as I frequently have sparring matches with Yuna using the head-on approach. I'll just be a little weaker than I should be. Retsu's steps briefly faltered after hearing that Hinata apparently fought Yuna frequently. Frankly, she was a little jealous as she perceived the fight she had with Yuna as the most fun she had ever had. Someone else having that kind of experience frequently naturally didn't make her happy. Obviously, Hinata noticed Retsu's mood change and chuckled in amusement. Well, what are you getting all gloomy for? I bet you already planned when you would challenge Yuna again, right? How about we fight her together the next time? Hearing Hinata's words, a glint passed through Retsu's eyes as the brief hope of actually defeating Yuna appeared in her mind. Frankly, she wasn't a fan of defeating someone in a 2-against-1 battle, but she also realized that Yuna was simply too strong for her to defeat by herself. Despite that, Retsu shook her head at Hinata's offer as the duo's eyes met. Although I admit that a 2-against-1 would be fun, but I think I would like to fight you first. I want to see the strength of those that stand by Yuna's side. Although Hinata was slightly surprised by Retsu's words, in the end, she could only smile. I see, in that case, you better be ready. As she finished speaking, Hinata's spiritual pressure erupted out of her and covered the whole cave, causing Retsu to smile, battle hunger clearly visible on her face. Oh yes, I think I'll enjoy staying with Yuna's group. A few moments later, Hinata and Retsu reached a steaming hot spring with 2 naked women comfortably resting inside it. Seeing the blonde woman's breasts floating in the water, Hinata's eyebrows twitched in irritation before she took a deep breath to calm herself down. No need to be jealous, I'm still growing. Surely, I'll reach that kind of level as well after when I'm fully grown. While Ranjiku looked at Hinata in confusion, Yuna only gave her a leisurely smile. Yo, it's been a while, Hinata. Hinata could only roll her eyes after hearing Yuna's greeting, causing her to chuckle in amusement. Maybe it was for you, but I just arrived in this place. Oh, right, should have been an offset of around a week. I hope you arrived here without any further problems. Hinata couldn't help but snort in disdain as soon as Yuna finished speaking while simultaneously removing her clothing, entering the hot spring, and sitting down on Yuna's lap. The arrival itself was no problem, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to think when the first thing I realize after coming here is that you have picked up another 2 women. While Ranjiku realized who Hinata was due to her words and actions, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement while resting her chin on Hinata's shoulder and hugging her waist. Hee, no matter how you look at it, I was seriously holding myself back. After all, it's only 2 people and the city isn't even damaged. Hinata could only shake her head while glaring at Yuna from the corner of her eye, resulting in another amused chuckle from Yuna. What do you mean by it didn't damage the city? Pretty sure that massive explosion that happened not too long ago counts as damage. Hearing Hinata's words, Yuna's hands, which were currently slowly advancing towards Hinata's breasts, stopped moving as Retsu and Ranjiku started glaring at Yuna. Obviously, Yuna had told them that Naruto and a few others would be invading Seirei soon, but she also told them that there very likely wouldn't be any causalities. So, how couldn't they look at Yuna in doubt when they heard a massive explosion occur in the middle of the city? Noticing that everyone was staring at her, Yuna couldn't help but awkwardly scratch her head as she smiled wryly. Well, this might surprise you, but I swear that however that explosion came to be, I haven't planted any explosive materials within Seirei yet. Although that does surprise me, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to think about you using the word yet in that sentence. Sigh. Hearing the conversation between Yuna and Hinata, Retsu and Ranjiku briefly glanced at each other before they simply shrugged their shoulders. Since Yuna was stronger than both of them combined, it was not like the duo could do anything to stop her, so they decided not to bother with this matter and just enjoy themselves down here for a few more days. Seirei will be fine, probably. Stop at tilde. Retsu and Ranjiku's heads immediately snapped towards the source of the sound they had just heard and noticed Hinata squirming on Yuna's lap while frantically pressing her hand on her mouth in an attempt to stop herself from moaning. Stop it already, I've known these 2 for like 5 minutes. So? I don't see your point. Don't you like being watched tilde? Udmon, didn't you bully me into having that fetish? Well, you like being bullied as well, so don't see the problem tilde. While Hinata was squirming around on Yuna's lap, resisting but not really resisting, Retsu and Ranjiku could only smile wryly at each other. Since Hinata could simply stand up from Yuna's lap, neither of them believed that Hinata actually wanted to get away from Yuna, and considering the usual pattern when they took a dip in the hot spring, the duo wasn't even surprised with this outcome. Come over, Ranjiku. As I said, Hinata likes getting bullied tilde. Is that so? Then don't mind if I do tilde. While Ranjiku was slowly approaching Yuna and Hinata while whittling her finger, Retsu could only smile wryly at the scene in front of her. She briefly wondered whether she should sit this one out or not before simply shrugging her shoulders while starting to undress. Oh well, might as well have a little fun. Meanwhile, a weird-looking person with pure white skin and the top half of their face painted black wasn't having fun at all. Additionally, 3 golden protrusions decorated his chin and the sides of his head, and he wore a weird hat that pointed sideways. His name was Moyuikuro Sucha. He was the captain of the 12th Division of the Gotei 13 and the second president of the Shinigami Research Institute. The last week went rather horribly for him, and all his worries could be summarized with 3 simple words: ice, snow, and cake. He was currently deep in his research room and was surrounded by cake and ice, while an ice statue of a beautiful woman stood in the middle of the room. All these things were samples that were brought to him from all over Seirei, while the ice statue was delivered to him from Soifon's destroyed home. She had claimed that the invader had probably infiltrated her house and planted a bomb inside. As for the ice statue, Soifon claimed that she had no idea where it came from, making Moyue highly suspicious of her. Unfortunately, as a fellow captain, he couldn't interrogate her. Anyway, he got the second best option, the statue itself. However, no matter how many tests are run, this is normal ice. So why doesn't it melt? Well, not even I can put a scratch on it. The snow at least melts normally, but considering Captain Hitsugaya claimed that he couldn't control it, there must be something special about it as well. Despite that, it appears to be normal snow. What is happening? As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze landed on one of the cake samples delivered to him, causing his frown to deepen even further. And what's with these cakes? Exactly like the ice and snow, it appears to be regular cakes. Well, some of the people who delivered the samples to him claimed that it was especially tasty, but that isn't exactly useful for my investigation. As he spoke those words, he crouched in front of the ice statue to inspect it closer, leaning forward while adjusting the magnifier covering his right eye. It's highly detailed, and if it weren't entirely made out of ice, I could almost think of it as alive. Such fascinating craftsmanship. I really wonder what the purpose of this statue. Gag. As Moyue was talking to himself, his head came closer and closer to the statue, inspecting every little detail, trying to find something that wasn't just ice. And as he was lost in his curiosity, his mouth came rather close to the statue's crotch area, and before he could understand what was going on, something long entered his mouth and hit the back of his mouth, causing him to gag and reel backward. He looked in the statue in bewilderment, and as soon as he saw what had happened, his spiritual pressure erupted out of him explosively, instantly covering the whole research institute. Instead of its previous thumbs-up pose, it now had both of its hands resting on its hips while a large phallic object was proudly pointing skyward from the place between its legs. There was no need to say what that phallic object was. Whoever made this will pay for insulting me like this. I will destroy this vile creation, no matter what it takes. Bankai. As another explosion occurred in Seirei, Naruto and the rest of the group had decided to simply slip through the hole in the wall Yuna had left behind. Unfortunately, as soon as they had slipped through, a rather surprising person appeared in front of them, Jin Ichimaru, one of Seirei's captains. Initially, Naruto considered fighting him, but fighting a captain-level threat this early in the game was not a good idea. After all, who knows how many more people will come here while Naruto is fighting. So, Naruto quickly decided that retreat was the correct choice. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Ichigo attacked Jin, almost causing Naruto to facepalm. You idiot, get back. Hearing Yorocha's yell, Naruto nodded in approval, while everyone else wasn't entirely sure what to do. Seeing everyone's indecisiveness, Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance as he shot forward to assist Ichigo while simultaneously giving out a command. Retreat, I'll fetch Ichigo. No, that's too dangerous. While everyone decided to obey Naruto for now due to the authority deeply ringing in his voice, Yoruichi tried to stop him, but Naruto wasn't bothered by that. It isn't for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his position, closing half the distance toward Ichigo almost instantly, causing Yoruichi's eyes to widen in surprise. Shit, that one's a monster as well. Very well, everyone retreat. We'll look for another point of entry. Yes. Since the two people who were more or less considered the leader of this group came to consent, they moved immediately and retreated for now as Naruto had almost caught up to Ichigo. Unfortunately, before Naruto could reach him, he had already clashed swords with Jin, causing the latter to grin in a creepy fashion. Oh Tilda, you aren't afraid of me? Of course not. While Ichigo confirmed that he apparently wasn't afraid of Jin, despite not really understanding how strong he actually was, Jin put some more strength in his blade, forcing Ichigo to slide back a few meters, allowing Naruto to catch up with him. "What are you doing, Ichigo? We are not here to defeat the captains but to save Rukia. What's the purpose of picking a fight with a powerful opponent we don't even need to defeat? But he stands in our way. We need to defeat him. Are you an idiot? Is this a linear RPG? We don't need to defeat every boss to clear the game. There are other paths we can take." Hearing Naruto's words, Ichigo couldn't help but awkwardly look away while a small blush appeared on his face. For some reason, he felt like he shouldn't back down and just continue fighting until he had rescued Rukia, but after hearing Naruto's words, he felt a little silly for thinking so. Anyway, as the duo was briefly chatting, the creepy smile on Jin's face widened as he pointed the tip of his weirdly small sword at Ichigo. "Oh tilde, so you are Kurosaki Ichigo. In that case, I definitely can't let you pass. Shoot to kill Shinso." Hearing Jin activate his Shikai, Naruto's instincts flared as he could already make a good guess about what would happen next due to Jin's stance. So, he immediately got between Ichigo and Jin as he drew his blade, instantly turning it into a pair of well-fitting gloves. As he expected, Jin's blade extended at an incredibly fast pace and pierced towards Naruto, who angled his gloves in an upward manner so he wouldn't have to tank the full impact of Jin's sword directly. And, just as he had planned, the moment Jin's sword collided with Naruto's gloves, the upward force of the collision was too much for Jin to control, forcing his sword to point slightly upward, plainly missing Naruto, Ichigo, and everyone running away behind them. However, as soon as he realized that he had missed, the size of Jin's sword was reduced instantly, returning it to its original state at a frightening pace. "Retreat, Ichigo." Ichigo couldn't help but grit his teeth when he heard Naruto's authority-filled voice. However, he also realized that he could barely see the attack Naruto just deflected, making it rather clear that this fight might be a little much for him to take part in. Realizing this, Ichigo gritted his teeth as he turned around. Only now did he truly understand that there was no point fighting this fight right now. Someone caught them at the gate, but there probably were other means of entrance. If they had been attacked while already in the middle of Seirei, it would have been a different matter, but there was no reason to commit to such a high-risk fight when they hadn't even entered Seirei yet. "Don't die, Naruto." Hearing Ichigo's order, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as the wind surrounding him grew stronger. "So you are not going to stop him?" "Nah, I'm fine." Naruto couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after Jin answered his question. It was rather clear that there was more to this whole encounter than meets the eye. The fact that Jin knew about Ichigo was already suspicious enough, and now it appears that Jin wasn't even willing to fight Ichigo properly. Something is definitely fishy here. I need to ask Nasan what is going on. I'm sure she has already figured out quite a bit. As those thoughts passed his mind, Jin adjusted where the tip of his sword pointed before it extended yet again, causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement as he used the same method as before to deflect it. "Say, that extending sword." A smirk appeared on Naruto's face as his gaze landed on the place between Jin's legs. "Are you perhaps compensating for something?" The ever-present smile on Jin's face twitched for a moment as he adjusted where the tip of his sword was pointing yet again, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. "Hey! What am I supposed to tell my girlfriend if you cut that part off? I still need that." As he said that, he lightly sidestepped, dodging the tip of Jin's sword, which quickly burrowed itself into the ground a few meters behind Naruto. Oh! The previous attack held no killing intent, but this one did. Did I hit a weak point? Jin couldn't help but frown when he heard Naruto's words. He admitted that his last move was a little childish, but for his opponent to actually detect that he never meant to kill them was rather abnormal to him. It's one of the twins, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised about abnormal things surrounding them, but for him detecting that I actually didn't plan to Ichigo is rather disturbing. Of course, I don't try to kill him. After all, isn't he just a little brat, just like you? I might as well cut down stones. He tilde, but the dick joke got you, didn't it, tilde? Hearing Naruto's teasing words, Jin's eyebrows twitched in irritation as he gave his best to maintain the snake-like smile on his face. Seems like the sister isn't the only one who is infuriating to talk with. This guy is really annoying. Whatever, it is time for you to leave, so I'll make you leave. Yet again, the tip of Jin's sword shot toward Naruto, who couldn't help but smirk at that. Unlike the previous time, Naruto blocked the sword tip with his armored-covered right hand while the left one stabilized the sword, so it would slip away. Simultaneously, Naruto jumped as a smirk appeared on his face. Hee, what made you think I wanted to stay here? See you soon, Tilda. Since Naruto was midair, Jin's sword instantly pushed him backward at high speed, pushing him outside the walls of Serete due to him slightly adjusting his position beforehand, allowing him to retreat as well. Jin frowned deeply as he realized Naruto had gotten away just like that. Although he didn't plan to capture or kill him from the start, he didn't like how Naruto got away. Jin was a powerful captain who had maintained that position for quite a while now, but despite that, he was somehow played with by a young man that hasn't even reached the age of 20. He wanted to have the upper hand in this confrontation, only allowing the other party to flee when he wanted to, but he utterly failed. Not only was his release easily blocked, even his manhood was insulted while allowing Naruto to control the pace of the encounter, making Jin somewhat angry. For a split second, he considered going after Naruto, but he briefly shelved that idea. After all, there was a plan to follow and he didn't have the leisure to act on his own. Whatever. If I get another shot at him, I'll kill him, and if I don't, then so what? So, Jin turned his back to the situation and walked away, a pinch of distratification clearly visible on his face. Meanwhile, Shunsui was sprawled on a table while his lieutenant, Nanao, was sprawled on the floor not too far away from him. No-Chan, a kiss tilde, give me a kiss tilde. Shoot up, stipped Captain Tilda. Both of them were pretty drunk as empty bottles were spread all over the ground surrounding the duo. Moments later, another Shinigami entered the courtyard, immediately pausing his steps as he noticed his captain and lieutenant drunkenly sprawled around. Is it okay to make a report? Tilda more cake attack. Get lost, not interested Tilda. The Shinigami wiped away the sweat on his forehead as he slowly approached the drunken duo. IIT's not that. There was some serious damage dealt to the 2nd and 12th Division. Hearing that there was actually some damage aside from giant ice penises and cake, Shunsui immediately sat up. Although he was still pretty drunk, now he was at least paying proper attention. What happened, Hick? Well, a giant explosion tore apart Captain Soifon's home, luckily resulting in no causalities. She claims that the intruder must have snuck into her home and planted some explosives. Additionally, huge parts of the Shinigami Research Institute had been severely damaged. Captain Kurosuchi claims that the invader entered it and went on a rampage while he wasn't there and destroyed all the evidence that had been collected about them, except for a single ice statue. This one had no causalities either. As soon as the Shinigami finished their report, he couldn't help but sweat a little. After all, even they, a low-ranking Shinigami, could tell that this report was suspicious as hell. However, he could only report what the higher-ups had told him, so they really didn't know what else to do. Okay, you are dismissed. Hick. Surprisingly, Shunsui dismissed the Shinigami instantly, confusing them greatly. However, after seeing Shunsui's empty eyes and Nanao chugging another bottle of alcohol, the Shinigami immediately nodded his head and quickly left. I did what I was supposed to do, so it's no longer my problem, Tilda. A while later, Naruto regrouped with the others, and after Yoruichi finished scolding Ichigo for making a move too quickly, she started speaking to the rest of the group. Well, that didn't work out. It's rather unlucky that the first person we met was actually a captain. If it had been a lower-ranked Shinigami, we could have just knocked them out. While everyone nodded their heads, Naruto couldn't help but frown as he suspected that Jin didn't appear in front of them out of coincidence. However, there was no point in informing the others about that, as he had no proper evidence, so he decided to continue listening to Yoruichi instead. Since there is a gate rather close where Yuna invaded the city, we could try going in from there, but I don't think that will work out. So, instead of using paths that are already there, we'll create our own point of entry. Yet again, everyone nodded their heads as Yoruichi turned around and started walking toward a nearby village, the rest of the group following closely behind. Since Yoruichi seemed to know what to do, everyone easily followed her. A while later, the group entered a small wooden house where they met an old man drinking tea. Apparently, Yoruichi knew the old man, and after a short moment of chatting, she asked the whereabouts of someone called Kukakushiba. While Yoruichi was chatting with the old man, the door burst open, followed by a man holding reins sliding into the room face first. Clap, clap, clap. Nice entry. At least an 8 out of 10. While Tatsuki lightly hit the back of Naruto's head for making fun of a stranger, said stranger got up from the ground and immediately glared at Naruto. The moment he saw Naruto's clothes, his glare intensified even further. What's a shitty Shinigami doing here? Ma, pretty sure that's none of your business. What did you say? As soon as Naruto dismissed the man's question, he became angry and closed in on Naruto, causing him to roll his eyes. He had fought in a war before and fought the strongest of the strongest, so cheap thug methods like this obviously couldn't intimidate him. Geez, are you seriously trying to pick a fight over a little bit of teasing? What are you? 5. Like I give a shit about your words. I'm picking a fight because you are a Shinigami. Since the man clearly wanted to escalate the situation, the old man Yoruichi was previously speaking to spoke up. Ganju, calm down. That Shinigami isn't a bad person. Although the old man didn't have much of a conversation with Naruto yet, Naruto's polite attitude and kind smile immediately won the old man over. Unfortunately, Ganju couldn't care less about the old man's words and reeled his fist back. Pa, he's a Shinigami, so he obviously is a bad person. There are no good Shinigami. That's quite racist, Tilda. As those words left Naruto's mouth, he chuckled in amusement, and before Ganju could understand what was going on, he was spinning through the air and crash-landed on the ground. The moment Ganju landed, Naruto's gaze moved away from him and landed on Tatsuki, who was currently holding her chin deep in thought. Well, how was that? MHH, the technique was a little rough, but that was a pretty good throw. Hearing that Tatsuki gave her approval, Naruto happily nodded his head with a smile on his face. However, that smile quickly turned into a smirk as he gave Tatsuki a dirty look. Hee, how about a little kiss as a reward, Tilda? A light blush appeared on Tatsuki's face as she suppressed the desire to hit Naruto, causing him to chuckle in amusement while the other people in the room only rolled their eyes. You are slowly reaching Yuna levels of shamelessness. Sorry, Kurama, that is an apex that cannot be reached. I guess that's true. While Naruto was flirting with Tatsuki and chatting with Kurama, Ganju got up from the ground and looked at Naruto in confusion. He had not the slightest clue what had just happened, making him wary of Naruto. However, before he could do anything else, another man burst into the room, and after frantically looking around, he found Ganju and started speaking. Boss, it's bad. It's already 9 o'clock. What? Shit, I have to go. As soon as he finished speaking, he whistled loudly with the help of his hand, resulting in a big ball bursting into the room. He quickly sat down and rode away, and as he was doing so, he turned around to Naruto and said a few last words. You better don't run away. I'll get you the next time. Seeing the bizarre scene of a man riding away on a boar, Naruto really didn't know what he should say, while the other people in the room were somewhat dumbfounded as well. The hell? Who tells some not to run away while riding a boar into the sunset? Is that some kind of weird flag? Do I smell a genre change? Sorry, still into women. Are you sure? Imagine a nacked, hairy man. Any reactions? Yeah, a shudder of disgust, and why are you even talking about stuff like that? Hey, are you the only one allowed to talk shit to mess with somebody? Okay, fair enough. Anyway, the old man apparently knew the approximate location of the person Yoruichi was looking for, so the group quickly traveled to their destination, and around an hour later, they arrived at something. Who builds their house like this? No idea, Tatsuki, but now we at least know why they don't live with the other villagers. Yeah, there is no way they could accept such a weird building in the village, Naruto. Oh, this time, it's two hands holding the banner Tilda. Hearing Yoruichi's words, everyone's head snapped towards her in bewilderment, with everyone having the same question in their minds. The theme changes. In front of them was a normal-looking wooden house with a ridiculously high chimney on its roof. So far, things weren't too weird. However, right in front of the house, two huge stone arms grew out of the ground, holding a huge banner that had Kukakushiba written on it, dumbfounding everyone except for Yoruichi, who apparently was used to that kind of sight. Before they could go any further, two burly men appeared in front of them, stopping them just before they could walk underneath the banner. You are wearing unusual clothing, and 2 of you are even Shinigami. Bunch of suspicious people, you better go away, or we'll kill you. While Naruto was clenching his fists, preparing to try a few more of the karate moves Tatsuki had shown him, Yoruichi jumped on his shoulder, instantly changing the atmosphere. Oh? So it was Yoruichi Dono. We apologize for the rude behavior. Apparently, Yoruichi knew these two, ending the fight before it could even happen, and moments later, their group walked through the house's door, which immediately led to a set of stairs going down. Don't worry about it. Since you didn't see me at first, it can't be helped. Moments later, one of the men started guiding Naruto's group down the stairs, and after walking for a minute, they arrived in front of a door. Please wait here for a moment. That will. Koganehiko, no need for them to wait. Interesting guests like that are always welcome. Let them in. Yes. Moments later, the man, who apparently was called Koganehiko, opened the door, revealing a busty, one-armed woman with black hair. Yo, Yoruichi, it's been a while. Due to the woman revealing clothes that almost had her breasts spilling out, Tatsuki moved as soon as she saw her and covered Naruto's eyes, causing him to chuckle in amusement, while everyone else was bewildered that Kukaku Shiba apparently was a woman. You do realize that you can't cover my eyes the whole time we are here, right? At some point, I will have to look at her. A massive pout appeared on Tatsuki's face, but she nevertheless removed her hand from Naruto's eye. While that duo was in their own world, Yoruichi had started talking to Kukaku, asking her for a favor which she easily granted, stating she liked dealing with troublesome favors. As the duo finished their discussion, Kukaku's gaze landed on the rest of the group, causing her to frown. Although I trust you, Yoruichi, I don't trust the brats behind you, so you don't mind if I send an additional helper with them, do you? After getting Yoruichi's confirmation, a door opened, revealing the man who had previously picked a fight with Naruto. Hello, my name is Ganju Shiba and I say, it's you. He was just about to give a friendly greeting when he noticed Naruto, immediately causing him to start yelling as he approached Naruto. You bastard, let me beat you up. I would rather not. Yet again, before he could understand the situation, Ganju was flying through the air before crashing to the floor. Naruto's gaze briefly landed on Tatsuki, who gave him a thumbs up, resulting in a goofy smile appearing on Naruto's face. You'll pay for this. Could you stop with your one-sided infatuation? Don't say it like that. Ganju was just about to attack again when a fist smashed onto his head, yet again sending him to the ground. Stop this nonsense. Kukaku, who was the one who just beat down Ganju, gave his twitching body another glare before her gaze landed on Naruto. What's this all about? Feeling the seething glare of Kukaku on her, Naruto only smiled lightly while shrugging his shoulders. We met before, and he attacked me because I'm a Shinigami, so I had to teach him a lesson and send him flying. So this is pretty much 100% Ganju's fault. Seeing everyone, even Yoruichi nodding their heads, Kukaku went over to Ganju's twitching body and gave it another kick, sending him flying into a wall. Stupid idiot. Why is he going around provoking Shinigami? Does he want to die? We can solve this matter later, for now, follow me. Shortly after this little incident, Kukaku revealed that she was a fireworks expert and showed everyone a massive cannon. Apparently, Yoruichi's idea to get into Seirei through the air dumbfounded everyone present. However, seeing the huge cannon, Naruto couldn't help but smirk as he started speaking. I would say you are compensating for something with this huge thing, but that joke would fall rather flat considering you're a woman. Hearing Naruto's words, Kukaku laughed loudly while slapping Naruto's back. Ha ha ha, you are quite the cheeky brat, aren't you? Hee hee, out of curiosity, what's the survival rate? Around 50%. Oh? That's not too bad. How is that not bad? Naturally, everyone was outraged by Naruto and Kukaku's outrageous conversation, not seeing 50% as a good survival rate. Seeing everyone's outrage, Kukaku couldn't help but start laughing even harder. Obviously, she was joking, but she didn't expect Naruto to play into her joke, creating an even stronger reaction. Anyway, jokes aside. This is what you will need not to get blasted to smithereens during launch and landing. As she finished talking, she tossed a ball at Naruto, which he easily caught, looking at it with interest. This is a spirit core you just... Before Kukaku finished speaking, a blinding light came from Naruto's direction before immediately fading away, leaving Naruto surrounded by a spherical dome of light. Sorry about that, I wasn't expecting that I would have to put that little spiritual power in for it to activate. Seeing Naruto instantly activate the spirit core properly, Kukaku nodded in approval while she explained that that would be the cannonball. Additionally, she explained that Seirede was surrounded by a barrier as well, and they would need the spirit core to break through that one as well. However, a problem popped up at this point. While Naruto, Tatsuki, and Orihime easily mastered how to use the spiritual core, Ishida and Sado initially had some problems with the stability and the form of the sphere but got that fixed rather fast as well. So, the real problem was Ichigo, who didn't know how to use his spiritual power at all. Why can you do it so easily, Naruto? Didn't you become a Shinigami after me? That might be the case, but I've been training how to use spiritual power for a very long time now and didn't start doing so after becoming a Shinigami. Hearing Naruto's answer, Ichigo clicked his tongue in annoyance as his focus went back on the sphere he was holding while trying to somehow force his spiritual power in. Seeing Ichigo fumbling around with no plan at all, Naruto shook his head as he snatched the spiritual core out of his hand. Let me help you with this. Sit down, close your eyes and open your mouth. I'll show you a trick to master this easier. Although Ichigo could understand the purpose of sitting down and closing his eyes, he was a little bewildered at how opening his mouth was supposed to help. Nevertheless, since Naruto wanted to help him, he decided to do as he said and sat down and closed his eyes while opening his mouth. All right, and now, no matter what enters your mouth, keep it open. The moment Ichigo heard Naruto's words, he felt like something was fishy, so he decided to open his eyes and saw Naruto looking like he was about to pull his pants down. Fuck. Ichigo instantly got up and slashed his sword at Naruto in anger. Obviously, he didn't want to kill Naruto, so he swung his sword in a way that would, at worst, leave a little gash on Naruto's cheek, knowing that something like that would heal within a day or two. However, just as he was swinging down his sword, he felt something in his body move and flow into the sword, gathering at its blade. Seeing that, a smirk appeared on Naruto's face as he moved backward to create some distance from Ichigo, and moments later, a mass of spiritual power shot out of Ichigo's blade toward Naruto. Naruto's smirk widened as he gathered wind on his fist and smashed it into the incoming attack, cancelling its power out and settling the matter without damaging his surroundings. Well, did you feel your spiritual power move this time, Ichigo? Obviously, Ichigo was dumbfounded. He had used this kind of attack before when he was fighting Kasuke back in the world of the living. Well, it was much stronger than this time as he was seriously attacking back then, but he was not expecting that he could actually use that kind of attack again. More importantly, the first time he used it, he wasn't paying attention to his spiritual power at all while just going with the flow. However, this time he was conscious about it from the start and actually felt his spiritual power move. He couldn't help but smile wryly when he realized why Naruto had done what he had done. Seriously? Couldn't you have come up with a better method? Of course, I could have, but that wouldn't have been half as funny. Ha ha ha, oh ah, mercy, mercy. While Naruto was laughing loudly, Tatsuki, who had seen the whole incident, came over and pinched his waist, resulting in Naruto acting like he was suffering greatly, causing Tatsuki to roll her eyes. Why do you always have to play pranks like that, Naruto? Well, what can I say? It's the ancestors' teaching, you know. While Tatsuki was wondering why Naruto sounded like he was talking about a specific ancestor that wasn't even his own, Ichigo tried moving his spiritual power into the spiritual core and actually had some minor success with it. Seeing that, Naruto nodded in approval and resumed speaking. Very well, that's the first step. Now we are going for the next. So, kneel on the ground and spread those cheeks, boy, oh wow, mercy, mercy. Yet again, Tatsuki was pinching Naruto's waist, but this time there was a light blush on her face as she averted her eyes from the dumbfounded-looking Ichigo. So we did switch genre. Shut up, stupid fox. I'm just messing around. Suya tilde. Anyway, jokes aside, sit down and close your eyes. You might now be able to feel your spiritual power, but you are far from controlling it properly. We don't have much time before Seirede gets destroyed, so let's continue the training. Naturally, doubt filled Ichigo as he looked at Naruto with suspicion, causing him to chuckle in amusement. No need to look at me like that. Since Tatsuki is now closely watching, I won't be playing any more pranks. Realizing that that was likely the truth, Ichigo nodded his head and sat down while Naruto sat down behind him and put his hand on Ichigo's back. I'll now inject a sliver of my spiritual power into you. Your goal is to capture it with your own and remove it from your body. Although it's not a real battle, conflicts like this are the best way to learn something new when there is time pressure. I think this should be the most efficient method for you to get the necessary control over your spiritual power to use the spiritual orb. While Ichigo nodded in understanding and Tatsuki looked at everything with interest, a small smirk appeared on Naruto's face while he started injecting spiritual power into Ichigo. Okay, I'm putting it in tilde. Don't say it like that. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement due to Ichigo's outburst while briefly glancing at Tatsuki, who was currently sighing deeply while facepalming. Clearly, she was contemplating how awesomely mature her boyfriend was. Yuna was currently lazing around in a lounge chair carefully hidden on one of Seireide's rooftops, sipping a cold drink while spectating what was going on in the Kuchiki clan compound. The massive ice phallus she planted there was currently surrounded by a massive amount of blade-like sakura tree petals. Unfortunately, none of them could leave even a scratch on it. If it was Soifon's Bankai, there would be a good chance to actually destroy this ice construct, as it wasn't as dense as Yuna's statue. However, unlike Soifon, whose Bankai is a single highly powered attack, Byakuya's millions of small attacks couldn't do any damage. Anyway, in front of her was a pink wiggling mass firmly wrapped around a giant penis. She didn't even need to do anything to make this look lewd. So obviously, she did some more to make sure no one missed what was happening. Suddenly, without any warning, pure white snow erupted out of the ice statue's tip, resulting in it slowly falling down all over the compound. Or that was at least what would have happened if an unknown Kido spell hadn't blasted all of it away. Oh tilde, someone is getting a little angry, huh? What a surprise. Oh well, that guy looks like a high-strung noble, so I can't bring myself to pity him. Gahaha, giant penis tilde. While the trio was chatting with each other, the giant ice penis started shrinking. However, as the sakura petals continued winding around it, it quickly started growing again and was back to its original size within seconds. As if I would go limp from a single shot. I can keep it hard for days. Sigh. Gahaha tilde. As the trio continued chatting and watching the spectacle, Yuna raised her head and looked skyward, where she saw a huge light sphere approaching the barrier protecting Seireide at high speed. Whistle, that's quite the flashy way of entry. Didn't it provide a good way to enter the city for them? Why are they doing something so flashy? Well, I guess it's cooler like this. Moments later, the sphere collided with Seireide's barrier, causing it to wobble dangerously, but as the sphere started slowly pushing through the barrier, it started to destabilize, causing Yuna to frown. She focused her sense on the sphere and immediately noticed that it was composed of the spiritual power of multiple people mixed together evenly. However, occasionally one of the spiritual powers would spike, messing with the sphere's stability. However, suddenly the sphere's flow of spiritual power was heavily influenced. Clearly, something else had gone wrong. Then, all the other spiritual powers were pushed out of the sphere and were replaced with a single very powerful one. This would undoubtedly destroy the sphere, but this move would at least allow it to safely pass through Seireide's barrier, leaving the most dangerous hurdle behind. And, as expected, the sphere broke a few seconds after passing through the barrier and hurled its inhabitants away with a somewhat strong explosion. Yuna's eyes scanned everyone present and immediately noticed a new addition to Naruto's group. However, the moment Yuna noticed that it was a burly man, her eyes instantly ricocheted away from him and landed on Yoruichi instead. MHH, should I get myself a nice pussy? As these thoughts passed her mind, she could feel a spike of spiritual pressure as her eyes landed on the Kuchiki clan compound, where the sakura petals were gone and replaced with a realm filled with swords. Ma, I can get her any time I want, but this crystallized wrath of a noble whose pride has been stepped on is something that tastes the most delicious when the wrath is still fresh. Delicious tilde. Sigh, it pains me to say that I actually agree. Too bad that is no Uchiha clan to bull. Cough, interact with. Gahaha, bullying. Remember, chaos, you can't bully the weak, only the arrogant. Okay, ga tilde. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier back with Naruto's group. By now, everyone had learned how to use the spiritual core, with Ichigo being the slowest, so the group found themselves inside the massive cannon, ready to be shot at Seirei. At first, everything went well as the sphere was safely launched into the sky, and despite Ichigo occasionally putting too much power into the spiritual core, things still went decently well. Unfortunately, as everyone was telling Ichigo to tone it down, Ganju had to read an incantation, resulting in him messing up and reading a line twice, resulting in the sphere destabilizing. Seeing that things might get dangerous due to the sphere still being trapped within Sereide's barrier, Naruto decided to act, flaring his spiritual power and pushing everyone else's power out of the core, resulting in it temporarily stabilizing again before breaking apart due to the one reading the incantation no longer being connected with the sphere, messing up the launch and flight process. Orihime, shield. Sado, brace. Ishida to Orihime. Ichigo, Ganju, good luck. Oi, what the hell? Obviously, Naruto didn't randomly take action and knew what was about to happen, so as soon as he gave his orders, Orihime conjured her shield, and Ishida, who was sitting next to her, hid behind it as well. Sado simply crossed his arms in front of his head while making himself as small as possible and activating his right arm's power, making it tougher. He was a tough guy who could even tank a steel beam falling on him with ease, so Naruto wasn't worried about him. As for Ichigo and Ganju, they would probably be fine. Both of them were muscle heads with quite tough bodies as well, so they would probably fine as well. As for Yoruichi, he wasn't worried about her as the moment she realized what had happened, she had already dashed away with a ridiculously fast flash step. Finally, there was Tatsuki, causing Naruto to grin as he swiftly picked her up in a princess carry, earning him a cute blush and a pinch to the waist, making him laugh. Ha ha ha, you can complain as much as you want after we land. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the spiritual core started glowing and exploded moments later. A wind barrier immediately appeared between the explosion and Naruto, who was carrying Tatsuki, resulting in them getting pushed away without incurring any damage. As he was controlling the wind around him to allow him to drift slowly to the ground, he quickly glanced at everyone else and nodded his head in approval, as everyone seemed to be fine. Unfortunately, the explosion pushed everyone away from their initial position, resulting in them getting separated into multiple groups, causing Naruto to frown. However, in the end, he decided he wouldn't mind. After all, this arrangement would allow him to have a date with his girlfriend behind enemy lines. How exciting! Meanwhile, deep within Seirei, absolute silence covered the 11th Division compound, which was only broken by the sound of a single person swinging around a sword. While that person was methodically moving around with complex steps, everyone else in the 11th Division who was present could only look at the person swinging the sword in utter confusion and bewilderment. After watching for a few more minutes, one of the spectators had enough and stepped forward. He was a bald man with a thug-like face, Ikaku Madarain, the 11th Division's third seat. See Captain Kenpachi, why did you suddenly start training? That's right, the person swinging his blade around was none other than Zaraki Kenpachi. He had never properly trained before, as he felt like that would make him too strong to enjoy combat properly, but now things were different. I've finally awoken from my dream of fake fun fights. Now that I know what true battle is, I need to get stronger. Frankly, Kenpachi wasn't a smart man. He never was, and he never will be. He himself was fully aware of that and couldn't care less. However, when it came to battle, he had at least a little smartness to him. After fighting Yuna, he realized one very important aspect of that fight. Yuna was young, very young. There was no doubt that her body was far away from her prime and that she would only grow stronger. I won't fall behind. While she grows stronger due to getting closer to her prime, I'll get stronger by training for the first time in my life. I want to win. No, who cares about that? I just want another battle where both of us can enjoy the thrill of a real battle. I will not allow her to leave me behind. Next time we fight, we will yet again fight as equals. While Kenpachi was deep in thought, Ikaku could only look at him in bewilderment after receiving such a cryptic answer. He pondered what he had just heard a while longer before simply giving up and asking his next question. Captain, it appears that you are training to use a variety of different techniques. Since when do you care about stuff like that? True. Zaraki Kenpachi never bothered using techniques. He swung his sword with one hand with seemingly no goals in mind except for cutting his opponent. But now, he was going through complex motions of footwork and sword swing, almost making it look like he was dancing if it weren't for the aura of death surrounding him. How could I possibly match that if I restrict myself? I need to use everything I can to yet again enjoy a true battle. During his fight with Yuna, Kenpachi slowly started using different kinds of combat techniques without even noticing himself. Now that he was fully conscious and thought about his fight with Yuna, he still vaguely remembered the way he moved, resulting in him trying to master what he assumed he had copied from Yuna. I always felt using stuff like kendo was lame, but this is different. These techniques make me stronger. I'll use everything I can to grow stronger and stronger. I was always reluctant to grow stronger since that would mean there were fewer people I could enjoy fighting with, but now things are different. At my full strength, using everything I had, I was defeated. How could I possibly continue idling about when there is someone stronger than me out there? Tilda, I'm already excited about our next fight, Tilda. While Ikaku still had no clue what was going on, Kenpachi continued moving around the training hall while swinging his sword with a ferocious smile. The first time he did so, he destroyed quite a few buildings, forgetting just how strong he was now. To counter that problem, he added another 2 seals to his body, resulting in him now wearing an armband on each of his arms, allowing him to swing his sword without destroying everything. Anyway, seeing Kenpachi smile, Ikaku decided to simply drop this matter. Although his captain had calmed down quite a bit since he joined the Gotei 13, he would rather not wake a sleeping lion. Or rather, it seems like someone had already done so, so he would rather not become collateral damage to someone else's actions. Might as well patrol the city. I hope I can fight an intruder or two. It's been a while since something interesting like this happened, after all, Tilda. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, in the highest building in Seirede, an old man with a bald head and a long white beard was overlooking Seirede with a frown on his face. This man was Janryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the captain commander of the Gotei 13 and the captain of the 1st Division. Currently, his gaze rested on the Kuchiki clan compound while his eyebrows twitched in a combination of irritation, bewilderment, and a hint of amusement. Or rather, he was looking at the massive ice monument growing out of it. He considered just going there and burning that thing down, but he decided not to do so. After all, was he the Kuchiki clan's maid? Why would he go over there and clean up their compound for them? Obviously, if something dangerous was going on that could damage Seirede, he would make a move, but the only thing this thing seemed to damage was the Kuchiki clan's pride, which was a good thing, in his opinion. As he was pondering, white snow erupted out of the giant ice penis, causing the old man to chuckle lightly. Well, I don't know who the intruder is, but they sure know how to break someone's pride. Oh well, if the Kuchiki clan asked for my help, I guess I'll help them. While thinking about the unknown intruder, Janryusai couldn't help but frown. There was basically no information about them. Hell, not even the intruder's gender was known as far as he knew. Seriously, what is going on? A lieutenant and a captain are missing, and there are no reports at all. No sightings, no further incidents, nothing. Something fishy is going on. Funnily enough, the only 2 people in Seirede that didn't know about the cake incidents were Janryusai and his lieutenant. After all, who would want to report to the captain commander that their divisions are getting bullied with cake pranks? None of them wanted to get scolded for not securing their division properly. Obviously, Janryusai's own division was attacked as well, but the 1st Division was considered to be filled with elite troops, so neither of them was willing to make a report either, their pride getting in the way of doing so. As Janryusai's gaze continued wandering over Seirede as if that could somehow grant him knowledge about the intruder's whereabouts, his head snapped upwards while squinting his eyes. It was rather far away from him, but he noticed that something had just penetrated the barrier surrounding Seirede. More intruders. They really treat Seirede like an amusement park. However, this time we surely will be able to capture a few people to find out what is going on. Although we can't be sure yet that the 1st and 2nd waves belong to the same group, my guts are telling me they are. Besides, 2 groups of people intruding on Seirede within a week is too much of a coincidence if they weren't from the same group. As soon as he finished that thought, he called his lieutenant to give out an order to the other divisions. If an intruder is found, they are to be captured if it wasn't too much of a risk. They needed information about the 1st group, especially how they could navigate Seirede without being detected. At the same time, a leisurely mood reigned inside the hidden cave underneath Seirei as Hinata, Retsu and Ranjiku were relaxing in a fully furnished house entirely made out of ice. Although it goes contrary to common sense, the ice building was made out of was actually not cold, allowing comfortable room temperature. Well, Yuna was never someone who bothered with common sense. As for the furniture, that clearly wasn't made out of ice. Well, let's just say the people of Seirei were generous and donated it. Anyway, a half-naked Ranjiku was currently lying belly first on a massage table while Hinata stood next to her, her hand carefully wandering over Ranjiku's calves, occasionally squeezing them. Additionally, Retsu was standing not too far away, watching Hinata's massage technique with some curiosity. As a healer, she could tell that Hinata's massage had quite a positive effect on Ranjiku, relaxing and refreshing her. You are really good at this, Hinata. Hinata hummed in acknowledgement as her hands wandered toward Ranjiku's thighs. If you truly want to go to heaven, then you should ask Yuna for a massage as well. Oh? I'm looking forward to it, Tilda. Retsu briefly pondered whether she should do the same, but seeing Hinata currently smiling with a tint of evil on her face, she decided to see what would happen first. Anyway, Hinata, don't you have too much stamina? How the hell can you continue to swing your hips like that while I can't even move a finger anymore and then not wake up with some muscle aches? If it were the young Hinata from her first life, she would have blushed furiously after hearing such a question, but now she only rolled her eyes while continuing the massage. Over the long years with Yuna, I have gotten used to it. When you do something a lot, you'll someday learn how to do it more efficiently. Ranjiku hummed in acknowledgement, despite already having predicted such an answer. Frankly, she was hoping that there was some kind of secret method, but as expected, there was none. So, anyway, you're into spanking, aren't you? Hinata's hands briefly paused as a slight blush crept up her face, but a short moment later, she continued the massage. What makes you ask that question? Well, I mean, yesterday evening, you and Yuna. That's not what I meant. Before Ranjiku could say too much, Hinata interrupted her, claiming that Ranjiku misunderstood her. I mean, why are you suddenly asking a question like that? Oh? Well, we'll probably spend a lot of time together, so I was curious about what you are into. As Hinata briefly nodded her head, she thought for a moment whether she should answer that question, and after deciding that it wouldn't cause any harm, she opened her mouth. Technically, it's not the spanking I'm into. I just like to get dominated, so spanking is just a part of it. While Hinata was trying to contain her blush due to saying something like that out loud, Ranjiku nodded her head in understanding before speaking as well. Honestly, I'm not even sure what I'm into. I've already told this to Yuna, but the people in Seirei are all super prudent, so I didn't really have a chance to try things out, Tilda. As soon as Ranjiku stopped speaking, a hand landed on her butt, resulting in a loud smack, a shout of surprise, and a light pink handprint of Hinata's right hand left behind on Ranjiku's butt. Well, you like that, Tilda? Hearing Hinata's teasing words, Ranjiku glared at her, before giggling in amusement. Although the sting surprised me, it's a very unusual feeling. I honestly can't tell whether I liked it or not. Anyway, people sure restrain less around Yuna, aren't they? Hinata had to giggle as well before shrugging her shoulder. They are. Anyway, since you aren't sure yet, we can only continue experimenting. As she finished speaking, she raised her hand and was just about to deliver another playful slap when the door opened, revealing Yuna watching the current scene in curiosity. Yuna scanned the room with her eyes and seeing the pink handprint on Ranjiku's butt, a smirk appeared on her face. Before anyone else could react, Yuna pointed at Hinata and started speaking. You are bullying Ranjiku, I guess I need to punish you. Hearing the righteousness in Yuna's voice, Hinata could only shake her while sighing deeply. However, before she could comment any further, Yuna had already tossed her over her head and delivered a firm swat to her bottom. So I really walked into this, didn't I? You sure did, Tilda. Although Hinata seemed to have resigned to her face with reluctance, a quick sniff of the air immediately told Yuna that Hinata was already getting excited. Before leaving the room with Hinata in tow, she turned around and looked at Retsu and Ranjiku. Well, what are you waiting for? Don't you want to watch Hinata getting spanked? Frankly, both of them were curious about what kind of play this would lead to, but neither of them was sure what Hinata wanted to do. However, those doubts quickly disappeared as they met Hinata's eyes, almost causing them to take a step back. There was a lot of heat in those eyes, making Hinata's desires very clear. So, both of them quickly made a decision. I'm coming, Tilda. Yes, I'm coming as well. And no, it's embarrassing. Hush, you are getting punished. As Yuna delivered another smack to Hinata's bottom, a loud moan escaped Hinata's mouth, making her desires rather clear. Retsu and Ranjiku briefly shared a glance before nodding their heads while having the same thought at the same time. After all, Hinata likes to get bullied. Ikaku couldn't believe how lucky he was. The intruders had been rampaging all over the city for over a week, and no one saw even a glimpse of them. However, while randomly walking through Seirei with his friend Yumichika Ayasagawa, two intruders actually fell from the sky right in front of him. The two intruders, Ichigo and Ganju, currently tried to dig themselves out of a sand pit that Ganju had created to help the duo with their landing using strange magic. As soon as the duo noticed Ikaku, they started whispering to each other. While Ganju wanted to run away, Ichigo wanted to fight, and moments later, Ganju ran away, leaving Ichigo behind. Seeing that one of the opponents was running away, Yumichika clicked his tongue and quickly ran after him, leaving Ichigo and Ikaku behind to have a one-on-one fight. The fight started out rather equal, but after Ikaku used his Shigai to turn his Zanpakuto into a three-section spear, resulting in Ichigo having trouble reading its trajectory. Unfortunately for Ikaku, Ichigo had much more raw power than him, and after a short while of back and forth, Ichigo simply sliced through Ikaku's weapon while leaving a huge gash on his torso, consequently knocking him out. Ichigo briefly pondered his next step, and after realizing that he pretty much had no idea about Seirei, he decided to wait for Ikaku to regain consciousness, so he got asked him a few questions. Meanwhile, Ishida and Oraheim landed safely due to Oraheim's shield and took a somewhat different approach to gathering information, as they simply knocked out two Shinigami and put on their clothes, making it easier to navigate the city. Sado, on the other hand, blasted the ground he was about to land on with one of his energy attacks, resulting in the knockback reducing his fall speed, while the softened ground made the landing less hard. He took a rather interesting approach to moving around the city as well. He was simply knocking everyone out that spotted him. Naruto and Tatsuki had an easy landing as well, since Naruto could simply use his wind to slow down their fall, resulting in them lightly floating to the ground. Just like Sado, the duo took the approach of defeating everyone they met. However, the only one who was fighting was Tatsuki, as Naruto was leisurely strolling behind her with his hands in his pockets while whistling a little tune. Well, not exactly the date I was looking for, but this is fine as well, Tilda. Initially, he wanted to sneak around the city with Tatsuki and see if he could find any cool places, but Tatsuki insisted that she wanted to fight, so he just let her do what she wanted. Worst case scenario, he would just grab her and disappear as fast as the wind. And finally, there was Yoruichi. As a skilled Shinigami, she could easily fly, so she didn't even bother waiting to land and immediately disappeared, making her way over Seirei's rooftops. First, she decided to scout the city to gather some information. After all, she hadn't been here for a long time. Then, she would go to the center of the snow-covered area. I wonder if our secret training facility is still there. That place would be a good place to use as our headquarters. Now that I take a closer look at it, isn't that snowing area pretty much perfectly arranged around the secret entrance? Why would that be the center of it? She scouted the city for a few hours, gathering rumors about what was currently going on, causing her to sigh deeply. Seriously, a captain and a lieutenant are missing. What the hell is Yuna doing? Has she forgotten why we came here? A while later, Yoruichi sighed in relief as she spotted the hidden runes that were used to open the entrance to the secret training facility, and after putting a bit of spiritual pressure inside, the door opened, causing her to smile lightly. She quickly made her way down the stairs, and after walking for a short moment, she reached the hidden cave, utterly dumbfounding her. What the hell happened here? Unlike how it previously looked, she was welcomed by a winter wonderland as everything was covered in snow while snow continued to fall gently from the sky. One part of the cave seemed to have been utterly obliterated as debris littered the ground, while there was even a small house that looked like it was made out of ice in the distance. No, seriously, what happened here? ARA. What do we have here? Suddenly, Yoruichi's body froze as incredibly dense spiritual pressure crashed into her body, almost making her feel like someone was pressing a blade to her throat. I somewhat doubt a regular cat could open the secret door, so who are you? Yoruichi stiffly moved her head to see who had suddenly appeared directly behind her, and as soon as she saw who it was, she almost fainted. "I'm so FCKED." Behind her stood Retsu Unohana, wearing a calm, disarming smile that seemed almost motherly, but despite that, Yoruichi was terrified out of her mind. That kind smile of hers contained nothing but concentrated death. Although Yoruichi didn't belong to the oldest generation of Shinigami in Seirei, she wasn't a youngster either, so she had at least heard about Unohana's true self, so she would rather not mess with her. If it's pure speed, I might have a chance, but I don't think I can beat her in anything else. The moment I make a wrong move, she'll attack, and I'm not even in my human form. Transforming back takes about 2 seconds, which is more than enough for her to cut me down multiple times. Shit, I really messed up. Why is she here? Wasn't she supposed to be missing? I still haven't heard an answer yet. Or maybe you can't talk. Hearing Unohana's words, Yoruichi briefly pondered whether she should simply pretend to be a normal cat before immediately dismissing the idea and slumping down. I'm Yoruichi Shihoin. I was part of the people who built this underground hideout and wanted to check if it was still here. Oh? Shihoin. As in the Captain Chihoin that fled Seirei a long time ago. Yoruichi simply nodded her head as a deep sigh escaped her mouth before Unohana continued talking. Since when have you been back in Seirei? For about 5 minutes. As soon as Yoruichi answered, a small smile appeared on Unohana's face as she chuckled in amusement. Oh my, I thought black cats are supposed to bring others bad luck and not have bad luck themselves. Yoruichi's chin hit the ground the moment Unohana stopped talking. She had never heard her make a joke. Seriously? Since when does she joke around? Isn't she supposed to be a no-nonsense person? Well, it's been a long time since I've met her, so maybe she changed a little over the course of the last few hundred years. Please don't mention that to anyone. I might not be part of Seirei anymore, but I'm at least still known as Flashstep Yoruichi. That nickname will be laughed at if someone finds out I was caught 5 minutes after infiltrating the city. Although Unohana couldn't help but chuckle a little due to Yoruichi's words, she still didn't let her guard down, and Yoruichi was fully aware of that. Both of them knew that as soon as Unohana showed an opening, Yoruichi would be gone. Anyway, your ruined name aside, why are you here? What do you plan to do? Ugh, could you rein that spiritual pressure in? I'm having trouble breathing. Anyway, I don't plan to do anything to the people of Seirei, I'm only here to rescue Rukia. As soon as Yoruichi mentioned saving Rukia, the spiritual pressure Unohana was radiating vanished instantly. It was so abruptly that Yoruichi didn't even react to Unohana sheathing her sword and walking past her. Just when Yoruichi regained her senses and realized that this would be the perfect opportunity to flee, Unohana continued talking, making her stop in her tracks. Oh? So you are with Yuna? You should have said that earlier so we could have saved ourselves from this back and forth. Come, follow me. What's going on? However, Unohana didn't react at all and simply walked away, leaving Yoruichi behind. Is this a trap? No, if she wanted to get rid of me, she would have just attacked me earlier. Now is the perfect opportunity to run away. However, I can't help but be a little worried as well. How does she know about Yuna? Did she capture her? But why would she hang out in here and not at her division? What is going on? As Yoruichi's thoughts were going haywire, Unohana turned around and tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? Aren't you coming? Although Yuna is currently not here, Hinata is. Since she is part of your group, you should know her, right? Hinata is here as well. She knows the names of Yuna and Hinata, and it doesn't feel like she is hostile to these two. Should I just follow her? She mulled over what to do a few seconds longer before she sighed deeply while shrugging her shoulders. That damn Yuna, can't she do anything normally? Why does it always have to be chaotic as soon as she gets involved? How the hell did she manage to get on friendly terms with one of Seirei's captains? Moments later, Yoruichi had caught up with Unohana and couldn't help but look at her with curiosity. Is there something you would like to ask? Yoruichi nodded her head, not expecting Unohana to be open to answering questions, but since she seemed to be willing, Yoruichi naturally would take the opportunity. What exactly is your relationship with Yuna and Hinata? MHH. Well, I joined Yuna's harem. The moment those words left Unohana's mouth, Yoruichi tripped, resulting in her head getting burrowed in the snow. She stayed like that for a few seconds before abruptly raising her head and staring at Unohana with high intensity. "See, could you please repeat that?" "I joined Yuna's harem." "Ah, I see." Yoruichi got quiet as thousands of thoughts swirled through her head, coming with all kinds of scenarios, not only about how Unohana had suddenly joined Yuna's harem but about possible misunderstanding or even that Unohana was trying to prank her. Finally, as these thousand thoughts converged into a single point, resulting in Yoruichi opened her mouth and resumed speaking. "What are the fuck?" Seeing the utter bewilderment and confusion on Yoruichi's face, Unohana couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as she continued walking toward the ice house Yuna had made. "Yeah, I heard that's more or less a standard reaction." While Yoruichi was still in a daze, Unohana reached the house and opened the door, closely followed by Yoruichi, who looked a little like her soul had left her body. After removing her boots, Unohana continued walking and opened the door to the living room, revealing Hinata and Ranjiku playing cards. However, while Hinata was fully clothed, Ranjiku only wore her bra and panties and was otherwise completely naked. Currently, she was glaring harshly at Hinata. "This time, I got you, Hinata. Four of a kind. There is no way you can top that." However, hearing Ranjiku's words as she revealed her hand, showing off 4 kings and a random ace of spades, a smirk appeared on Hinata's face, revealing her own hand, causing Ranjiku's eyes to pop. Straight royal flush. Again. "You are cheating. You are definitely cheating." While Ranjiku was angrily pointing her finger at Hinata, Hinata only chuckled in amusement while shrugging her shoulders. "Ma, you say that, but where is your proof? Do you want to do another body search? Anyway, as long as you can't back up your empty claim, give me that bra tilde." Ranjiku gave her a seething glare, but she nevertheless removed her bra and handed it over to Hinata, making her smirk. "I hope you remember that the first to get naked will get a spanking from the winner tilde. Don't worry, I won't bully you too much tilde. Aren't you the one who likes getting bullied?" "Well, I occasionally enjoy doing the bullying as well tilde." Yet again, Yoruichi's chin hit the ground as she realized that Hinata was currently playing strip poker with the supposedly missing lieutenant, almost causing her to cry in frustration. What the hell is going on? Why is this situation so messy? Why are the missing captain and lieutenant lazing around in Kisuke and my secret training ground? Why are Yuna and Hinata here with them? Why the fuck is Hinata playing strip poker with a supposed enemy while another enemy only smiled wryly seeing that scene? Again, what the fuck? Ranjiku was just about to shuffle the cards for the 5th time in an attempt to stop Hinata from cheating when she and Hinata realized that someone had entered the room. As soon as Hinata saw Yoruichi, she frowned deeply. "So it's you, huh? Since you are here, I guess you have decided to join Yuna's harem. Although I'm not happy, welcome anyway." While Yoruichi was bewildered by that weird leap of logic, Ranjiku couldn't help but glare at Yoruichi, and after pondering her words for a moment, she started speaking as well. "Don't get me wrong, I don't mind trying out weird stuff, but involving a cat in our nightlife is a little too much for me." Hinata couldn't help but chuckle in amusement when she saw Ranjiku's somewhat disgusted look before pointing at Yoruichi. "No need to worry, that's some really nice pussy." Hearing Hinata's words, Ranjiku's frown deepened even further as she continued glaring at Yoruichi. "No matter how I look at it, that's too much. I will not involve a cat in sexual activities. That's just too weird." However, before Ranjiku could say anything else, Yoruichi rolled her eyes as her body started glowing wide. "Could we stop bothering with this misunderstanding in favor of someone telling me what is going on?" As soon as she finished speaking, the cat was gone and was instead replaced with a brown-skinned naked beauty, making Ranjiku gape. "That is a very nice pussy. Told ya." Yoruichi rolled her eyes yet again at the duo's short interaction as her gaze fell on Hinata. "What is going on here? Why is Lieutenant Matsumoto here? Why is Captain Unohana here? Why are you here? How did Yuna even find this place? Why is it snowing? What's with this house? Why aren't you enemies? Why the hell are you playing strip poker? Hearing that barrage of questions, Hinata lightly raised her hands, motioning Yoruichi to stop speaking for a moment, which she complied with, allowing Hinata to answer her. Because Yuna joined the harem. Joined the harem. I'm part of the harem. Because Yuna. Because Yuna. Yuna is harem. Why not? Hearing Hinata answer pretty much all her questions with "it's because of Yuna," Yoruichi's eyebrows twitched in irritation. However, a weird sense of understanding washed over her, making her relax. I see, so it's because of Yuna. That doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense. Realizing that the whole situation was a little too absurd to be explained away with proper logic, Yoruichi decided to just let it go. She had decided that there was no need to fuss over stuff this ridiculous. That would only make her go crazy. Fine, whatever. However, what about rescuing Rukia? Hinata couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard Yoruichi asking about Rukia. Well, tell me about it. I'm not really sure about the details, but doesn't Kisuke want her to get rescued by Ichigo? I'm not really sure what kind of plans you two are cooking up, and I don't care too much, either. However, if you want to rescue Rukia, I don't mind going over there and getting her out. I'll be back before dinner. Yoruichi couldn't help but stiffen a little as Hinata's deep blue eyes seemed to pierce into her soul. Frankly, the only reason she asked about Rukia was to make sure that she wasn't safe yet before Ichigo had a single proper fight. He needed to grow stronger. Much stronger. And the best way for him to do so was to dangle bait in front of him and allow him to fight powerful opponents while under constant pressure. However, Yoruichi really wondered how Hinata knew about their plan. She knew that Kisuke had told them a little, but how the hell did Hinata know about pretty much everything? Where did that information come from? It's Yuna again, isn't it? Where in the world did she conjure so much information from? This is just ridiculous. Seeing Yoruichi deep in thought as Unohana brought some freshly made tea into the room, Hinata filled up her cup while chuckling in amusement. Well, how about getting some clothes before joining us for a few rounds of strip poker, so I can remove the clothes you had just put on? As soon as Hinata finished speaking, Yoruichi's face deadpanned at her. She couldn't believe that Hinata was seriously inviting her to play games while this whole invasion business was going on. By the way, where is Yuna? No clue, probably somewhere in Seirede, causing trouble, breaking minds. You know, the usual. Be breaking minds. Ma, don't worry about it, Tilda. Yoruichi was worrying about that. However, seeing that she was the only one in the room who seemed to be concerned about what Hinata had just said, the last straw finally broke. She gave up. You know what? Deal the cards, I'm in. Seeing a naked Yoruichi sitting down on the table, Hinata rolled her eyes at her. Oi, get clothed first. What are you going to bet if you have no clothes on you? Sexual favors. Pa, sell those to Yuna, not me. Go get clothed while I finish off Ranjaku and give her punishment for losing. Then we can start a new round. Seeing the chaos going on in front of her, Retsu could only smile wryly. Since meeting Yuna, her life had gotten quite hectic, but she couldn't deny that she was having quite a lot of fun, so everything wasn't too bad. Oh well, guess I'll join in as well. Oh. That's the spirit, Retsu. A few hours passed and Naruto was currently sitting on the edge of one of Seirede's buildings, whistling a little song while happily dangling his legs in the air. Despite looking relaxed, Naruto was ready to spring into action at any moment since below him on the street, Tatsuki was surrounded by Shinigami, which she constantly sent flying with her lava-covered hands. While he was spectating, a blade suddenly appeared next to his neck, which he seemingly didn't even notice, and a moment later, a male voice reached Naruto's ears. You have quite a weird hobby. The girl down there is your comrade, right? Why aren't you helping her? She isn't just my comrade, she is my girlfriend. She wanted to train in fighting large groups of armed people, so I decided to let her have a go at it. Isn't her smile while she is fighting really cute? The man briefly glanced at Tatsuki and noticed the battle-thirsty grin on her face, causing his eyebrows to twitch. Cute, huh? Guess tastes differ. As the man was speaking, Naruto lightly turned his head, allowing him to see the person holding the blade. It was a young man with spiky black hair, sharp eyes, and the number 69 tattooed on his left cheek. Speaking of weird hobbies, I don't mind discussing my sexual preferences with others, but is tattooing them on your face not going a little too far? Naruto felt the blade on his neck twitch briefly, resulting in a small chuckle from him. Are you sure you are in a position to make fun of me? The only reason why your neck is still intact is that we were ordered to capture you alive if possible. Hearing the unknown man's words, Naruto chuckled in amusement while shrugging his shoulders. And the only reason your blade managed to get this close to my neck is that I permitted it to reach this far. The moment Naruto finished talking, the thumb and index finger of his left hand pinched the tip of the blade, causing the man to frown. Not really understanding what Naruto was doing, the man tried to move the blade to injure Naruto's hand, but to his surprise, the blade didn't move a single centimeter. Impossible. He can overpower me with just 2 fingers. Is this guy above a regular captain in strength? Cold sweat started flowing down the man's back as he realized that the man in front of him could probably kill him as easily as a fly. However, before the conversation could continue, Tatsuki landed next to Naruto with a satisfied smile on her face. Well, that was quite a decent workout. I feel like most of them had really good skills, but most of them felt pretty rusty. Hearing Tatsuki's words, Naruto hummed in acknowledgement while still pinching the tip of the blade. Since Seirede has been very stable for a long time now, I guess quite a few people started slacking off. Makes sense. By the way, who is your friend? Naruto couldn't help but chuckle a little when Tatsuki called the person holding a blade to his neck his friend, but he didn't comment any further while letting go of the blade and standing up. For a split second, the man wanted to cut Naruto's neck the moment Naruto let go of his blade, but the moment that thought appeared in his mind, he had a vision of his bloody corpse lying on the ground, resulting in even more cold sweat. We just met, and I didn't get his name yet. So, who are you? I'm Naruto, by the way. The man briefly considered fighting to the death, but after glancing at the aftermath of Tatsuki's battle, he immediately realized that most Shinigami down there had, at worst, a broken bone or 2 and that there were no causalities. He sighed deeply as he put away his sword, realizing that there was no point in charging to his death with 0 chance of victory. If the invaders attacked Seirede, slaughtering everything that got in their way, he would sacrifice his life without a single second of hesitation, but the people in front of him clearly had no intentions of doing that kind of damage. I am Shuhei Hisagi, Lieutenant of the 9th Division. I know I'm not your match, and I'm willing to just let you go since I can't stop you anyway, but I won't give you any information about Seirede, no matter what you do. Naruto nodded in understanding as he briefly glanced at Tatsuki, causing him to smirk mischievously. Well, that's fine, but how about a little bet? A bet? Obviously, Shuhei was a little confused by Naruto's words but continued listening with a little bit of curiosity in his eyes. So far, pretty much nothing was known about the invaders, so the chance to possibly get some information was something he would like to have. Yes, a bet. You fight Tatsuki in a one-on-one battle, and if you win, I'll answer 3 of your questions truthfully, and if Tatsuki wins, MHH. How about you tell us Rukia's location? As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he glanced at Tatsuki, resulting in her nodding at him. She didn't mind fighting again, and she was satisfied with the reward as well. Meanwhile, in another part of Seirede, Ikaku was lazing around on a hospital bed in a grumpy mood. In his opinion, he was already fully healed, but those damn healers just won't let him go. Stupid healers. Why are they running around all day looking meek, but the moment I'm in their care, they are like demons? Of course, Ikaku had heard about Captain Unohana's patented, kind smile that sent shivers of terror even through most captain's spines, but how come the other healers could smile like that as well? Moments later, Captain Kurosuchi entered the room, wearing his usual golden ornaments, weird hat, and makeup to make his skin white. If it isn't third seat Madarame, I heard you fought an intruder. What did they look like? Ikaku couldn't help but frown when he heard Moyui's question. For some reason, he felt like he had some form of grudge against the intruders, which Ikaku found weird, as he didn't believe Moyui had encountered them before. Nevertheless, he noticed that the person he fought, Ichigo, had a lot of hidden potentials, so he might even put up a fight against his captain. In the end, he decided to don't give Moyui any information. After all, they were in different divisions, so he didn't have to take orders from him. No idea. I didn't hear their names, nor did I talk with them. In fact, I can't even remember what they looked like. Obviously, Moyue was angry that Ikaku clearly didn't want to give him any information, causing him to raise his hand for an attack. However, before anything could happen, another hand grabbed Moyue, making him frown. I don't think you have any jurisdiction about the people in my division, so get lost already. Hearing not an ounce of politeness in the voice that had just talked to him, Moyue really wanted to lash out but didn't do so. Zaraki Kenpachi, the man who had just stopped his hand, went to his research institute to request demand another 2 seals that ate away at his spiritual power endlessly. Usually, Moyue couldn't give a shit what others requested, but this one was actually to his liking. After all, he assumed that the moment Kenpachi put on another 2 seals, he would die from getting all his spiritual power sucked out of his, permanently getting rid of an annoying muscle head. However, Kenpachi wasn't fazed in the slightest from having 3 seals on his body and still gave off a powerful feeling, dumbfounding Moyue. After all, if he were to do the same, he would die within seconds. So, he decided to stay away from Kenpachi for now until he came up with a method to defeat him. Well, he wouldn't actually try to defeat him, but Moyue hated not being prepared for every possibility. Anyway, Moyue pulled his hand away from Kenpachi and scoffed in disdain before leaving the room. Anyway, I'll read about it in your report. Kenpachi, who had not written a single report since becoming a captain, completely ignored Moyue's words, making him even angrier before speaking to Ikaku the moment Moyue was gone. Well, how was the intruder? Unlike with Moyue, the moment Ikaku heard his captain's question, he started speaking instantly. Strong, very strong. Additionally, my guts are telling me that he has the potential to grow much stronger. Maybe even stronger than you, Captain. The moment Ikaku finished talking, Kenpachi's eyebrows rose in doubt. If it was before meeting Yuna, he might have believed Ikaku's words, but now, after his full power was unlocked, he doubted that there was another intruder that could match him. He didn't believe that all of them were Yuna-level threats. Nonetheless, Kenpachi nodded his head in understanding. Since his subordinate pointed him at a potentially good fight, how could he simply dismiss that? However, before Kenpachi could ask for a description of the intruder's appearance, a little girl popped up from behind his back, jumped at Ikaku, and gave him a dropkick to the head. Stupid baldy, there is no way there is another one as strong as Yuna. Oh wow, Yuna. That's right. She is super strong and... Yes, whatever. So, how does the person you fought look like? Before Yachiro could spill any secrets, Kenpachi picked her up by the gruff of her neck, making her pout. His name is Kurosaki Ichigo. A young man with spiky orange hair and a huge blade on his back. Very well, let's see what he can do. If he is weak, I'll just play with him a little and treat it as a warm-up before training. While these thoughts crossed his mind, he left the compound with a smidgen of excitement in his eyes. Meanwhile, back with Naruto and Tatsuki and Shuhei had started fighting, magma-covered fists constantly. Clashing with a Zanpakuto. If it was close combat alone, Tatsuki actually was confident of winning the fight, but Shuhei wasn't so easy to defeat. He was a rather skilled Kido user, bringing Tatsuki trouble again and again due to not knowing anything about it. All she could do was dodge the plethora of different spells Shuhei used as well as she could, trusting in her reflexes. The duo clashed yet again, resulting in both of them sliding backward and coming to a stop a few meters away from each other. Seeing that Shuhei's Zanpakuto was still in its sealed form, Tatsuki couldn't help but frown. Why aren't you using your Shikai? Are you looking down on me? When Shuhei heard Tatsuki's words, he frowned deeply while looking at his weapon. I don't like using it. I'm not fond of its form. Huh? Not fond of its form. I've heard that Zanpakuto are part of its user, so doesn't that translate to you being not happy about something about yourself? Obviously, Shuhei was aware of that as well but was not ready to admit it, so instead of thinking about it for too long, he resumed attacking, causing Tatsuki to shake her head. Since you're not willing to go all out, I might as well finish this. Since I've arrived here, I felt something about my power change, and now I'm finally aware of what exactly had changed. As soon as she finished speaking, the spiritual pressure she was radiating increased, resulting in her feet getting covered in lava as well, while the temperature grew even further. Seeing that, Naruto couldn't help but smile a little. Seems like there is a good chance that Tatsuki's power will end up being a full-body armor. I'm looking forward to it. Shuhei, on the other hand, didn't have a good feeling about this. He already was in trouble due to Tatsuki having 2 weapons while he only had 1, but now that number has increased to 4. Despite that, he sighed deeply while reading his blade. If this were a life-and-death situation, he would have probably used his Shikai by now, but since it wasn't, he decided not to use it at all. Frankly, he feared accidentally killing Tatsuki, which would undoubtedly result in Naruto's wrath descending on Seikaide. So far, there were no causalities, but if Naruto were to rampage through Seirade, Shuhei had no doubts that a lot of people would die. At the same time, in another part of Seirade, a somewhat faded encounter took place as Renji Abarai met Ichigo, who defeated him the first time they met. However, this time Renji's strength wasn't sealed, so he was rather confident in capturing Ichigo. However, before the fight could even start, Renji pointed his Zanpakuto at Ichigo, anger clearly visible on his face. "What the hell have your people been doing in Seirade over the course of the last week? Aren't you here to rescue Rukia? Why are you terrorizing Seirade's Shinigami while having seeming no interest in Rukia?" Hearing Renji's questions, Ichigo could only awkwardly scratch his head while looking away from Renji. He didn't really know what he meant by terrorizing Seirade's Shinigami, but considering he could still easily see the snow-covered area and the giant ice dick, it wasn't hard to guess that this wasn't everything Yuna had done. "Well, sorry about that, but I have nothing to do with this. I'm not sure how she did this, but as far as I can tell, everything was done by Yuna." Obviously, Renji had expected that much. After all, Byakuya got cake thrown in his face the last time he encountered Yuna, so Renji didn't need to be a genius to connect the dots and link the mess within Seirade to Yuna. However, that didn't mean he couldn't vent some of his anger on Ichigo, who was one of Yuna's companions. "So what? I'll defeat and capture you here, and then I'll hunt her down as well, using you as bait. Let's see how funny she thinks her pranks are when she is strapped in for execution." ARA tilde That sounds like a delightful experience, but I think I'll have to decline tilde. A shiver of utter terror ran through Renji's spine as a presence suddenly appeared directly behind him, resulting in him hastily unsheathing his blade and slashing at the presence. However, his weapon harmlessly passed through the air, wounding no one. "Oh? How naughty tilde to think you would try to put your lom thing into me the moment you notice my presence tilde." Renji hastily turned around to the source of the voice that was now a few meters away from him and immediately saw Yuna casually standing next to a stiff-faced Ichigo, playing with her hair while a smirk adorned her face. How did she sneak up on me like that? I didn't notice her presence only after she actually started speaking to me. If she had attacked, I might have actually died. Fuck. While Renji's mood soured, Ichigo could only look at Yuna in bewilderment. Unlike Renji, who only noticed Yuna suddenly appearing behind him, Ichigo saw everything that had happened. Although Yuna did appear behind Renji instantly, he didn't actually notice her until she spoke, giving her plenty of time to take out a pair of fake bunny ears to hold behind Renji's head, making it look like he was wearing them. Additionally, she moved twice, yet he couldn't see her move at all, as if she was teleporting around. No wonder she could rampage through the city for over a week. Her speed is ridiculous. Well, you want some help with this, Ichigo? I don't mind cleaning him up for you. Hearing Yuna's words, Ichigo and Renji instantly got out of their dazes, resulting in Renji preparing for a fight he likely couldn't win while Ichigo started thinking about the current situation. Considering how fast she is, she could probably defeat Renji instantly, but why did she ask me whether I want help or not? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he realized the most likely reason for her to act like this. I want to save Rukia, and to do so, I will very likely have to fight Byakuya. From what I've heard, Renji is Byakuya's lieutenant, so if I can't even defeat him by myself, how could I possibly save Rukia? Clearly, she wants me to fight by myself to overcome this obstacle. Meanwhile, Yuna's thoughts were a little different. Ma, there are no fun fights going on tilde. Why is that idiot Shuhei not using his Shikai? Where is the fun in watching someone getting one-sidedly beaten up? Oh well, Ichigo against Renji should be decently entertaining as long as Ichigo doesn't wuss out. While Yuna was deep in thought, Ichigo managed to gain his resolve, determination burning in his eyes. There is no need for help. I'll win this by myself. Seeing the determination in Ichigo's eyes, Yuna nodded in approval. She was just about to give him a few approving words when her head snapped towards a certain direction where she could feel powerful spiritual pressure. Oh? That fight seems more interesting than this one. Guess I'll ditch these two and watch the other fight instead, Tilda. Nice resolve, Ichigo. Just believe in yourself, and I'm sure you can win. Anyway, something rather important has just popped up, so I'll leave this to you. CYA Tilda. Before either Ichigo or Renji could react, Yuna simply vanished, dumbfounding the duo yet again. One moment she was here, and the next, she was suddenly gone. Neither of them could fathom how she was doing that. Meanwhile, Yuna couldn't help but smirk as she quickly moved toward the point where the strong spiritual pressure was coming from. Ishida, I was not expecting him to pop up like this. This should be interesting. I wonder what kind of method he used to suddenly become this strong. How exciting, Tilda.